Good morning. Welcome back to PlantYou 2023. Today is day 2, September 23rd. It's a great day. Ann, how'd you sleep?
Great. So excited from last night, but I fell right to sleep. Slept till 6:30.
I had the worst night's sleep, and I think it was because, in part, I was so wired from such a great opening day. And then also the fan. I like having a little white noise, and the fan, every 5 minutes it would kind of hit the side and make this noise. What's up?
Oh, Ann.
Okay.
Also,
I think she needs you. This is what happens when you go live. But yes, so here we are. So I want to start the day with some stretches. These are the Sandberg stretches. I actually wrote about these in my first book, The Engine 2 Diet. Okay. These are stretches that we learned from Carl Sandburg, the famous American poet. His daughter married Ann's father after Ann's mother, unfortunately, died at the age of 55 from breast cancer. And so he remarried Helga Sandberg. And then, did you ever meet Carl
yes,
Sandburg?
He was wonderful. We met him many times.
Yeah. So he did these stretches every morning until he was 93 years old. So let's go through some of these. It helps wake up the nervous system. It's great for muscular elasticity and just overall getting the heart rate up a little bit. Okay, so follow Ann and I here.
Ann and me.
Can I join you guys?
Okay. All right, so let's start. We're gonna go up. Come here. Now we're gonna come down and touch your knees or your toes, however flexible you are. And we're gonna do 5 of these. Ready? Up and down. That's 2.
Rip, you can't get to the floor, Rip.
I can too.
Let's see.
And down. That's 3. 4.
Flat hand on the floor, Rip.
All right, wait till you see my downward dog. Okay, that's good. That's 5. That's 5. All right, now, this is a tricky one. If you don't have the flexibility, just go to your knee, but it's called the alternating hand to toe. So we go right arm to left foot, and then left arm to right foot, and we're going to do 10 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Lost your balance there,
6, 7, 8, 9. That was a pickleball injury, my left ankle, really.
Oh, yeah.
So, Ann, how old are you?
88.
88. Ann is incredible. 88 and going strong.
Woo-hoo! Woo!
So, next, and I'm referencing, let's do side stretches. We're going to go left. Okay, we're going to hold that just for a little bit. And pretend like there's a pane of glass between your front side and back side. Now we're going to go to the left side. All right. And let's go 5 of these. 2, 2, 3, 3. Let's go 1 more. 4, 4. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, now we're going to do trunk twists. Trunk twists. So we start with our hands right on our hips, and we're going to go to the left, come back to center, and then go to the right. All right? 2, 2. Just follow me. 3, 3, 4, 4. Let's go 1 more. 5 and
This
5.
This feels good.
No, it does. Now, I don't know if we have enough room here. We're doing 5 barrel rolls, and so you keep your feet about shoulder width apart, really planted firmly, and then we're going to go forward, and then just kind of, there you go, and that's 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5.
We should go the other direction, Rip.
Well, you know what? That's a good point. We should. Let's go the other direction. All right? Oh, Ann, keeping me honest. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How often do you exercise?
Frequently.
Frequently. All right. Now let's not hit each other. I've got long arms. We're going to do arm circles. We're going to go 10. There we go. Get in front of me.
No, get behind you.
We're going to go 10 forward. Ready? Jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 10 backwards. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, let's flap our wings like we're flying, okay? Really fast. Good. Let's do it until we start feeling a little bit of warmth in our shoulders and our deltoids.
Well, you're used to 109 in Austin, so you're freezing here.
I know, it's true. Okay, now this is the last move we're going to do before we dive into some pancakes. So here, we're going to balance. So I want you to balance on just your right foot. Bring your left foot up and bend it. And then we're going to press palm to palm, and we're going to press it for 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. While we're balancing, now put the other foot down. Other side. Ready? Right foot up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fantastic. Now let's go right side again. So right foot's down, left foot's up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the other side. Left foot's on the ground, right foot's up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And can you come around here? So what we're going to do now, did you get the 7 grain? Is it? No? Okay, 7 grain. There she blows. Fantastic. So, as many of you may or may not know, we introduced pancakes to our Plant Strong food lineup a little over a month and a half ago, and incredibly, we sold out in a matter of 2 weeks. We had no idea how popular they would be, so we got some back in stock about a week and a half ago, and they are lights out amazing. In my opinion, they are the best commercialized pancake and waffle mix ever in existence on the face of the planet. Truly, truly. Now, what I'm going to do this morning is I'm going to make, we've got 3 as you can see here. We have a sweet potato and ancient grain, we have a 7 grain, and we have a gluten-free home style. I am going to make up some of the gluten-free home style right now for you. And I'm going to throw this right into a big old, what is this called? Bowl, right? And then I'm telling you right now, my favorite thing to use is just water, okay? Water, not plant-based milk or anything, but water. And I'm going to pour some in. I don't usually measure, I just go by consistency, right? And some people like their pancakes thick, some people like them thin. And here I am, and what we're going to do here is I'm going to make some pancakes, and Ann is going to make some waffles, just so you can see how these turn out. These are the fluffiest, most, what was the term you used yesterday, Josh? Fluffy? Pillowy. They brown perfectly. They are lightly sweetened with pulverized dates. They are absolutely just the bomb diggity, as Lori likes to say. So I am now getting ready.
And Rip, you like them just as they are without anything.
I don't put maple syrup or anything like that on, but what I do,
to me,
I do occasionally put chocolate chips and banana slices. You can put blueberries in there. Whatever kind of, floats your boat, you do you when it comes to that.
You would not exist today if you had not found out about chocolate chip pancakes as a kid. You had
That's true.
Probably a stack every other day as high as your, I don't know.
So we're pretty much good to go here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to throw one on here, and I want you to do the waffles. I'm going to do the pancake, all right? I got them. We're good. All right, there we go. Here you go, Ann. You do that, move that over. And now I'm gonna throw in some chocolate chips. Now, John FitzGerald, one of the Plant Bros, would you like to know some of the grains that are in these?
Oh my God, yes, please, Rip.
Okay, I'm glad you asked. So,
What's in the multigrain?
so the 7 grain, and the sweet potato and ancient grain have 7 different whole grains in them. We have spelt, we have oats, we have, hold on. We have spelt, we have oats, we have amaranth, we have kamut, we have sorghum, we have millet, and we have quinoa. So those are the 7 in the 7 grain and the sweet potato. And in the
Rip, what's in the gluten-free?
I'm so glad you asked. And in the gluten-free, we have buckwheat flour, we have oat flour, we have cassava flour, and then lastly we have sorghum flour. And I gotta tell you that my kids' favorite is the gluten-free. So if anybody out there is gluten-free, you will absolutely adore these pancake and waffle mixes.
Rip gave me a pancake yesterday
I think I need
with
to-
chocolate chips.
And?
I didn't like it with chocolate chips. I like it plain. No, I didn't.
Well, here's the thing. I actually eat these almost just like it's a big cookie. I do.
What I like to do is put like a little teaspoon of maple syrup on the side and then just dip little bites.
I find these are absolutely sweet enough. They don't need anything. All right.
Rip, we should have cooked one ahead.
Well, we
didn't.
didn't. All right. So let me just make sure we got this just where we want it. I think we do. Oh, look at that! Look at that. Now, Jane loves to flip it, right? So I'm going to do a little flippage in honor of Jane. All right.
Without a spatula.
You ready? Woo! Look at that.
Easy.
Look at how perfectly brown that is. Seriously, are you getting a good view of that? This is not a 1 out of 10, or this is not a 10 out of 10. This is a 10,000 out of 10.
What's that?
It means it's that good. It's that incredibly good. All right? Now, Ann, how long do you think that waffle will have to go for?
You know what?
Yeah.
It's
No telling?
It's got to go about 8 minutes, and we should have started it earlier.
That's okay. We'll show people a little bit later then. That's what we'll do.
Can we taste this one? And is this gluten-free?
This is gluten-free. It's not ready yet. Let's give it just a little bit longer. So I want you all to know
These are delicious.
that we drew a name out of the fire helmet, and the winner of, is this going to be a winner of all of the pancakes?
We'll send them each of the pancake mixes.
You're going to get each of the pancake mixes. Is that 2 each?
Sure.
So, okay, you're going to get 2 of each of these, so a total of 6. And the winner is, can I get a drum roll? All right. Sherry Kermooch.
It sounds like she's a flower in one of the pancakes.
Sherry, Sherry Kermooch. You are the 8th whole grain in our pancake and waffle mix.
We'll send her an email.
Congratulations, Sherry. Way to be.
Woohoo!
All right, but I want you all to know that, hold on, let's do this. All right.
You only
What?
do it once.
No.
It makes it harder.
There we go.
it's
There we go.
stiff.
I know. We don't
want
have
a
a plate. Okay, we're going to put it right there. Okay. There it is.
What color plate?
And it's good. We're good. We're good. Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go.
Not yellow.
All right. There it is. You can see here. There's the other side. Right?
Woohoo!
There you go.
Oh, I want.
All right.
Mouth
And then
watering.
if I was get in and look at this, Josh. You can see, right? Look at that.
Oh my God! I mean, this isn't quite ready, but Josh, it needs to go a little longer. But look at that!
Top shot.
Look at that! Woo! Woo! Rip.
I
It
know,
should
I'm-
go a little. No!
That's okay.
No!
Ann.
No!
Ann,
Rip.
come on. It's great. It's perfect. All right, but here's the thing. I want you to know not just Sherry is a winner, each and every one of you is a winner because you're all going to get $15 off any order over $100 just by putting in the code PS, which stands for Plant Stock, PS15. It'll be well worth it. Also, I've been informed that we will be revealing to you all later today, probably tonight, our latest product. It's our new product that we're going to reveal to you. We are so excited, and I would love it if you guys could guess in the chat what you think this new product is going to be. It will transform your meals.
I just peeked last night. I am blown away. I am so. Ooh, no.
I'm going to have a bite.
These are great.
They're not ready.
They are
She
ready.
likes everything so crispy.
These
I'm
are
so
ready.
hungry. It smells so good. I'm coming in to take a bite.
Rep, leave one.
Okay, I'll leave one. Okay.
She likes
So-
to do a charcoal briquette.
So I want you all to know that today we have lots of live presentations for you. We also have some pre-recorded presentations for you, and let me explain why. So this is our 4th year doing Plant Stock in this virtual format. And what we've learned over the years is that when everything is live, there is way too much possibility for things to go awry, especially connecting with our chefs or doctors or scientists that are far away. So in order to deliver to you guys the most optimal experience ever, I've pre-recorded many of my interviews with these chefs from my recording studio in Austin, Texas. So that's why you'll see a different background. But these all happened within the last 2 weeks prior to Plant Stock, and everybody's so excited to be part of it. Now, right now,
We're gonna eat.
no, we are going to eat, but I'm going to come up front because I need to introduce somebody.
Can I have a bite of the waffle?
So, upstairs, getting ready to deliver his iconic lecture is my father, Dr. Caldwell B. Esselstyn Jr. You know, he has been at the clinic, the Cleveland Clinic, since 1961. He's been there over 60 years. He was a general surgeon there. He was the head of the breast cancer task force. As I'm sure many of you know, in 1984, he started his revolutionary, really incredible research to show that you could prevent and reverse heart disease through diet. He was the head of the breast cancer task force at the Cleveland Clinic. He was an Olympic gold medalist in the 1956 Melbourne Olympics in 8-oar crew. He won a Bronze Star in Vietnam as a combat surgeon. He won in 2005 the Benjamin Spock Compassion in Medicine Award. He also got the Lifetime Achievement Award from the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. He is one of the most...
He got the George
Walker Bush Award from Yale University. But he is one of the most loving, caring, generous human beings on this planet. He would love nothing more for us as a culture and a world to eradicate coronary artery disease. And so that is exactly what he's going to talk to you about right now. So, Essie, take it away!
Woo-hoo!
Good morning. My name is Dr. Esselstyn. What an absolute pleasure to be with you at this Plant Stock event. Can you imagine? This is the 12th year that we've been having these. Now, this morning it's going to be my opportunity to share with you my research and clinical strategies for eliminating the #1 killer of when men and women in Western civilization, which is cardiovascular disease. Now, the thing that's really quite striking and a bit of an embarrassment for the medical profession in this country is the fact that we have known for over 100 years that there are multiple cultures on the planet Earth where cardiovascular disease is virtually non-existent. For instance, if you were a cardiac surgeon and you were going to hang out your shingle in Okinawa, Central Africa, rural China, the Papua Highlands in New Guinea, or the Tarahumara Indians in northern Mexico, you can forget it. You don't have any heart surgery there. Why? They don't have heart disease. Why? Because they're eating whole food, plant-based nutrition, essentially without oil. Now, what you're looking at now is the oldest slide in my presentation. I took this in 1968 when I was leaving Vietnam, having spent a year there as a combat surgeon. Now, the thing that is important, I think, for the audience to understand is that when you autopsy our GIs who died in combat at an average age of, let's say, 20, 80% in the Korean conflict already had gross evidence of coronary artery disease that you could see without a microscope. Not enough for their cardiac events yet, but imagine that at that young age already being established. So that same study was then repeated, actually, in 1999, 45 years after the first study, this time looking at young women and men between the ages of 17 and 34 who had died of accidents, homicides, and suicides. And now, believe it or not, the disease is ubiquitous. Everybody at that young age already has the foundation for this disease. Not enough for their cardiac events, but just imagine, by the time this group of people gets to be in their late 40s, we now begin to see this absolute tsunami of cardiovascular disease. Now, we had a chance to really get it right in World War II. That's when the Axis powers of Germany overran the Low Countries of Holland and Belgium, and they occupied Denmark and Norway. And it was characteristic that the Germans took away their livestock for their troops. So their cattle, their sheep, their goats, their pigs, their chickens, their turkeys now were gone. And suddenly, these Western European nations became plant-based. And it was really quite striking to see the study from Drs. Strom and Janssen in 1951 in England's leading medical journal, The Lancet. They evaluated specifically the number of deaths from heart attack and stroke in Norway during this period. So let's do this together. Start in this side, looking at the left-hand side, and you can see in Norway, in 1927, deaths from heart attack and stroke were going up. 1930, they were still going up. 1935, still going up. 1939, in come the Germans. Deaths from heart attack and stroke begin to plummet until suddenly we get to who knew these Germans were these great public health educators? But look what happens in 1945 with the death of Adolf Hitler and the cessation of hostilities in the European environment. Immediately back comes the milk, back comes the dairy, back come the strokes, and back come the heart attacks. But sadly, we just didn't get it. Now on this slide, you're looking at two arteries, one of which obviously is thoroughly diseased on the right, and on the left is a normal. And you're probably saying to yourself that when that small little opening on the right closes off, there'll be a heart attack. Well, interestingly enough, not so. Only about 10% of heart attacks occur from something which is this severely diseased. We're going to find out shortly where the other 90% occur. But what seems to happen when an artery slowly is creating this disease, as you see on the right, yes, there will be chest pain or angina. There will be shortness of breath. But actually a heart attack, probably not, because as this slowly closes, often the body will make its own bypass. These tiny little collateral vessels will develop around this blockage, which is slowly encroaching on the blood supply below. But let's take a look at the artery on the left. What I want you to know here is if you look carefully on the innermost part of that artery is a little tiny dark line of single layer cells called the endothelium, which has a very important role to play in maintaining our vascular health. Now, what seems to happen is when we start eating the Western diet of milkshake and pizza and cheeseburgers, things begin to get sticky, sticky, sticky. Our white cells get sticky. Our LDL cholesterol gets sticky. Our platelets get sticky. What I want you to see and share with me now, starting on the upper left of this slide, which I've borrowed from Harvard, and the exciting thing to notice here is you can see in the blue area where the blood is flowing. And then if we start on the left, in the upper left, you will see where Peter from Harvard has painted his LDL cholesterol orange, that it has the opportunity to make its way through that tiny little single layer of purple endothelial cells, which are separating the flowing blood from the wall of the artery. And those LDL cholesterols are going to find their way through a crack, a fissure, or an opening into the subendothelial space, whereupon, because of the diet we're eating, they become gradually oxidized. Now, the subendothelial space does not like these small, hard, dense, oxidized cholesterol particles, which, once they're in the subendothelial space, Peter Libby from Harvard has now painted these yellow to distinguish them. And since the subendothelial space does not like these oxidized LDL particles, it calls upon the SWAT team, which are represented by those blue cells. They also migrate through and begin going from left to right, actually been like Pac-Man, gobbling up all these small, hard, dense LDL particles until we get all the way over to the right-hand side of this slide, where that macrophage, or that foam cell, is now gobbling up all of those small, hard, dense LDL particles, and it is, once it's filled, the foam cell now begins to manufacture these nasty substances we call metalloproteinases: stromelicin, elastase, collagenase, myeloperoxidase. What do they do that is so bad? They gradually thin out the cap over the plaque. As you can see here on this figure on the left of this slide, look at the upper portion of the cap over the plaque, and you will see there is a small little opening or crack. Now that is a critical moment, because what happens is, as you see in the middle figure, from that opening that has developed, we now have the extravasation of, or the oozing out of, if you will, of plaque content into the flowing blood, which activates our clotting factors like platelets. And now you can see where the cap had that rupture, a clot has formed. And the clot is in and of itself self-propagating, so that we now get to the figure on the far right, where you can see that the entire opening of the artery is completely occluded or blocked by this clot. And now that is 90% of how heart attacks occur. Now all the downstream heart muscle has suddenly been deprived of all its oxygen and nutrient, and it starts to die. Now the interesting and exciting thing about today is that if I do my job correctly, all of you, and hopefully your friends and relatives, will be able to make themselves heart attack proof. We're not going to do it with drugs. We're not going to do it with stents. We're not going to do it with bypass surgery, none of which have a single thing to do with the causation of the illness. We're going to do it with changing your biochemistry. How are we going to change your biochemistry? By changing your food to whole food, plant-based nutrition. Once we do this, the entire cascade of events that I've just shared with you is eliminated. You're not going to have your LDL cholesterol become oxidized. You're not going to have the LDL cholesterol go into the subendothelial space. You'll not have the appearance of the foam cell. You'll not have the thinning of the cap over your plaque and its rupture. You will strengthen the cap over the plaque. And when you strengthen the cap over the plaque, it cannot rupture. When it cannot rupture, you have made yourself heart attack proof. How exciting can that be? Now you can forget the x-ray in this slide, but we want to focus on the artist's drawing of the opening of the artery, which is half filled with plaque, and the other half is still open. And you can see in the open section that it is lined by those wonderful endothelial cells. And it was up until 1980 that we used to think of the endothelial cells as these we used to think of the endothelial cells as these cute little red bricks that were lining our pipe. And that all changed in 1980 when Dr. FitzGerald, working in his lab in Brooklyn, was taking the largest blood vessel in the rodent, the aorta, and he would actually make this sort of elliptical spiral staircase cut through that aorta. Then he would immerse it in a bath of saline and it would constrict. But one day he did the experiment with the aorta, but no cut, no injury to the endothelial cells. Immersed it and it didn't constrict. It dilated. He did it again with another one. It dilated. Now suddenly, really, the search was on. What was the EDRF that Dr. FitzGerald had discovered? Endothelial-derived relaxation factor. Now, thank heavens, that term was with us only about 8 years when Dr. FitzGerald, Dr. Murad, and Dr. Luignaro discovered that the EDRF was a gas, nitric oxide. And it was interesting that 10 years later in 1998, those three physicians, Dr. FitzGerald, Luignaro, and Dr. Murad, all received the Nobel Prize. Now you're going to say to yourself, well, wait a minute. What is it about nitric oxide that makes it worthy of a Nobel Prize? Well, the key part of this is what are the functions that nitric oxide possesses. For example, nitric oxide will keep all the cellular elements within our bloodstream flowing smoothly like Teflon rather than Velcro. It keeps things from getting sticky. Number two, nitric oxide is the strongest blood vessel dilator in the body. When you climb stairs, the arteries to your heart, the arteries to your legs, they widen, they dilate, that's nitric oxide. Number three, nitric oxide will protect the wall of the artery from becoming thick and stiff or inflamed and protect us from having high blood pressure or hypertension. Number four is the absolute key. A safe and normal amount of nitric oxide will protect us all from ever developing any blockages or plaques. So literally, everybody on the planet Earth who has cardiovascular disease has their disease because in the previous decades they have so sufficiently trashed, injured, compromised, and turned their endothelial system into an absolute train wreck that they no longer had enough nitric oxide to protect themselves from making blockages and plaque. However, the good news is this. It's not a malignancy. This is a benign foodborne illness. And once you can get patients to understand that never, never, ever again are they to pass through their lips a single morsel that is going to further injure an already train-wrecked endothelium, because then the endothelium will recover, make enough nitric oxide so we can not only halt disease progression, but we often see elements of disease reversal. Now, usually it's about this time in my presentation, if I look out in the audience, I can see them quizzically sort of saying to themselves, golly, I wonder what my level of nitric oxide is. Well, sadly, we don't yet have a quick test in the doctor's office that can tell us how much nitric oxide you've got. However, I want to share with you how it's done from a research standpoint. You take an ultrasound probe, place it over the brachial artery at the elbow, and there you get a readout of the diameter of the brachial artery. Then, for 5 minutes, you encircle the upper arm with a blood pressure cuff, which you then inflate above systolic blood pressure. So for 5 minutes, you have zero blood flow to your forearm and hand. Yes, I've done that. Not exactly habit forming. Then you release the cuff. Take the ultrasound probe, remeasure the new diameter of the brachial artery. In the normal individual, it'll be 30% greater because of the outpouring of nitric oxide while that tourniquet was in place. Now, the next thing that was significant that happened with the endothelial cells and nitric oxide was when Dr. Robert Vogel, chairman of cardiology from the University of Maryland, took a group of healthy young subjects to a certain fast food restaurant that is characterized by arches, which are golden. Half of that group had cornflakes, and then they had their brachial artery tourniquet test, normal. The other half had hash brown and sausage. Within 120 minutes after they'd eaten that meal, with the brachial artery tourniquet test, they could not dilate the artery. That single meal of hash browns and sausage had so injured, so compromised the capacity of their endothelial cells to make nitric oxide, they couldn't dilate the artery. However, being young, as they waited into the late afternoon, early evening, they began to kind of recover. But you and I know that the next morning for breakfast in that group, it'll probably be scrambled eggs and bacon. Lunchtime, we'll have white bread with cold cuts and mayonnaise. And about supper time, baked potato with sour cream, vegetables soaked in butter, lamb chops, ranch dressing on the salad, ice cream for dessert. Here in the good old USA, all day long, starting in our childhood, we begin to trash, injure, and compromise our endothelial cells. So let's take a little summary of nitric oxide's functions. Prevents stickiness, strongest vasodilator, avoids arterial thickening, prevents blockages, and prevents smooth muscle migration into the plaque in the artery, and it can destroy Darth Vader, the foam cell. Now, what you see on this slide are the 4 really powerful defense mechanisms we have against cardiovascular disease. We really only have time today to delve in some depth into the endothelial cell, but what I want you to know is that whole food plant-based nutrition will optimize every one of these on this slide. Well, now let's go to where the rubber meets the road. Suppose you were to take patients who are seriously ill with cardiovascular disease and see if having them eat whole food plant-based nutrition can make a difference in their disease. So this was my first study. It was small, as you can see, 24 people. We had nothing against women. That's just the way the patients were sent to me. And as you can see, they ranged in age from 44 to 68. And it was really rather exciting to try to have them make this significant lifestyle change. Now, what was significant about the nutrition was we wanted to eliminate the foods that injure the endothelial production of nitric oxide. So here we go. Not a drop of oil. Olive oil, corn oil, soybean oil, safflower oil, sunflower oil, coconut oil, palm oil, oil in a cracker, oil in a chip, oil in a piece of bread, oil in a salad dressing. We wanted to also avoid animal protein, meat, fish, chicken, fowl, turkey, and eggs. We also wanted to eliminate dairy, milk, cream, butter, cheese, ice cream, and yogurt. And go easy on the sugary foods, cakes, pies, cookies, stevia, agave, excesses of maple syrup, molasses, or honey. Now, for those of you who are a little nervous about what I said about oil, here's a peer-reviewed scientific study. Let's read the title. Olive, soybean, and palm oil have a similar acute detrimental effect over the endothelial function in healthy young subjects. Pretty straightforward. Now, for the moment, I want to pass our attention to research by Stanley Hazen at the Cleveland Clinic, where he was looking at omnivores who eat the animal foods that you see here. And those animal foods contain lecithin and carnitine. And what Stanley Hazen found out that when he fed these foods to omnivores, they possess in their microbiome, in their gut, they possess bacteria which are capable of metabolizing lecithin and carnitine and turning it into TMA, trimethylamine, which will be rapidly oxidized by your liver to trimethylamine oxide. And it appears that trimethylamine oxide is deleterious to the health of your arteries. But the thing that was really quite exciting about this, when Stanley Hazen gave these, let's say a lamb chop, to somebody who was totally plant-based, and after eating it measured their blood for TMA, it wasn't there. People who are totally plant-based do not possess in their microbiome or their gut bacteria which are capable of converting lecithin carnitine into TMAO. So another way to protect your blood vessels. We're going to take one little drift away, one slide away today from cardiovascular disease, because I thought that this was such a significant moment in history. What you see on there is a slide that was generated actually by the World Health Organization in October of 2015, when, believe it or not, imagine this, representatives from countries all over the globe came to an agreement that red meat and processed meat have the same level of carcinogenicity as smoking cigarettes. Pretty powerful. All right. Remember, we just talked about the foods that we didn't want those patients to have. What do we want them to eat? All these marvelous whole grains for their cereal, bread, pasta, rolls, and bagels. 101 different types of legumes, lentils, and beans. All these marvelous red, yellow, and green leafy vegetables and some fruit. Now, I should share with you that about a decade ago, I made a significant change in our approach, in our program. And that was out of actually an understanding that the endothelial production of nitric oxide is age dependent. For example, you never heard of a boy or a girl at age 8 having a heart attack. They have nitric oxide pouring out of their ears. But by the time that same person is beautifully healthy at age 50, they now have 50% of the nitric oxide they had when they were age 25. And by the time they're 80, they've lost 70%. So the change I made were two. One was a greater stimulation of the endothelial production of nitric oxide. And number two, we adopted the newer research that shows that mankind has an alternate pathway for making additional nitric oxide. So, here we go. I need you to chew, not smoothies, not juicing. I need you to chew 6 times a day a green leafy vegetable, roughly the size of 1/4 to 1/5 of your fist after it has first been steamed or boiled 5.5 to 6 minutes so it's nice and tender. And then you must anoint it with several drops of a delightful balsamic vinegar or rice vinegar, as research has shown, because those acetic acid from those vinegars can restore the nitric oxide synthase enzyme, which is contained within our endothelial cells and able to produce nitric oxide. So you're going to chew this alongside your breakfast cereal, again as a mid-morning snack, again with your lunch and sandwich, that's 3, mid-afternoon 4, dinner time 5, and of course I adore it when you have that evening snack of arugula or kale. Now the second benefit from eating green leafy vegetable, when you're doing that, you're eating a green nitrate, you're actually chewing a green nitrate. That restores the capacity of your bone marrow to once again make the endothelial progenitor cell, which will replace our senescent, injured, worn out endothelial cells. Now the third benefit from chewing this green nitrate, it will mix with the facultative anaerobic bacteria that reside in the crypts and grooves of your tongue. Those bacteria are going to reduce the nitrate you've been chewing to a nitrite. When you swallow the nitrite, it is now your own gastric acid, which is going to further reduce the nitrite to more nitric oxide, which can enter your nitric oxide pool. So think about it. What you've been doing, really, for minimal expense, no side effects, literally, all day long, dawn to dusk, morning to night, you are absolutely restoring nitric oxide, the very molecule, the deficiency of which gave you this disease in the first place. Now there's a caveat to this. The caveat is this: toothpaste with fluoride, public drinking water with fluoride, and mouthwash will injure the beneficial bacteria in your mouth, and I do not like antacids because antacids will lower your gastric acidity and you will be unable to reduce the nitrite to more nitric oxide. Now the top 6 vegetables are kale, Swiss chard, spinach, arugula, beet greens, and beets. However, if you want the whole list, it goes like this: bok choy, Swiss chard, kale, collards, collard green, beet greens, mustard green, turnip greens, snap, cabbage, Brussels sprouts, broccoli, cauliflower, cilantro, parsley, spinach, and arugula, and asparagus. And the reason I do this is that you have to know how whole food plant-based nutrition can also enhance your memory. Oh, with apologies to Leonardo da Vinci, no oil. Now, we want to follow that group of original patients. This is a slide showing what their cholesterol level was and their HDL and triglycerides during the first 5 years and 12 years. And it's interesting that you can see that they kept their total under 150. I next would like to show you several slides of disease reversal. These angiograms were reviewed in triplicate in the Cleveland Clinic Angiography Core Laboratory. So when I give you a certain percentage of reversal, I know it's accurate. Now this is about as small as the naked eye can see. You're looking at the left anterior descending coronary artery in a 67-year-old pediatrician, and from the arrow on the left to the arrow on the right was a 10% improvement. A little easier to see in this 58-year-old factory worker. You're looking at the circumflex artery that goes to the back of the heart, and from the arrow on the left to the arrow on the right, this was described as a 20% improvement. Here we have the right coronary artery in a 54-year-old security guard, and from the arrow on the left to the arrow on the right was described as a 30% improvement. Pretty exciting stuff. This is Joe Crow. In 1996, at age 44, with a cholesterol of 156, he began getting chest pain. There was no family history. He exercised regularly. He was not diabetic. He did not have high blood pressure. Chest pain. In October of 1996, cardiology worked him up. They could find nothing that was wrong. A month later, he finished his surgical schedule and sat down to write post-operative orders when he suddenly felt the elephant was sitting on his chest. Pain in his left jaw, shoulder, and arm. he was having a heart attack. He was whipped down to the catheterization laboratory where he had a cardiac arrest. He was resuscitated, finished the catheterization, one more cardiac arrest, resuscitated, and then he was sent up to the floors, and after 3 or 4 days was stabilized and discharged. But he was very depressed because apparently at the time of his angiogram, the entire lower 1/3 of his left anterior descending coronary artery, as you can see inside this yellow bracket, that whole part of the artery was moth-eaten and diseased, and it was over too long a segment, so you just can't hammer in a stent after stent after stent, and it was too far down the artery to do a bypass, so he was depressed. So Ann and I had Joe and his wife out for dinner 2 weeks after his heart attack, and it went sort of like this. Joe, come on. You've been eating this typical Western diet, and sure enough, you've got the typical Western disease. We've got 10 years of data. Why don't you think about trying plant-based nutrition? And so he said, okay, yes, I'll give it a shot. They really couldn't offer me anything else, but I'm not going to take any of those statin drugs. I said, fine, that's your choice. No, he said, I hear there are too many side effects. I don't want to take them. He became the absolute personification of commitment to whole food plant-based nutrition. And over the next 2.5 years, his total cholesterol plummeted. His bad LDL cholesterol went from 98 to 38. And then after 2.5 years, he had another angiogram. Now, up in the surgical office area, on noontime of the day that I knew he had had his follow-up angiogram, I went over to his office and walked in, and there was Joe sitting behind his desk. I said, Joe, I understand you had the follow-up angiogram. Any chance that I could see how it's going? So he got up from his desk, came around, put his arms around me. He said, I think we're doing okay. Yeah, here, I'd like to have you see it. And you can see, bingo, that whole area that was diseased was now reversed. That was absolutely like a lightning bolt for our research. It was so exciting. And we found since then, yes, indeed, it's much more likely that when patients are young and their plaque is young and made up of inflammation, fat, and cholesterol, that the body has a very strong capability of reversing disease. Now, in patients who are older, where perhaps the plaque has been there for decades and made up of scar and fibrosis and calcification, the likelihood of it getting that to go away is less likely. However, the fascinating thing is that we have found that even those patients can get back to full activity of daily living when they're eating a whole food plant-based nutrition. Now, here, interestingly enough, is another. Now, this is a man who was 45 years old from Florida, and in July of 2017, he had this heart attack. And you can see where the arrow is that this was described as an 80% narrowing of a branch of his left circumflex artery, the branch is called the obtuse marginal. But in addition to this 80%, he had other blockages that made his cardiologist insist that he have bypass surgery, but the patient said, no, I'm really not ready for that. I want to try to make an aggressive lifestyle change and see what I can do. So a year later, they repeated the angiogram, and what was formerly 80% narrowing was now, as you can see on this slide, 40% narrowing. At this point, he made a change in cardiologist, and a year later, his new cardiologist decided they wanted to see what this was doing, and they repeated the angiogram, and now it was absolutely all gone. And this brings up a very telling point. With the safety of whole food plant-based nutrition, the fact that there's no added expense because you've got to eat, and it's so effective, why isn't that every patient with cardiovascular disease should it be at least offered the option of plant-based nutrition and an opportunity to eradicate their disease. So, progressing with this, we really wanted to see how these patients did over the long term. And it was interesting when we reviewed these patients' activity 8 years prior to coming into our study, that while they were in the hands of expert cardiologists, these 18 patients had 49 coronary events of disease progression, as is listed here. However, once those same 18 patients came into our program for over 12 years, 17 of the 18 had no further events. One little sheep wandered from the flock. After 6 years, got into the lamb chops, glazed donuts, all the wrong things, and ended up having bypass, but I'm happy to say that now he's back with the flock, but proves the point that I'm trying to share with you today. Now, not everybody was as excited about our results. We had our critics. Yes, Dr. Esselstyn, that study is too small. It's not randomized. What makes you think that you could repeat this with a larger study and get similar results? So we did, and it was published in 2014 in the Journal of Family Practice. This time it was not 18 patients, it was 200 patients. 2 were lost to follow-up. So let's look at how those patients did. One of the criticisms that physicians have given us is that, Dr. Esselstyn, I can't get my patients to follow your program. Because as you can see here, we had 177 out of 198 who followed. That was 89.3, almost 90% up to 4 years were following our program. So it was really quite exciting. And the reason that we think that we're successful in having patients follow the program is that if you're going to have a patient make a lifestyle change, you surely should make the patient understand how much you respect them, and the only way I know to do that is to give them our time. If you think that you're going to give patients 10 or 12 minutes in an office visit and have them change their lifestyle, you're dreaming. That's not going to happen. The way we have it now in the present format, at the cardiovascular seminar, which I conduct once every month or two, it's a 5.5 to 6 hour program. And at the same time, my secretary will give me a list of their phone numbers 2 weeks beforehand. And I will personally call every one of those 20 or 30 patients to get my arms around their story, and at the same time provide them with an opportunity to ask questions of me, so that coming to the seminar 5.5 to 6 hours 2 weeks after that, they really have a chance to understand what's going on. Now, you're wondering what is the success rate? Well, of those who followed the program, one patient had a small stroke when he was on vacation in China, totally misbehaving. Matter of fact, he should not be in that group, because if you look at it, for everybody who followed the program, the results were 100% successful. The 21 patients who were non-adherent, 62% had disease progression. Well, I wanted to compare our results with some of the better-known results of standard cardiology that are out there at reputable institutions. So let's start first with the box on the right. This is the Lyon Diet Heart Study from France. And at the end of 4 years, 25% of those patients had a major cardiac event, heart attack, stroke, or death. Let's go to the box to the left of that. This happens to be from Columbia Presbyterian Hospital in New York City, the natural history of coronary artery disease. At the end of 4 years, 20% heart attack, stroke, and death. To the left of that, Bill Bowden's Courage study. At the end of 4 years, 19% heart attack, stroke, and death. Now to the left of that is our study. That's the one patient that I mentioned, and those who had followed the program. That's over a 30-fold difference. Why is there such a difference? The difference is we are treating the causation of the illness. And there's been a basic covenant of trust since the days of Hippocrates that whenever possible, the caregiver will share with the patient what is the causation of the illness. And sadly today, in cardiovascular medicine, that's not being done. So, let's summarize. With the diet, no mortality, no morbidity, there's no added expense. You've got to eat, and the benefits simply improve with the passage of time. And when you think about it, almost anybody who's had a heart attack these days now feels they're walking around with a sword of Damocles hanging over their head. When do I get my next heart attack? Nonsense. If they're eating whole food plant-based nutrition, they are thickening the cap over the plaque, and it cannot rupture. And if it cannot rupture, you have made yourself heart attack proof. How exciting is it to think that we are empowering these patients as the locus of control to halt and reverse their disease? Now, this is kind of exciting for me, and I hope it will be for you. This is a 54-year-old gentleman with heart disease and also with some disease in his mid-thigh. And this, on the left, is a pulse volume at his right ankle when we first saw him. He was then having to stop 5 times crossing the skyway to my office because of claudication or pain in his right calf because of the blockage in his thigh. But I was so focused on his heart, I totally forgot about his leg until 10 months into the study. One day when I saw him, he said, "Dr. Esselstyn, do you recall when I first started seeing you, I had to stop 5 times crossing the skyway to your office?" "Yeah." He said, "You know, this last month, the pain is gone. I don't stop." I said, "Don, back you go to the vascular lab." And suddenly on the right, now what do you see? His pulse volume absolutely doubled. We now suddenly had absolutely irrefutable, rock-solid scientific data that food and food alone could absolutely reverse cardiovascular disease. And you're going to say, "Now, wait a minute. What about the statin drugs?" Well, wait a minute. This was 1986. There were no statin drugs. None at all. And this is this is 2 patients that I've shared with you today. Dr. Crow, who refused to take statins. Don, they weren't even invented yet. And look how powerful whole food can be when you're doing it correctly. This is another 78-year-old retired high school chemistry teacher. And he and his wife in their retirement loved to enter square dance contests. But during the fast square dance, he had bilateral calf pain. So he saw these vascular surgeons who got the images that you see here. But he didn't like the large operation for this that they had suggested. And he came in to see us and said, "Dr. Esselstyn, if I choose your method, how long will it take me to get rid of this calf pain?" So I looked at him with great wisdom in my face. And I said, "Probably about 9 or 10 months. 3 months later, I got a phone call. "Dr. Esselstyn, you do not speak the truth. The pain is gone." Now, I don't know what it's quite like of those of you who may be hearing this presentation, but here in Cleveland, when you are watching a mystery or a sporting event, just before the advertisement comes on, you will hear the mellifluous tones of the announcer say something like, "When the moment is right, will you be ready?" Now, we all know that the blood vessels to the penis are really small compared to the blood vessels to the heart. So not infrequently, before somebody will come down with heart disease, they may find they're no longer able to raise the flag, but all is not lost. Not infrequently, 10 or 11 months after I've counseled somebody, I'll get a phone call. "Dr. Esselstyn." "Yes, this is Mr. So-and-so." "Sure enough, good to hear your voice." Yeah, Doc, I thought I really ought to give you a call because recently something has come up and I'm wondering if I don't owe you another check. Now, what you're seeing here really deserves a little explanation. This is a PET scan. And the PET scan sort of evaluates the heart muscle for whether or not it's getting an adequate blood supply. So the figure you see on the left here is the PET scan of a 60-year-old downtown Cleveland stockbroker. And the PET scan, if it is orange or yellow, shows it is getting a good bit of blood supply. But as you can see on the left, there's this patch of green on the right side, which is an area that is poorly perfused with blood. So I counseled him on that day, and we had him come back 3 weeks later for a repeat PET scan, and now look on the right. What happened to that patch of green? It's all now yellow and orange. Now that, to me, was quite striking, because I just knew that we couldn't have absolutely gotten rid of the plaque within 3 weeks. That just didn't make sense. Something else was going on. And that something else, as you see this next slide, this is about as vivid a picture of the blood supply to the heart as you will ever see. You see those three main arteries, the right coronary artery, the left anterior descending, and the circumflex, which ride along on the surface of the heart. And then eventually they dive into the heart muscle, where you can see these literally thousands upon thousands of interconnections that you can see. And I then went to talk to Rodriguez, who is chairman of Cleveland Clinic Cardiovascular Pathology, who perhaps dissects close to 200 hearts a year from the deceased. I said, Rod, how often do you ever see any blockages once the artery has dived into the heart muscle? His answer, never. Now I had the answer why these patients were, in 3 weeks, recovering their blood supply. Because it goes like this. When I first see these patients, obviously they're really usually quite sick, all right? And at that time, their endothelial cells are barely making any nitric oxide, the vessel dilator. And believe it or not, the endothelial cell has now become your enemy. It is now making, when it is so beaten up, it is now making two molecules, endothelin and thromboxane, which, believe it or not, are vasoconstrictive. They make the vessels narrow. So think of it this way. All those thousands upon thousands of intramuscular vessels, although they do not contain any plaque to block them inside, they are all narrowed because of endothelin and thromboxane. And this is why it's so exciting and so gratifying when patients who have, let's say, they have chest pain or angina after walking barely a block or two, when they start eating this way, suddenly within 4, 6, 8, or 10 days, they have to walk 2 or 3 blocks before they get any chest discomfort. And they know that what they're doing is correct. And it's so exciting and so empowering to them, because they are opening up literally all those thousands upon thousands of narrowed intramuscular vessels are opening up. And that's what we learned from physics. Poiseuille's law of flow through the hollow viscus is related to the 4th power of the radius. Translation: tiny increase in diameter, huge increase in flow. So let's now see if we can't summarize how we can reverse cardiovascular disease. We've seen it reversed on the angiogram, on the stress test, on the PET scan. Also, we've seen it reversed on the carotid ultrasound of the vessels going to your brain. And same thing with pulse volume we've talked about. And the 3 symptoms of claudication, angina, and erectile dysfunction. Really, all these are so exciting as a way to reverse heart disease with whole food plant-based nutrition. Now, in summary, as many of you may not have ever been to Cleveland, this is the A building where I worked for many years on the 8th floor as a surgeon. And I also wanted you to see this slide because you, I'm sure, are curious of what the trees look like in Cleveland in February. When I retired from surgery, I was hired at the Wellness Institute. Now, the Wellness Institute has a more modest budget, but really the morale is quite high. And one thing, as I summarize, I've learned over the last 60 years from leaving medical school, yes, brains are important, but nothing is as important as persistence. Persistence best exemplified by this young damsel in Life magazine. 1939, trying to learn how to do the splits. But she stuck with it and stuck with it and stuck with it, and sure enough, the other day in downtown Memphis, I believe it was, that they found her and she had got it right. I certainly have enjoyed being with you. Welcome to Plant Stock.
All right, we are back. Essie, Dr. Caldwell B. Esselstyn Jr., way to tear it up. Okay, Carleigh, how are you doing today?
I'm amazing, especially because I get to be on live with you this morning. How are you, Rip?
Fantastic. Couldn't be better. I'm surrounded by family, the whole Plant Strong team. Yeah, as you know from our Instagram Live yesterday, I'm out at the Knob, the highest point in Northeast Ohio. It is a little chilly, though, but other than that, we're doing great.
I love it.
So, Carleigh, we have exactly 30 minutes to kind of have you do your thing. But before you dive in, I need to ask you this. So your brand is PlantYou. I think it's one of the most successful plant-based brands right now that's out there. How did you come up with the name PlantYou?
I wish there was a really creative, wonderful story for this, but I went on GoDaddy.com, which is where you buy like a domain name, and I started typing. I knew I wanted to do a plant-based blog, and I started typing in the word plant with like all different combinations of names, and eventually landed on PlantYou, and I found it really odd that it wasn't taken. And I was like, what the heck? And then I went on the social media accounts like Instagram, and again, it was available. So then the rest is basically history. I rolled with it, and we've been up and up ever since.
You sure have. You have literally been on the up and up and up and up. So 3.5 million social followers on Instagram alone. Tell me, Carleigh, how has your life changed since 2017, 18, 16 when you launched your brand?
Probably started the blog around 2016, 2017. I mean, it's changed in the best way possible that I get to do what I love every day, which is cooking and impacting people's lives by helping them eat more plants. So I wouldn't say like it's changed so much, but just like I get to wake up in the morning and I'm jazzed about what I'm doing. I get to do amazing stuff like this, and it's just in the best way possible. I'm grateful every day for the people who support and follow me and allow me to do this.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So you also got married this summer, didn't you? Yeah,
we got married this summer. Yes, all vegan wedding. We had a local vegan Mexican restaurant cater it with a taco bar. It's our favorite restaurant. It's called Mexico if you're ever in Ontario, Canada. And it was an unlimited vegan taco bar. So good. They do like these mushroom barbacoa tacos, which are the best thing. I was there last night, actually.
All right. So, Carleigh, this is your second year at PlantStock. You've agreed to make 2 recipes. Let us know what they are and why you selected each one of these.
Yeah, we're going to be tight, so we're going to get moving. We're making a coffee ground scrappy granola. So this is a never before seen scrappy recipe, and I have a huge announcement coming this Wednesday in regards to scrappy. So if you're watching, look out for that. But this is like a little preview of what's to come, and then I'm looking at the floor because I've got a little set down here of what's coming next. But I'm making my garden bolognese, which is one of my favorite recipes in general from the PlantYou cookbook. We make this all the time. It's an amazing plant-packed pasta sauce that's so easy to make. So yeah, I'm super excited. We might as well get started with the coffee ground granola because I'm going to want to put that in the oven.
Okay.
So if you are a coffee drinker and you are constantly having coffee grounds left over, this is one way to utilize them and not throw them away. Coffee grounds are also really great as a plant fertilizer, but we're going to start with about 3 cups of oats. And then...
Are those extra thick rolled oats or just rolled oats? Quick oats?
Yeah, extra thick. They're pretty thick. I'm not sure what kind we got there. And then I'm actually adding coffee right into this. So I believe it's half a cup of brewed coffee. And we are adding... Favorite ingredient to add to breakfast recipes is ground flaxseed. Really good omegas. So delicious. I love the taste. We're going to add about a cup of chopped nuts. You could just add, if you're trying to reduce the fat of the recipe, you could just add an additional cup of oats. I'm using almonds. You could use walnuts, pumpkin seeds. Anything will really do there. 2 tablespoons of tahini, which is my favorite nut butter to cook with.
Why is that?
I just love the taste. I feel like I had never tried tahini until about 3 years ago. And then it was one of those things that I tried, and now I want to put it on everything, especially savory sauces. It's amazing to make like tahini noodles or salad dressings, like a quick tahini dressing with lemon juice, tinge of maple syrup, some nutritional yeast, and water. So good. Quick, really quick dressing. So some cocoa powder there, just plain pure cocoa powder, and our reserved coffee beans from this morning. They used coffee grounds. So this adds, whenever you add anything coffee to something with chocolate, it really enhances the chocolate flavor. So this is going to taste, yes, it has like a coffee undertone, but it's not like overly. So then you're just going to add your sweetener. So I'm doing half a cup of maple syrup there. You can use any liquid sweetener that you want, brown rice syrup, even date syrup.
So the coffee actually amplifies the chocolate flavor.
Yes.
So if you're a chocolate lover, this sounds like you're going to be in chocolate heaven.
Yes. And you know what, Rip? When I was making this recipe, I'm obsessed with the Plant Strong chocolate granola.
Oh.
And I was like, I really want to do a chocolate granola. So you inspired me for that, because I love your oil-free chocolate granola that you guys have had. So we're
Thank you.
going to mix that up.
Yep.
So you can kind of see there, it's like a beautiful dark mocha granola. And I really like this. So like you can prep a batch for the week. Obviously put it in a jar. It'll last for like 3 weeks, month sealed. But it's great just even if you're having oats in the morning and you want a little something extra, you can put it on top. And even like on a vegan yogurt bowl, it's really delicious. So then you're just going to transfer that to your sheet pan.
All right. Now, Carleigh, while you're doing that, I want to ask you a question. You have got all these, I think, fascinating categories that you're now playing in on your Instagram channel. So tell me, do you have a whole like quickies series?
Yes.
And so what does that mean, quickies? Quickies is quick recipes, quick plant-based recipes that you can throw together in 10, 15, or 20 minutes. So really, I kept thinking that I want to do a series that is for people. I hear all the time from my followers that they get home from work and they just don't have time to put something nourishing, easy, and plant-based together. So I'm like, what can I do? What sort of series can I do that would fall in? And one time just the word quickies came to my head. I'm like, I feel like that's catchy. Oh, yeah.
So I think I started that like a month ago, and I've done 10 recipes since, and people love it. Oh. I think they're highly makeable recipes. So like really easy stuff. We've got lots of pasta recipes and noodle recipes, and yesterday I put up like I'm obsessed with fresh spring rolls. Yes. So we made a giant fresh spring roll, almost like a burrito, because I find when I'm making like summer rolls, it can be very time consuming, right, to roll all the individual ones. So I love at lunchtime, if I need something really quick, throwing a bunch of veggies in rice paper, rolling it up in like a big wrap, almost like what you would think of if you're thinking of a salad wrap, except it has at least an exterior to keep it together. And then you can dip it in a sauce. A tahini sauce would actually be really good. So we're gonna pop this in the oven about 30 minutes. I don't know if that will have time to see the finished product, but you can think of a glorious, chunky chocolate granola, and you can add cacao nibs and chocolate chips at the end to mix in. Just unreal, chocolate on chocolate. So I'm gonna pop that in the oven, which my kitchen is back here. I'll be right back.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay.
Now, Carleigh, so when that comes out, is it like one big cookie sheet, and then do you have to break it up?
Yeah, exactly. It's a little like, you don't necessarily have to break it up too much. It'll be like a pretty much granola right out of the oven, but a little bit, like you can kind of like chunk it up. It's so good. Even if you add just like a little plant-based milk to it for a snack, or if you're somebody who hikes or runs, I think it's great to like take out on a trail, almost like a granola bar. Okay.
Hey, I know you're moving on to the garden bolognese, but tell me about that dress. I love that dress.
Oh, this dress. It's from a company, I want to say it's called Something Coast. Twin Coast, Something Coast. But yeah, it's a beautiful brand. It's nice. It's airy, good for cooking.
Yeah.
Yay.
Okay, I've got some items here that are coming up. I've got to reset the stage. So this is the garden bolognese that I'm making, and I'm actually riffing on it a bit because I'm gonna add some tofu to it because this is something that we really like to do in our house. Jesse wants to eat a lot of protein all the time because he's constantly working out. So I try to think of easy ways that I can add like tofu or protein to a recipe. So basically for this garden bolognese, we just add everything to a food processor. And one thing I really like about this recipe is like it's super versatile. So you could use just about any vegetable you have in your fridge to make like a veggie ground, which is your ground beef substitute basically. And the other thing I really like about this recipe is it was inspired by my childhood. So one of the first things I did when I went vegan, I grew up, my whole family, huge pasta lovers, especially like my mom. Every time I came home from school, I would like smell this amazing pasta sauce on the stove. And I remember when I first went vegan, I was like, how am I going to live without this pasta sauce? Because it was like a beef ragu almost. And it's one of the first recipes I veganized. And I remember when I did it, I don't know how I had this idea to throw everything in a food processor, but it was one of those things where once I had veganized this recipe, I was like, okay, I can do this because I can have like my mom's pasta sauce, even better. Don't tell her that. And all plants, all healthy. And I can veganize anything from here. So I love to tell people to make this because I think everybody loves a pasta sauce. So basically to start, we're going to add chunks of vegetables into your food processor. I'm starting with onion, garlic, and bell pepper here. So literally you can just do huge chunks. If you don't have a food processor, you could also just finely chop everything. It's just going to be obviously more time consuming than this will be.
Would you say, Carleigh, are you patient in the kitchen or do you like doing things quick?
I like doing things quick because typically I'm filming all day, right? So I'm typically filming recipes all day, and that's very time consuming. So if say I made a breakfast recipe during the day and then I still need to get dinner on the table, that needs to go quickly because I got stuff to do. So I'm just adding garlic to the food processor as well. So yeah, I like speedy things, and I think people really appreciate recipes that are quick and easy because that's what I like to show people, that plant-based doesn't have to be like so time consuming. And I know your mom and sister are the same. Like their recipes are so simple, so plant-filled, and so delicious. So.
Yeah, and in your story behind this recipe, you say if there's one recipe in the book that people should try, it's this one. I mean, you love it that much.
We make it all the time because I think it's one of those recipes that's really good when you get to the end of the week and you're like, okay, I maybe overbought on vegetables. I've got like a bell pepper, I've got some onions, I maybe have some garlic, maybe have spinach or basil or some sort of green. Like you can make this with basically anything as long as you have a jar of pasta sauce. Yeah. And so we
Carleigh, is this recipe firefighter approved? Because I know that your father was a firefighter.
Yes, it is firefighter approved. He loves this. So there you go. Okay. It's going to get loud for like a second. Okay.
That is the most colorful pot.
Yeah. Oh, this pan.
Yes.
From our place. Yes. It's a great pan. So basically, we're going to take this, which you can see now is like ground up, and add this to our pot here. And now, I wonder how many people watching are mushroom lovers or mushroom haters. Because when I first went vegan, I didn't like mushrooms. Now I love them. But you're gonna add, and this is one of the recipes I use to like make myself like mushrooms, because you really cannot detect them in this recipe. So I'm gonna add 2 cups of cremini mushrooms right to that food processor again. And I'm gonna add, which is not in the recipe in the book, but we have adapted it since. I like to add a block of extra firm tofu, which just adds protein and like a meatiness to the recipe. It's really good.
Looks good. Looks really good.
So we're gonna add that to the food processor. It's really quick, like that pulse that in no time. So it all becomes this crazy, like if you think of the amount of veggies packed into this sauce. I know our mutual friend Will Balsowitz talks about how important it is to get a diversity of vegetables. This is a really easy way to do it. And you can add the cherry tomatoes right in the sauce, which I'll probably do. So I'm just gonna reset the stage so we can start cooking this down.
Yeah. Carleigh, so while you're doing that, let me ask you, if you had to just pick 3 pieces of kitchen equipment that you could have, what would they be? Would the Ninja make the cut?
Did Ninja make the cut? Yeah, like I am a huge fan of Ninja products because they're really effective and generally a good price point. So I think I would opt for a blender over a food processor because I think you can kind of use a blender in a similar form. But okay, so blender, pan, does a pan count? And blender, pan.
That's all right. You keep focusing on your bolognese.
We're rolling. I'm gonna have to grab a spatula. I forgot one over here, so I'll be 1 second here. I'm just gonna run back.
Look at that. Is that like a hot pink? It's kind of a mute.
It's almost like a burgundy. They come in all different colors, though. It's a beautiful deep pan, nice nonstick.
Yeah.
I think ceramic. So you're just gonna cook this down, and I like to add, where did it go? Balsamic vinegar and a little bit of salt.
Okay, so Carleigh, while you're stirring that up, let me ask you: is another one of your categories recession recipes? What does that mean?
So recession recipes I started to show people that you can make healthy plant-based meals, again, not only delicious, not only healthy, but cheaply. So we try to do recipes that have at least 4 to 6 servings for under $10 Canadian, which is a feat. I don't know how grocery prices are there, but grocery prices are crazy in Canada. So it's just, again, I want to show people that eating plant-based is easy, fun, and can be cheap, because I think a big misconception among people is that that when you go plant-based, it has to be expensive, which is so not true, because if you look at, I don't know, I went plant-based 7 years ago, but when I first went plant-based before that, buying chicken and cheese and stuff, that was always the most expensive thing on the grocery store. Yeah. So it always confuses me when people say that eating plant-based is super expensive. I think eating healthy in general isn't cheap, but if you look at the whole food staples of things like beans and grains, and even some fresh produce, it generally is going to be the cheapest thing on your grocery store. You just have to stay away from the processed food items, which as soon as it's like in a package with like a fancy label, suddenly that price is going to go way up. So
well, and your good friend Tony Akamoto also knows how well you can eat plant-based for very little money. Yeah,
I love Tony.
I know, you guys are buds.
Yeah, so we're just gonna add some cherry tomatoes in here as well.
Oh, do those come straight from the farmer's market?
Yeah, they came from the farmer's market. They're like the yellow sun gold, I think they call them.
Yeah.
These are actually cherry tomatoes. I think they're grape tomatoes, which I don't know if there's too much of a fundamental difference in taste, but they're a different shape. They're like,
Yeah. Now, Carleigh, while you're stirring that up, can I ask you some more questions?
of course.
Okay, great. So you also have another category called sneaky veggies, right?
Yeah, this would be a good actually sneaky veggies recipe right here. Yes, sneaky veggies I created for people who have like, I think when you go plant-based, if you're not used to eating a ton of vegetables, you can have some issues with like your palate or even like the feeling of vegetables in your mouth. So I was like, I'd love to see a series where the vegetables are hidden. And I know people sometimes use them for their kids and whichever else. So sneaky veggies is like sneaking veggies into recipes. So this would be a very good example because once I add the sauce, you're really not going to realize that this is like a full veggie meal. It feels like a ground. So yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah. So we have a lot of people, because we're live, a lot of people are asking in the chat room, Carleigh, they're fascinated with that pan and they want to know if you have any affiliation. Do you have a promo code or anything for people?
You can try the promo code PlantYou. I don't think I do though. It's an Our Place plan. It's a good pan. I have other favorites too. This is really pretty for cooking demos. What I do find about it is the non-stick wears off quite quickly, which if you're doing oil-free cooking, which I imagine a lot of your audience is,
Yes.
that is not the most ideal.
What do you recommend?
You know what? I don't know if I found my ideal pan.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
And
How
it's
about
funny
you?
because we
what do you
haven't
do?
either. We're still on the lookout.
Yeah. We might
Yeah.
need to make our own one day, but yeah, it's hard to find something for oil-free cooking that really has longevity. But this is a great pan. I mean, it's nice and deep, which is
Yeah.
great.
All right, Carleigh, do you have another category called cool beans?
Yes.
I think that Dan Butner is a big fan of that.
Yeah. Beans. One of the, I think Dan says it's like the #1 longevity food. Dan Butner, who everybody who haven't watched the Blue Zones documentary, it's just like 10 out of 10 awesome. So beans, such a great food. We should all be eating beans every day if we can. And so I wanted to like make beans cool again. So I started a series where I basically make really delicious, palatable bean recipes, like think rosé beans or chickpea cookie dough. Like beans are so versatile, so delicious. So yeah, that's another one of my favorites. I love you're going back in the PlantYou history.
Yeah. Do you ever do sneaky beans, like throw in beans and brownies or anything like that?
Yeah. Black bean brownies. I've got a great recipe for black bean brownies on my blog, and also like I did a campaign with Bush's Beans where I made like almost a Nutella spread using chickpeas and cocoa powder. Delicious. So tinge of maple syrup, a little bit of sea salt. So I'm just adding like a jarred pasta sauce. I have never used this brand before, so I don't want to go and recommend it. Okay. I really like, if you are looking for a pasta sauce, I really like the white linen brand from Costco. I don't know if you guys would have that in the U.S. And do you guys do pasta sauce? Does Plant Strong do pasta sauce?
We don't. We're looking to do pasta sauces, but it's very challenging with the minimum order quantities and having the taste get just right without, all the oils and everything like that. So we're still looking.
You could even use, if you don't want to use a pasta sauce, you could even use like diced tomatoes in this and then just add like seasonings. I just like this. If you're like a busy mom and you have like a work night meal, you just add like a jar of pasta sauce and your recipe is basically done after you add your spinach, and you serve this over a plate. I actually have a plate over there. I don't know how much time we have left, but of like chickpea pasta. So over the years, one really cool like advancement I think in food has been the introduction of like lentil and chickpea pastas, and it makes gives your pasta like great fiber, great protein, great nutrient density, while still being able to enjoy a nice plate of delicious pasta.
Yeah, no, they have come so far with all the different pastas. You're exactly right. And especially that are gluten-free.
Yeah.
So we've got about 5 minutes left. All right.
Okay.
You're doing great. And as you can imagine, I've got more questions for you. Is there any, so you're going to take, I mean, that looks like that could feed 12 people.
Yeah, I mean, this can just feed my husband, basically. He's like, he never stops. But it's an amazing, like, thick and delicious pasta sauce. But yeah, whenever I'm making food for dinner, I feel like anybody listening is probably the same, but I try to make a large quantity so that we can have lunch the next day, or at least I can pack it in Jesse's lunch the next day. So that's a big thing, is like batch cooking is, when I was working a regular job, is such a key to success in a plant-based lifestyle, I think. It's just making a large quantity so that you have meals for the next day. And it also kind of goes back to the blue zones, where they talk about eliminating, like creating an environment around you that makes living a healthy lifestyle easy. And I think one of the keys to that is batch cooking. So if you are making a pasta sauce, maybe instead of making pasta sauce for 2, make pasta sauce for 6 servings. You can freeze some for later, or you can meal prep and have lunch for the next couple of days. And what that really does is it means the next day when lunch rolls around, you have a delicious, healthy, plant-based meal made, and you're not gonna like go through the drive-through at lunch and spend unnecessary money, eat food that's not gonna make you feel good. So yeah, highly recommend batch cooking when you can.
Yeah, we have a saying at Plant Strong, which is make your environment look like your goals.
Yes.
And then, you know, you're setting yourself up for success.
You know what I've been doing lately, Rip, inspired by actually you and Dan Butner, was Jesse and I have been playing pickleball, and I'm obsessed.
Well, yeah. What kind of greens are those?
Spinach. You could add basil too. I think in the book it's basil, but again, it's so versatile. And I find with spinach, like, as you know, you can add a whole bunch and then it disappears. Yeah. Which is good and bad.
Yeah. No, Carleigh, pickleball, I play pickleball at least 5 days a week. At least.
Wow.
Yeah. I love it.
Are you
love it.
in the league?
Am I in a league? Yeah, I'm in a league. Yes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yes. So Carleigh, so another category that you have plant-based basics, correct? Is that a category?
Yeah.
And then is the first category that you ever had scrappy cooking? Was that the first one?
I think it was the first series I ever started with scrappy cooking. And it was so funny because it came about so organically. As a food blogger, and again, we've talked about the expensive fresh food in this, I try to mitigate waste and save money. So I was already doing things like, if I bought, say, beets with the leaves, I would use the leaves in like a salad or make like a kale chip dupe. And so I threw up a candied orange peel recipe one day, because I had just made candied orange peels, and people went nuts. And I remember I walked away from my phone thinking nothing of it, and then I came back and it had been viewed by like 1 million people. Yeah. And I was like, wow, people are interested in reducing their food waste, which obviously made me very excited, because what a lot of people don't understand is when you throw out food, it ends up in our landfills and emits methane, which contributes to global warming. So yeah, and I got very passionate about it because, again, I'm very passionate about our environment, and then also helping people save money and reduce their waste. And I think we've done over 70 episodes so far. Yeah. And again, I have a huge announcement coming this Wednesday. It's to do with scrappy cooking that I'm so excited to share.
I can't wait. So let me ask you this. You had a post on September 6th, and you said that you're cooking up your biggest project yet, and you're asking people to fill out, I think it was a questionnaire. It would take 2 minutes. Is that something that we could still help you with? Because we've got thousands of people that are watching you right now.
The questionnaire is closed, but if you watch my socials, like, you're not going to miss it come Wednesday. I am going to be talking about this for the next year. So I'm sure if anybody, if you're looking for me on PlantYou on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you live, I am there. So you can find me. And this recipe is in my first cookbook, but you can also find it online. Oh, you're getting it in the book.
Yes.
You guys are sending. So it's the vegan bolognese. So the sauce is just glorious. Serve it over like a chickpea pasta. And you have got literally such an amazing plant-based meal. Coffee ground granola, put it over your oatmeal in the morning. And we're ready to have a plant party.
Yeah, PlantYou. Hey, Carleigh, thank you for taking time out of your Saturday morning to be here with us for our 12th annual Plant Stock. I so appreciate you and everything that you're doing to help get people leaning into all things plant-based. You rock.
Thanks so much. Where I'd rather be. Have a great day.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so everybody, next up we have got Plantiful Kiki. She'll be making some incredible dishes. That'll be followed up by Gigi Carter and Sersie Blue with the Daniels Fast. And then we're going live with you-know-who, Jane and Ann. Razzle dazzle. Kiki Nelson, it is so great to have you as part of our Plant Stock lineup for 2023. You are one of the Broc Stars that has made it, onto the scene. And I so appreciate you coming and sharing some recipes with our audience.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I love sharing simple food with people. So,
yeah. So, before we dive in, I just want people to know that you were on the Plant Strong podcast. You were episode number 200 if people want to go back and listen to it. We really had a fantastic conversation about all kinds of things around, for example, your weight loss, losing 70 pounds, learning to lean into loving yourself, right? That self-love instead of self-hate that I think so many of us in this culture, find ourselves in that mindset.
yeah.
And tell me, just while I'm talking about it, what did you do to get yourself out of that self-hate mindset? Was it the journaling and the positive affirmations, or what was it exactly?
I think it first started with realizing that I'm in a relationship with myself and it's been an abusive one, right? So you don't stay in a relationship where you're talking down to the other person or the other person's talking down to you constantly. So I had to first realize that I was always talking down to myself. So when I decided to change that, I decided to make my journey about learning to love myself and take care of myself versus change a body that I hated. And then, yes, journaling every day and writing down, okay, what are the things that I can appreciate about myself? And what are the things that I want to believe about myself? And then going through those every single day was a huge, tremendous part of being able to shift my mindset over time to where I am today.
Well, what's interesting in reflecting on the conversation that we had was you were like, okay, if I can lose 30, 40 pounds, then I will be happy. And you said that it was like you were chasing your tail because you lost the 30, 40 pounds, but you looked inside and you didn't feel any happier, right? And then you realized it was what was between your ears.
Right. The problem, yes, I had weight and health issues, but the problem really was between my ears and how I was framing my life and framing my belief system. And what you believe about yourself and about life will give you the results, that you get. So once I realized that, being intentional about my day, about what I wanted out of life and health, that's everything.
Yeah. And when you started kind of looking for ways to appreciate yourself, you started like really high level, like, okay, I appreciate this body for being able to give birth to 2 healthy babies, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
yeah.
I couldn't say things like, I love my curves. I wasn't in that place. So I chose things that were very almost mechanical or practical that I could appreciate. And that appreciation grows into self-respect, and that self-respect eventually turns into a deep self-love.
Yeah. And so at one point you were about 100 pushing 194 pounds. You went to go see the doctor, and he basically told you, hey, Kiki, you need to lose 40 pounds yesterday. And you told me in our conversation on the podcast that this was super frustrating for you because you've been basically dieting since you were 12, 13 years old. Right. And so you kind of, I think you were venting with a friend of yours who basically suggested that you try, John McDougall, the Starch Solution, and you read the book in it, and that kind of made the difference, correct?
Yeah, I will forever say that Dr. McDougall's book changed my life. I owe him my life because I had never heard that information. I had never read that I should be living on a starch-based diet, or that high fat was really the cause of high blood sugar. And I had just never been exposed to that information. And what helped was his incredible website where you can see the testimonies of people changing their lives with eating potatoes. So yeah, it completely changed my life.
Yeah. And then you also, and I think this is really important for everybody that's listening and wanting to lose weight, if you've reached a plateau and you're frustrated, you also said that the calorie density lecture that you saw by Jeff Novick was also super helpful.
Mind-blowing as well, because I was on my journey when I started eating plant-based and high starch and low fat. I did lose weight immediately, and it was fast and it was fantastic. But then, like everyone, you're going to hit those plateaus. So I started looking at, well, what can I change? And so when I came across the concepts of calorie density in that video by Jeff Novick, it was life-altering again. So I just made those adjustments, and it got me to where I am today.
Well, I want to, and while you're making some of these recipes today, I want to talk about some of those calorie density principles that you've applied, and what might be able to help a lot of our participants of the of Plant Stock. The theme of this year's Plant Stock is coming together. What does coming together mean to you and your family?
So we live a really close and intentional lifestyle. So for us, coming together is just being intentional with our time with each other. So we do a lot of gardening together, a lot of hiking together, and then every day we do come together for dinner. I think it's really important to, as much as possible with everybody's crazy schedules, come together for a meal where we can chat with each other and joke around. So that to me is coming together.
And you live in a little cabin up in the mountains above Fort Collins, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And
we live
and what's this,
pretty remotely.
And what's the size of your cabin?
So my cabin is only 1,200 square feet. So it's a little 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, cozy cabin. And then, we have, I think the barn is three times the size of my cabin.
Well, I love that you're doing that. And I don't know if we talked about it on the podcast, but this place that's now my kind of podcast studio and world headquarters, this is where I grew up with my wife and 3 kids until we just were busting at the seams. And this is a 900 square foot home with one bathroom, two bedrooms, one bathroom. So, but I know what you mean about being on top of each other and intentionally, being together. It was really great. So what 3 recipes are you going to kind of razzle and dazzle us with today?
All right, so I've got my famous ranch dressing that I'm going to show you guys how to make. Super simple. And then I'm going to show you how to make a chickpea chicken salad that today I'm going to put into a sandwich. You can make it into a wrap or put on a salad. But I like this because it makes for a good cold lunch for people that need to take things to work, or people that are going on a road trip and want to make sandwiches, or on a hike, picnic, whatever. And then I'm going to show you how to make the Persian chickpea salad. Well, it's a bowl. It's not a salad. It's a Persian chickpea bowl with rice in it. And it's another one of my most popular recipes.
And are all these recipes in your Plantifully Lean cookbook?
Yes. Yep,
Okay.
all 3 are in there. And I like these because they're easy to prep for and then just throw meals together throughout the week as you're going.
We love simplicity. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you want to start with?
Well, so we'll start with ranch. So I'm going to start with cashews. I always tell people if you have a nut allergy, you can use hemp seeds. And then if you're in it to win it and want no fat, then you can replace cashews with white beans. But I've also had some fans tell me that they will peel some raw zucchini and put that in instead of cashews, or use a little bit of steamed peeled potato. And I haven't tried those yet, but I've heard from multiple sources that it works fantastic in here. So if you're looking for nut-free, those are some good options to try out.
Well, that's great to know. Great to know.
Yeah. And even if you want to use the cashews, but cut it in half. So this is a half cup in here. You can use a 1/4 cup. And if you soak them for a few hours and then rinse them off, it doesn't even make a difference. You don't have to use the half cup. You can use that 1/4 cup of soaked cashews and the dressing comes out the same. And you've cut the fat in half. So to the half cup of cashews, I'm just going to add a 1/4 teaspoon of onion powder, 1/2 teaspoon of garlic powder, and about 3/4 teaspoon of salt. You can obviously adjust all of this to taste. And then in the recipe book, I recommend soy milk because it just comes out thicker, but a lot of people have soy allergies, it seems. And I've come across this brand, I don't know if you can see it, it's called 3 Trees.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's just filtered water and organic almonds. That's it. And this one works really well. Otherwise, some of the other almond milks can be kind of watery. But I always tell people, if it sits in the fridge for a few hours, it does thicken up. So I'm just going to add a cup of this.
What are the calories per serving in that milk?
Oh, if I had my book right here.
Look on the back of that.
Oh, the milk. I thought you were asking me. So it is 100 calories per cup.
Okay.
But here's the thing. You're using a few tablespoons at a time. And so what's interesting is the calories when you're using like my dressings, they're actually less per tablespoon than like the flavored balsamic vinegars. Because the balsamic vinegars, are so concentrated and the sugars are higher. So, and again, that would be less if you used a different milk and you're okay with it being a little watery, or add some of that steamed potato, like my fans are saying they do, and see how that works out. So then to that, I'm just going to add 2 tablespoons of just white vinegar, and that's it. Then you blend it up until it's nice and smooth, and you have the most delicious ranch dressing that I've ever made. I worked on this for a very long time because I was struggling to eat salad or anything really when I was transitioning to a plant-based diet.
Well,
so this is amazing.
You have said that your cheese sauce and your ranch dressing saved your life.
saved my life. I was not going to make it unless I figured. I dedicated an entire summer, that first summer, to figuring out a cheese replacement and a ranch replacement. So, and this is it. So you just blend this until smooth. And I'm not going to blend. I'm like Julia Child over here. I've got one already made.
Oh,
So you have
nice.
to deal with me blending it. But then I just add, you can add dill if you're into dill. My family's not into dill, so we don't add dill. I just add dried chives and parsley from our garden. And then you have this really creamy, awesome dressing. That
Can you put a little on your finger so we can see or on the spoon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's
That's a nice consistency.
Yeah, it's perfect. I love it. So once you have that done, let's make the chickpea chicken salad. I loved chicken salad. So this is just a can of chickpeas that I have drained and rinsed. And I really like the Eden organic ones because they just seem softer. And I know that they soak them. And I don't know if other companies soak their legumes before they prepare them, but I know Eden Organics does soak theirs. So I like that. So then you just want to like mash them up. And I'm just using this little masher that I found on Amazon. Yeah. Everybody on social media always asks me, but if you have like a pastry, I don't know what this is, like it cuts the butter into dough. That works really well. It actually works better than that chopper. So I'm gonna use that. And
so while you're doing that, let me ask you, so this is your kitchen. Do you love your kitchen?
Yeah, I love it. And you are literally seeing all of it. Like this is it. This is my little cabin kitchen.
Wow.
So I used to have a really big, beautiful kitchen in the cabin we lived in before, but we had designed that house and it was mostly kitchen for me. But honestly, I don't miss it at all. This has forced me to thin everything out and just simplify life even more. And I'm here for it. I love it.
Well, I think you're right. I think less is more. Is that a little Buddha that I see behind you? Little Buddha statue?
Buddha. No, those are right here. Those are my cutting boards. They're just cutting boards.
I thought it was a Buddha statue.
That are stacked up. No, you know what I do have though is in the pantry on the wall, I found this really amazing wallpaper that's all root vegetables, but they look like sexy legs.
Oh.
They're like sexy carrots and my kids love it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to show that to you sometime. All right, so I have the chickpeas mashed and they're still kind of coarse, but you can do the texture that you like. I just don't like having whole bites of chickpea in my salad because when you put it in sandwiches, you want it to kind of stick together so it doesn't fall out. So in my book, I have it super simple. I just add some of the ranch dressing to give this flavor. But today I'm going to be a little fancy. I'm going to add some diced red onion because we like that crunch. So I'm just going to add some of that. And then I've got some really like finely diced celery. I feel like celery is really polarizing. People love it or they hate it.
Oh, I love it in a kind of a chickpea or any kind of a chickpea mock salad. It's instrumental. Yeah, it's the best. So then I'm going to take the ranch, and so I prep ranch and cheese sauce at the beginning of every week. So Sunday I'm making ranch for the week and cheese sauce because then you can do things like this. It's not just for salad or dipping veggies. You can make all sorts of different recipes. So I just add a few tablespoons of that into here and it gives it all that delicious flavor. And you can see it comes together and it gets creamy. It's so good. And then of course I'll add like pepper and garlic salt. I get made fun of in the comment section on YouTube because of my extreme love for garlic salt. I don't know what it is, but this stuff is magic. Kiki,
So,
you've been
you know.
making that ranch dressing and your cheese sauce on Sundays for the week. How long have you been doing that? For like 2 years, 3 years? How long?
No, for like 5 years now.
And
Yeah.
and you're not sick of it. You still love doing it.
No, no, we love it. And the cheese sauce is really fun because we love adding like pickled jalapenos and some of that jalapeno juice to it and blending it up. And then it tastes like you know what it tastes like? I know this may sound bad, but it tastes like the nacho cheese sauce that you get at like the ballpark, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It tastes so good. I love it. All right, so that's it. So you have your chicken salad made, which you can, you know, eat with lettuce cups, you know. We love doing that. But today I'm going to make a sandwich. So this is just Ezekiel bread, which I love. And I always toast it because I feel like when you try to eat Ezekiel bread not toasted, like that's not recreational, you know.
No.
No.
It's a little hardcore.
That is. So, but when you toast it, it completely changes it. So when people tell me like, "Oh, I hate Ezekiel bread," I'm like, "But have you toasted it?" It's a whole different bread. So and I'll make these sandwiches for picnics and hikes. My kids love this. So I just pile on the chickpea salad there, and I've got some fresh sprouts here. We add some fresh sprouts, and then
you do your own sprouting, or do you buy your sprouts?
I do my own sprouting. I don't have any right now because we just finished them. So these are from the store. And then I've got some romaine leaves. And that is it. You see that?
That looks delicious.
It's so good.
You telling me about the Ezekiel bread and toasting it and how it makes such a difference reminds me of a little riddle. I'm going to throw it at you and see how you do. What do you put in a toaster?
Bread.
There you go. Most people say toast.
Yeah. Oh.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
All right. You got to toast that bread. All right. So I love that. You can do that in wraps. And like I said, like that's a great school lunch as well. If you've got kids or grandkids that you're making lunch for. But I love giving people cold lunch options because a lot of people work and they're like, Kiki, I can't make curry for lunch or heat anything up. So that is a great option. So now I'm going to show you guys the Persian rice and chickpea bowl. So I make my rice in the Instapot and I just follow the directions on the Instapot for that. But what I did is I added saffron to the water and then put that in, and it just gives it like this pretty color, which makes it, you know, more Persian.
That's
and
gorgeous.
I found that it comes out so pretty. And these are the things I had to do when I was trying to get my kids to eat more real food, you know, because we were coming off of like mac and cheese and Taco Bell runs. So adding saffron to rice just made it more interesting for my kids. So, and I find that at Trader Joe's, you can buy saffron very inexpensively.
Wow.
So,
well, that's interesting. I've heard that saffron by the ounce is more expensive than gold. So if Trader Joe's has it for a reasonable price, that sounds like it's worth a trip.
Yeah. So they have like these little jars in the spice section, and I think I could be wrong, but I think they're like $3 for this little jar. And you just need a little pinch because when you look in there, you're like, this is it. Like I'm paying $3 for this, but you just need a little pinch. So I'm just going to make the base recipe that's in my book. But if you are trying to, you know, eat more and this is still great for weight loss. Like I ate like this and lost weight, but if you're down to those last 10 to 20 pounds and you have to create more of a calorie deficit, all you want to do is be adding more vegetables to your meal. So if I wanted to eat, this is only about a cup, maybe a cup and a half of rice. But if that's not going to be enough for you, then add more vegetables to this. So I'll make the base recipe and then I'll show you guys what's going on. So to the rice, I'm just going to add some more chickpeas. And I just do a little sprinkle. I don't like it to be overpowering. And you can
Now,
get
Kiki,
a fancy, yeah.
are those chickpeas that you're adding to your Persian rice? Are they just like kind of rinsed right out of the can?
They are. And so
Yeah.
I'm showing you like super basic because my rice is still hot because I made it this morning. You can heat them up. You can put them in a pan with some onion and just heat them up and kind of roast them in the pan real quick and season them and throw them on here. You can get as fancy as you want, but I'm going to show you how simple and easy it is to just be very basic and throw this together, and it is still delicious. So I add that, and then I add some chopped tomato, and I add a lot of tomato because I love that fresh bite. And then I have some sliced green onions, which is delicious. And I had a Iranian babysitter growing up, and she made some version of this that I got to eat most days growing up, and it was so good. So I had to recreate it. And so this is chopped cilantro. Now I know cilantro is really polarizing for people. You either love it or you hate it. So if you hate cilantro, parsley is amazing in here. And in fact, that's how my babysitter made it growing up, was with parsley. So I just mix that in there. And you can season this with, if I were seasoning it with, actually I'm going to season it with more garlic salt, but I know a lot of people don't do salt. So you can leave that off. I put a little garlic salt and pepper. I don't know why garlic salt is so amazing, but it is. And then here's the other use for your ranch.
Yeah.
And I don't know why this works, but it is incredible. So do not sleep on this. It is so good. And it feels like you went through all this trouble to make this delicious meal. And see, it was so simple.
Yum, yum, yum. And so, you know, before we go, I'd love for you to share a little bit more about your plate and how you used to maybe run away from carbohydrates. Now you run towards them. Rice, potatoes, bread, pasta. Tell me, why do you love carbohydrates as opposed to fearing them now?
Because once I finally understood the mechanics of weight loss and how it works, carbs made me thin again. So, you know, and they give you energy. You're not always craving sugar. You're just a more happy, balanced person because your body, your cells, your brain is getting everything that it needs.
And I think it's important for people to understand that once you understand calorie density, you realize that when you're eating like the carbohydrates that Kiki has shared with us today, the calorie density of them, for the most part, is below 600 calories a pound, which is kind of right where we want to be, right?
Right. And and you just, you get to a healthy weight range naturally when you focus on those foods.
Yeah. And then we, you know, in the podcast, we talked a lot about, you know, if you're trying to lose those last 15, 20 pounds, you've reached a plateau, then do 50% of your plate, more of the 50 starchy carbohydrates, and then the other 50% of the non-starchy carbs, which are what?
So non-starchy vegetables. So you want to do half your plate full of your starch. So let's say I want half my plate full of some steamed potatoes with cheese sauce on it. Then the other half, I want to choose a non-starchy vegetable like broccoli, zucchini, mushrooms, asparagus. You know, Google it. There's a huge list of non-starchy vegetables, and you can roast them. You can drizzle them with a little ranch or a little cheese sauce. But when you're filling half of your plate with those lower calorie dense foods that are super high in nutrition, and you eat those first before you eat your starch, you're filling your belly with the lowest calorie dense foods that have the most amount of water and fiber. So you're staying full and getting tons of nutrition. And then you're eating your starch, which you need. Your brain needs that. You have to eat starch to stay alive. But what you're doing is you're getting to eat a large portion of food for half the calories.
Yeah. And that
equals weight loss.
And when we were talking, in the podcast, you told me how you have a big appetite and you love to eat.
I do. I do. I used to be embarrassed by it, but I've embraced it. So I eat more than my husband. So
yeah. And so now eating whole food, plant-based allows you to eat according to your appetite and still kind of lose weight. Perfect.
Right. Which was the best part. You get to be full and satisfied at the end of your meal and be well on your way towards your weight loss goals or maintaining your weight.
Do you exercise every day? Do you walk? Do you hike? Yoga?
So I do. I wish I liked yoga. I want to like yoga, but I don't. No, when I started my weight loss journey, I did commit to taking a brisk 30 to 40 minute walk every single day, rain or shine. And that has turned into more than that. So I try to get 10,000 steps a day, which happens pretty easily for me because I've got, deer fence to mend and wood to chop and the garden to deal with. That happens pretty naturally for me. But yes, I do make sure that I'm moving every day. And I do like to do some light weightlifting now, 3 days a week.
Wow. So you're chopping wood. That's awesome. Do you have a splitter or are you actually using an axe?
We have an axe and we've talked about getting a splitter because I'm doing less chopping. Well, I have a strong 16-year-old, so he does a lot of it and my husband does a lot of it. But yeah, we need to improve our situation here.
Yeah. So Kiki, you're going to Alaska soon. That will be so incredible. I'm so jealous. Yeah. When are you leaving?
So we leave in 2 weeks. So wow. I'll vlog it on Instagram for people to see how I manage eating the way I eat on a cruise. Cause I have no idea. I've never been on one. I have no idea what I'm in for. So, but we make it work.
Well, as I told you, we just got back from a 8-day cruise in Alaska, and it's really easy to make it work. And you just ask these people, let them know what you want. If you want to do a pizza without the cheese and whole grain crust, they'll do it. They're so accommodating. It's really wild.
Great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is good to know.
Yeah, you'll knock it out of the park. So, hey, this has been fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me from your mountain retreat in Colorado. We loved your ranch dressing, your Persian rice and chickpea bowl, and then your chickpea chicken salad sandwich. Those are Plant Stock favorites. Kiki, I wish you all the best. And it's been great having you on the podcast. And thanks for joining us again for our 12th annual Plant Stock.
Thank you so much for having me.
You got it. All right, here we are. We have Gigi Carter and Sersie Blue. You guys, welcome to PlantStock 2023. It is so great to have you two as part of our Broc Star chefs that are here to share some incredible recipes that are near and dear to your heart. Yeah. But before I let you guys take it away with some recipes, I got to ask you guys some questions. So you guys just appeared on the Plant Strong podcast on Thursday, August 31st. Yeah. It was a fantastic conversation. But for those that didn't have the chance to listen to it, you two adore the Lord, don't you?
Yes, we do.
I mean, Sersie, you say that, you are a Jesus gal, and Gigi, you say that you like to binge on Jesus. So tell me just for a second about your faith, because everything that you're doing right now is around your faith with, Jesus and your Christianity, and then also around plant-based. Right? And how the two have kind of merged.
Yeah, we kind of, along the journey, we kind of realized, that as a person of faith, as a Christian, that taking care of our bodies is a spiritual practice. Like it actually matters, and it's so important because we are all called to do so much good in this earth. And if we're not healthy, if we don't have mental and spiritual clarity, if we're not even in alignment with our values in terms of taking care of the planet and the animals and all of the things that we preach, then we're not going to be doing our best. And so we believe that, by getting healthy and by eating plants and by really tapping into the whole plant-based movement, you are actually in a way now merging your spirituality and making it a practice. So
amen. Amen. Right, Gigi?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, for me, it was really achieving that mental and spiritual clarity that resulted in me leaving my corporate job after 22 years to move into this space. I went back to school and got a master's in nutrition sciences and just dedicated the rest of my life because I know that that's what God's calling is for me. And so the two are absolutely intertwined.
Well, and talking about being intertwined, look at the three of us sporting our kale shirts. And I can honestly say this was not planned, right?
It wasn't.
Oh, this is so absolutely adorable. And now, just so everybody knows, Sersie, you are in the path of a hurricane.
I am, believe it or not.
So hopefully you won't lose power.
Exactly.
And everything will be good. Yeah. Where exactly in Florida are you, Sersie?
I'm actually in Georgia, but I'm right on the border of Jacksonville, Florida. So you could I'm like 2 minutes away, and it's like, welcome to Florida. So I'm right in that southeast Georgia playing there.
And Gigi, you and I are both Cleveland natives. Yep. You're now in Washington State. And you used to be a couch potato, and at 42, you became a competitive cyclist. What was up with that?
Yeah, well, I changed my diet. I mean, it was the simple. What I changed was what was at the end of my fork, and my whole life changed after that. And it was just I had all this energy. I didn't know what to do with myself, and I just started, running and then bike racing, and I loved cycling, and then I just started racing competitively. So I'm still a competitive cyclist, in my 50s.
Wow. And tell me, you guys have a project that you've been working on for a long time that just dropped on September 8th. What is it?
Yeah, we have a new book called Daniel Fast, Why You Should Only Do It Once. And what we do is that we help people use the Daniel Fast as a jumping off point to a long-term plant-based lifestyle. And so the Daniel fast is something that millions of people do across the world every year in January. It's almost like a faith-based veganary in January. And so many people do it, but what happens is they end up going back to their old way of eating once the 21 days are over. But we're here to really shout from the mountaintop that, listen, the Daniel fast shouldn't be for 21 days. It actually should be a lifestyle. And by starting off with the Daniel fast, we can help you to transition smoothly right into a long-term lifestyle.
And so you both like to say, refuse the king's diet, right?
Exactly. You hit it on the nail, Rip.
and just so that we can be completely clear,
yeah.
What is the king's diet?
Well, the king's diet is the standard American diet today. This is how we've kind of put it together. Back in the time, it was what meat, wine, dairy, all that stuff was on the king's table. And when we look today, that sounds a lot like the standard American diet. So we've coined it to be that. And so we're telling everyone it's time to refuse the king's diet.
Refuse the king's diet and dare to be a Daniel.
That's it.
Yeah. So speaking of daring to be a Daniel, you guys have 2 recipes that you're going to share with us today. What are they? And the first one, I don't even want to try and pronounce.
Yeah. The first one, is Muoyo Onadove. And this is an inspired Zimbabwe traditional dish that basically takes greens and vegetables and adds peanut sauce to it. And that's what we're going to be making first.
And you know that we in the Plant Strong community are huge fans of getting your green leafies in every day.
Yes.
And if you can get them in with a little bit of a peanut butter sauce on top, all the better. Yeah. So is that what you're going to be preparing today, Sersie?
That is what I'm going to be preparing. And Gigi's going to be preparing another delicious one. But if you want, I could go ahead and start.
Sure, let's do it.
All right. So this is a really easy dish, which is kind of nice. Like I said, it was inspired Zimbabwe dish, but I kind of gotten a little, so what you're going to do, you're going to first just start with adding some onions.
Ooh.
And this is like 1 whole onion here. You can hear that sizzle. And basically what we do is we just dry saute these. We don't really use any oil.
No oil, really?
No
you
oil.
Can do that?
Yep, you can do that. And so we just kind of dry saute them. So we'll do this for a few minutes, but what really led me to this dish, Rip, is that I kind of had my own journey with greens. You know, before I even became plant-based, when growing up, I never ate kale. I never ate collard greens. You know, the green of my choice growing up was actually what is called Carleigh, which is actually Aramis, the plant, now that I did my research on that. But yeah, so I kind of grew up on Carleigh. When I moved to the South, I fell in love with collard greens. And then when I became plant-based, I fell in love with kale. And so it was just this journey of introducing myself to more greens and really just falling in love with them. And so when I saw, you know, my uncle, my brother-in-law actually is from Gambia, and he's always making this wonderful peanut stew. And I have my girlfriend who's always traveling from Uganda, importing her peanuts to make all these dishes. I was like, Gigi, we got to come up with something to really use peanut butter and greens inspired by all of these African dishes. Because if you're familiar with African cuisine, they are deliciously obsessed with using peanut butter in their dishes. And so I was up to kind of just figuring it out and finding something. And when we did, we were so pleasantly surprised. It's absolutely delicious.
And is this recipe in your new book?
This recipe is not in the new book, but it's on danielsplate.com. So anybody can access. Yeah.
Well, it's okay, because everybody that's tuning in will get the every recipe from all of our chefs. So that's
awesome.
Great.
So after you kind of brown these for a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and add in the bell peppers and some diced tomatoes. And what I love about this dish, it's so colorful as well. So we're just going to add that in, the tomatoes. And we're just going to simmer this for another few minutes. So yeah, pretty simple. This is something you can come home after work, literally, and bam, make it, and you're good to go.
So right now you've got the white onion, you've got bell peppers, and you've got tomatoes.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. And that looks like a pretty, healthy amount. Will that serve 2 people, 3, 4? What are you thinking?
Well, if it's me and Gigi, it might serve 3. But if it's, depending on your appetite, this could be how much, Gigi? How much servings with this?
Yeah, it's about 4 servings. But if you want to add it, a grain to it or something like that, or a sweet potato, you could maybe make it stretch even further.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so are you going to take, I'm kind of getting ahead here, but are you going to take a bunch of kale and then slice it up and put it in there as well? Is that how it works?
We got some kale that's coming. But what we want to do is we want to kind of just make this kind of cook down for like maybe a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Just so it could really kind of stew down a bit. And then we're going to add in a few spices, the kale, and then the peanut butter, and voila, we're done.
Voila. Now, where, Gigi and Sersie, where did you guys get your kale shirts?
I got mine online.
Same here.
So I just got it online because I live in a kind of rural area and not a lot of clothing stores. So I get a lot of stuff online unless I go off island to go shopping.
Right.
Yeah.
And Sersie, your first name, you're named after a plant of all crazy things. How appropriate is that?
I know. Who would have foresaw that? I'm named after a plant in the Caribbean called Sersie. And growing up, I'm telling you, it was the plant that if you were sick, if you had a stomach ache, didn't matter what it was like, get the Sersie tea. And they would boil this tea. But the problem was that it was bitter. And so I remember going to school, and because everybody knew, everybody like who was of Jamaican descent knew this tea, and they were like, your name is Sersie, you're bitter. And I remember people making fun of me for that because it was a tea that every kid dreaded. But as I grew up and I realized the benefits of that plant, just as a herbal remedy, it was like, wait a minute, it's almost like I came full circle with my name, not even knowing what my dad didn't know what he was doing when he was naming me then. It came full circle. So yeah.
Well, while you're doing that, while you're cooking that down a little bit more, should we go to Gigi to kind of start your dish?
Sure. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm making sweet and smoky black-eyed peas and greens. So yeah, it's a great dish. A lot of times, traditionally, it's something that people will have in the South specifically. I mean, all over the country, but it's very popular in the South. It's very much a traditional dish, but in our house, we eat it year round. So, it's not just a, New Year's thing. So we actually will eat this at least, 5, 6, 7 times a year. Black-eyed peas, signifies good luck, whereas green, because it's the color of money, signifies financial prosperity. So, this dish is traditionally made with collard greens, but today we're making it with kale. So
kale, yeah.
Kale, yeah. All right. So I am going to turn my camera down here and add in some onions.
Oh yeah, we are loving the onions.
Yes.
Now, are both of you in your kitchens at your homes?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And do you both love your kitchens?
I love my kitchen. My kitchen is about 20 years old, but there's a few things I would change based on, the amount of cooking that I do today. But overall, it's a functioning kitchen, and I'm grateful to have it. So,
yeah.
So
Sersie, you let me know when I should bring the camera back on you.
I'm ready to come back.
Okay, we're gonna go to you while Gigi is doing the onions.
Yes.
Let me see. I'm trying to bring you over. Hold on.
All right,
there we go. Yep.
So what we're gonna do now, we're just gonna add in some minced ginger and garlic, as you can see, and we're just gonna add that to this. Stir it in for a minute, and then we're gonna add our spices. And right here we have some smoked paprika, and we have some onion powder and some garlic powder. Simple. Just add that all to it.
Lovely. And do you ever kind of heat up your spices before you add them to everything? I've heard some people do that. I never do it.
No, I've never tried it, but that sounds pretty intriguing, right?
Yeah.
That does sound intriguing. I've never tried that. And so once the spices are in, the moment has come. We are going to add the kale. So we're just going to add these in. And of course, we're going to have to make it wilt a little bit for them all to fit in the pot, but that's okay.
Yeah, the cool thing about kale is, unlike spinach, it wilts down, but like to half of what you got there.
Right, exactly.
Spinach will wilt down like 50% of what it was.
Exactly. This you still get some resemblance of what you put in the pot, right? So we're going to add in the kale, and then what I'm going to do is just give it a little, push it down a little bit. I'm going to kind of let it just steam for a second, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the peanut sauce. That once this kind of wilts down a little bit, we're going to add this peanut sauce, and it's pretty simple. All we put some raw peanut butter, no oil, no sugar or salt or anything. We put some date syrup in there just to kind of give it a little bit of sweetness. We also added coconut aminos. And then we added some Scotch bonnet pepper. Now, this is a pepper that's widely used in Jamaican cuisine. And I just slipped in the Jamaican piece into that. But yeah, that's just Scotch bonnet pepper, a little bit of water. And this will be the sauce that we will just coat the kale once it wilts down a bit. And so I'll take a few minutes to do that. You can go back to Gigi, and then we'll add it in once it's all wilted.
Fantastic. All right. We got this down. All right. It is now... I think Carrie and I are, there we go, Gigi, go for it.
All right, so I'm adding in some red bell pepper that's been chopped, and then I'm also going to add in some garlic. Gotta have the garlic, and kind of get that incorporated. And you asked a question about heating spices, and I usually, when I'm cooking, I'll heat it directly in the pan while I'm cooking. Before I add the liquid, and it makes the kitchen just smell absolutely amazing. It just releases all the goodness in the spices. So I am going to go ahead and do that now. Let me adjust my heat here. So I've got a ton of spices in here. I've got some smoked paprika, some onion powder, garlic powder, thyme, oregano, and some chipotle seasoning in here. So again, all right, so I'm going to go ahead and stir that in.
What do you have like
it smells so good.
A teaspoon of each, or do you know how much?
Yeah, there's a teaspoon of the smoked paprika, dried thyme, oregano, and chipotle, and then I add 2 teaspoons of the onion powder and garlic powder.
Right.
So yeah, it's just a nice, and I'm serious. It smells. Oh, I wish can you smell that? I don't know if you could smell that over there.
You know what? No, we don't have that technology yet.
I know, I can't wait till we do.
I'm now looking at Sersie, and that has all wilted down nicely.
Yeah,
and it
nicely.
Looks really nice.
And so now all we're going to really do now is basically turn the stove down, and we're just going to add the peanut sauce. See how simple? Just whether you love to cook or you don't, this one is the one that's so easy. And then you just kind of just stir it in.
I could see that being a full entree for me, not just a side dish.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this could be definitely a full entree. Definitely.
Yeah.
And
delish. All right, I'm going to come back to you in a sec. Let's go back to go ahead, Gigi.
All right, so now I'm adding some minced or diced dates. So these are pitted dates that I refrigerated because it's just easier to chop. And then this is what gives it that sweetness, the smokies from the smoked paprika and the chipotle, and then the sweetness comes from the dates. So I'm stirring that in there, and now I'm going to go ahead and add some vegetable broth. And this kind of provides a nice little sauce and also helps to kind of deglaze the pan a little bit from the spices. Oh, that's good. Smells good. All right, so now
looks good.
yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and add the rest of a can of fire roasted diced tomatoes and some jalapenos. Got to have some jalapenos. So if you like this hot, leave the seeds in, or at least some of the seeds. If you like it a little more mild, take the seeds out. And then these are some black-eyed peas that I made in the Instant Pot, along with a couple of bay leaves here. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there and give it a good stir, and then bring it up to a nice simmer before I add in the kale. Yeah.
So wow. So you're going to have kale in your dish too.
Yes, I have to. I'm wearing the shirt.
That's right. You got to represent.
Got to represent, exactly.
Now I'm going to come back to you, Sersie, because you are obviously plating that up.
Yeah, I am.
Or bowling it up.
Bowling it up. Because it's nice and has a lot of juices in there. And so this is it. It's, delicious. You could have this, like you said, Rip, as an actual bowl, or you could put this as a side with a grain, with a sweet potato, or any kind of yam of sorts would make this really delicious. And even some plantain, some boiled plantain or some baked plantain to add to this would really make this delicious.
So Sersie, can I get you to tilt the camera back so we can see your face?
Yes.
And then if it's not too hot, would you mind tasting it for us and let us know how it is?
I sure will. All righty. Make sure I get a little bit about everything. Divine.
That's a good word. Divine. Yes, indeed.
This is good. This is really good. And honestly, you could just eat a bowl of this, just like even like a stew. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, awesome. All right. We're coming back to you now, Gigi.
All right. All right. So one other thing I'm going to just toss in there. I've got some Scotch bonnet pepper sauce. And just going to throw a little bit in here. It's like a nice little hot sauce.
Wow. So you like the heat, don't you?
Yeah, we love the heat. Yeah, we're a heat family here.
So. Well, that's obviously not in your Cleveland palate, because most Clevelanders, they think ketchup is too hot.
Well, my dad was from Missouri, and so he definitely had some of that Southern, traditional food. So he kind of brought it into our household and indoctrinated my sister and I at a very young age. So to this day, we love our heat.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, I'm right there with you. I've been in Austin, Texas now for over 40 years, and I love it hot too.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
So what's next?
All right, so I'm going to let this come to a little simmer here, and then it's actually starting to simmer right now. I'm going to go ahead and add the kale. So I've got some lacinato kale today. So I chose this one because it's kind of flat like a collard green is, and I just kind of finely chopped it here. And you want about 4 cups, but I always eyeball it. I tend to add more than what most people would add.
So Sersie had the curly kale, and you've got the dinosaur kale that you've looked like you've chiffonade.
Yeah.
Chiffonaded. So that's good. I like that you each are choosing different kinds of kale and you've cut them differently. That's great.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and put the lid on this and let it kind of wilt down. It's going to take a couple minutes, and so we'll let that do its thing here. And
so while that's doing its thing, there you go. Tell everybody how you guys met.
Oh, yes. Sersie, do you want to tell the story?
You can go ahead. You can start.
All right. So in the middle of the pandemic, this was probably April 2020, we were starting to hear news reports about that comorbidities are a major factor in complications and death from COVID. And more data was starting to come out that the Black community was being disproportionately affected by this. And so, not knowing each other, Sersie and I had the same idea. We were just like, you know, she's all the way in Georgia. I'm like 3,000 miles away in Washington State, almost in Canada. And we were like, hey, we've got the answer, you know, address the chronic disease, you know, and you could do that with a whole food, plant-based, you know, diet. And so I wrote an article, or I had someone who was working for me write an article. We kind of worked together to do it, and I put it on my blog. And Sersie was hosting a podcast at the time. And so anyway, the person that was working with me reached out to Sersie and said, hey, we'd like to, you know, if you're interested, we'd love to come on your podcast to talk about this issue. And so that's how we met, over Zoom. We met over Zoom in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
And we just hit it off right away. We just had this, you know, shared radical empathy around this issue. And we felt like we had the answer, and we needed to get the word out. And so, you can go continue, Sersie.
No, and the pandemic was really the gel that kind of brought us together and stuck us together. But then, you know, as I kind of looked at my experience, starting with the Daniel fast and using my faith to get healthy, we realized that, wait a minute, there was this gap in the market in terms of serving women, Black Christian women, to get healthy, because we looked at a statistic that said, I think 80-something% of Black women use faith to make important decisions in their lives. And we were like, wait a minute, if Christian Black women are using their faith for their job and their marriage and all these other things, what if we helped women connect their faith to getting healthy? So we felt there was this zone that if we can get them to tap into what they're already doing, what they're already valuing, and just saying, listen, if you can add your getting healthy to using your faith to do. And so we saw that gap. We put our heads together. We felt like it was a mission from God, and we just dedicated our lives to helping people make those connections.
And that was how many years ago that you guys got together and decided to have this shared radical empathy?
Yeah, it's been about a little over 3 years now. So
a little over 3 years. Yeah.
Wow. So brilliant, so beautiful. You guys are just shining beacons of light, truly.
Thank you.
So Gigi, how's that kale coming?
Yeah, let me turn the camera back down so y'all can see. All right, let's see here. How's it looking? Ooh, it's coming along. Stir this up. It's starting to wilt. I'm gonna give it a stir.
Right on.
Yeah, I think it's almost done.
So I saw on one of your Instagram posts, Gigi, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, you were wearing a shirt and it said, I enjoy romantic walks through the produce department.
That is a true statement.
Now, when you do that, are you holding hands with an eggplant or what?
You know, my husband bought me that shirt for my birthday a few years ago, and I do enjoy holding any kind of plant in my hand through the. And that's where my grocery cart is just filled with, you know, predominantly produce items anyway. But yeah, it's a love of mine.
Wow. So you two, both your dishes have turned up absolutely gorgeous, or as Sersie said, divine, very divine indeed.
Yes.
Where, if people want to know more about you guys, where can they go? Where's the best place?
Healthyformypurpose.com is the best place to go. Yeah.
Okay. And where can they find you on Instagram? What's your channel?
Yeah. At Daniel Fast to Healthy Living.
Okay. At Daniel, say that again.
At Daniel Fast to Healthy Living.
Got it. And Gigi, it looks like you're going to plate that up. Yep. And then you plate that up, and then Sersie, you can get yours ready, and then we'll hold them out, and we'll show everybody the grand masterpieces, and then we'll say goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But one more thing.
Yes. Yes.
Rip, I have to say, we have started adding to this dish in our family this cornbread. So I'm going to go ahead and put that on the side, and I'm going to hold it up. This is the cornbread that we
Oh, wow.
use.
I've never heard of that brand.
It is legit. I mean,
Yeah.
it is absolutely,
Yeah.
with this dish.
No,
it's
thank
a
you. Thank
total
you. Yeah,
winner.
no, I wish I was there at your home, both of your homes. But Sersie and Gigi, you guys absolutely rock. Congratulations on your book, Daniel
Thank
Fast,
you.
Why You Should Only Do It Once. You guys are change makers, and thank you for helping your community. So appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Rip.
you for
We
having
appreciate
us.
All right.
you.
Hey, give me a fist bump on the way out. Plant
All right.
strong.
Plant
Thanks,
strong.
That plant stock. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay, we are back. Sersie and Gigi, thank you for those recipes. And
Oh, they look good.
and you know what? They mentioned the cornbread, the Plant Strong cornbread. That is our latest addition to the line after the pancake and waffle mixes. And you know what we're going to do in honor of the cornbread it's the cleanest, most delicious, smooth cornbread ever. All whole grains, no added oil, lightly sweetened with dates. What we're going to do is we're going to give away. So,
Is there a gluten-free version of that
There's
too?
a gluten-free, we had it yesterday, but we ate it.
yeah, we couldn't help ourselves. But so we have done a drawing, and the winner is Charles Norton. Congratulations, Charles. You will be getting some cornbreads.
Ooh.
Okay, Ann and Jane. Let's talk shirts for a sec. If you've noticed, I love Kale t-shirts. I probably got 15 in my drawer at home.
We don't have
Jane
a
and
Kale
Ann,
on.
did you guys plan these kind of white,
No, I
blue
was
shirts?
horrified when Jane came in with a same shirt.
No, well, I came in and it was cold, so I put on a shirt that I happened to have in my car for when I go to the grocery store. It's like my grocery store layer.
Oh.
And she suddenly said, Jane, look at this shirt. And I was like, oh, you look great. And she's like, no, look what you're wearing. And we both started cracking up. Red with blue. I'll take off my layer. Higher. That
All right.
feel better?
You guys, I'm going to let you take it away. Thanks.
Okay, Plant Strong. Okay, today we're going to crank through some recipes that we have planned kind of for, it's sort of lunchtime for us all here, and we've got about 9 of us, so we're going to make some stuff that we thought would be great for the 9 of us to eat and would be great to share with you guys because these are all winners. And if we have time, we're going to make some things that are going to prepare us, set us up for tonight's meal, which is going to be around the fire outside. All right, Mommy, hit it.
I'm on. This is the apple-lidded sandwich, and you will not believe what an apple does on your sandwich for a lid. It is crazy. So starting off, I have got some bread that is delicious.
Oh, it's
and
toasted.
I toasted it quite a lot. Oh, well.
Oh, I got to get my bread.
And I'm going to spread it with a hummus. This is a hummus that we got here in Cleveland, called by Amir. But make sure that whatever hummus you use, it has no added oil. None. Zero. It's hard to find. Make your own if you can't find that. There is one. What is the name of the one, Brian?
Cedars?
Cedars. Cedars also makes a really good hummus that is quite across the country. All right, on top of that, I'm going to put some green onions. I've just cut them up a little bit so that it doesn't take too long. And then on top of that, I am going to put some cilantro that I've chopped up.
Optional. If you don't like cilantro, what should you add?
Parsley.
Or basil?
Or whatever, or nothing.
She would.
But I just-
Usually she says, just get used to it.
Yeah, that's how I feel. But you know, I didn't like
Tastes
cilantro.
like shampoo has been on.
If you've got that gene, that's how it is. Now, next, it's so cool. I'm going to put on the watermelon radish. Doesn't it look delish? Oh, look at that.
No, it looks like a dinosaur
No,
fossil.
Don't say that.
Fossil.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut into this, and you are not going to believe what happens.
That's a beauty. That is a beauty.
Watermelon radish. So I'm going to cut my watermelon radish in radish slices. And
That's so crazy. Josh, look here, top shot. Check it out. It's like a watermelon. How it's pink on the inside and the little green rim on the outside.
This is shocking. It's so good. I mean, these are lovely. And just in case it turned out not to be pink inside, I have these, but it is. And I'm going to have to cut these in half.
Oh,
like
they're
that.
so good. And they have a little kick, that little radish kick to them.
Anyway, look at that. Ooh, I mean, right there. Beauty. Now
So you
I'm
have
gonna
hummus, you have scallions, you have cilantro.
Next, I am going to put
radishes.
on some. Jane, would you work on some of these? This is.
What am I putting this on?
Oh, here. This is cucumber, and on the back, on the little one side of each cucumber, I'm going to put a dab of mustard.
And this is like mortar. It holds it in place. Literally, it's like mortar. Oh, I need a few more.
Do that, and then I am actually going to right now. I just love lemon. I need to cut my lemon in half. So into this little deliciousness, I am going to put just a little drop of lemon.
Oh, you're running ahead of the mustard cucumber layer. There you go.
And then, to make this the true apple-lidded sandwich that it is, here goes, I have a terrible knife, an apple. And I am going to cut and until you've tasted this, you're not going to believe.
This is the perfect season to have this as a top.
Look at this. Look at that. The spark of goodness.
This one would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's a little smaller. But I got a big apple. Now, often if you have a small apple and you have a bigger piece of bread, you can.
You need a good knife.
I'm not done because here I'm going to just put a little bit of lemon, and then here is some lemon pepper, and this is by Well Your World, which is a really good company for no salt added anything, and I've been using this since they sent it to me, along with some of their really nice pasta sauce with no added salt and no oil. And then,
ooh,
I think I'll cut this
yeah.
in fourths.
Rip, will you come have a bite?
Absolutely.
I'd have a bite, but I have to talk next, and sometimes you can chew on these things for a couple minutes. As we're supposed to chew on our greens for how long? 6 minutes?
Oh!
Just till it's chewy.
Wait!
Watery.
It dispersed itself. I am recreating it. It's wonderful.
Grab a hunk of chunka.
Fantastic.
Wait till you taste that apple as part of the sandwich. I love this sandwich.
That's great. Okay.
Do you think it's good?
Amazing.
It's amazing. It's got so many layers of flavor and texture and crunch and savoriness and spiciness and smoothness and
Deliciousness.
and acidity. All right, so on to the next thing. The next recipe we're going to make is kale bruschetta. And kale bruschetta is not
my
only like a
favorite.
beautiful holiday dish, but it is a great sort of hors d'oeuvre thing, or it can be your lunch. So one of the key things to it is a walnut sauce. And so we're going to make the OMG walnut sauce first. And it's our new mayonnaise. It's like hummus to us. We use it so often. And it's a cup of walnuts, 2 cloves of garlic. This one's got a little something funny on it. Hold on. 2 cloves of garlic. And then we're going to put in a tablespoon of, this is called tamari, low sodium tamari. And I'm going to pretend this is a tablespoon because I don't have a tablespoon with me up here. I only had a few hours to get ready. Okay, so in these go, and if you haven't made this before, I'm just going to show you how it looks when you first make it and you think, oh my gosh, what are they talking about? I mean, it looks like mincemeat. Oh my gosh, what are they talking about? And then, oh my gosh, you add water to it, to whatever texture you want. So the texture I'm seeking is kind of like not a runny hummus, but like a thicker hummus, because hummus can be like brick thick, it can be runny, you can pour it sometimes. So I'm going to go for like a medium textured hummus. And I'm going to pour in some water. And I can kind of see. Brian was joking that this is like, oh, Jane, is that the first model Cuisinart ever made? Because it's from like 1979 or 80. What's that?
Gas powered. Is it gas powered?
It's not gas powered.
Brian, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. All right, so I need a knife, and so Ann, do you have a tovolo nearby?
Yes.
I want it to be a little bit, can you see how thick it is for me here, Josh? See how it's a little bit too thick? I want to get it a little bit runnier, and so I'm going to add a little more water. Again, you can make it really runny like a dressing. Thank you, Mommy. And it's smooth like hummus. I mean, hummus, you can it can be chunky, it can have some texture, it can be a little bit toothsome, or it can be really, really smooth. So I'm going for a little smoother texture now than I just saw. Let me see how, oh, that looks great. All right, check that out, Top Shot. So what we do is we take our toasted whole grain bread, and we got this from a bakery, so you can kind of see that it's a bakery shape. It's not like a sandwich loaf. And I'm going to just make a row. I'm going to make a row of about 4 right now. And so we have this great, I'm going to smell this because I can tell by the smell if I have enough garlic to walnut ratio. My nose is weird that way. So we're going to take these 4, and I'm going to finish them all when my mom's doing the next thing. But I want to just show you with these 4 how pretty this dish is. Can you see Wade Top Shot okay?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, so there's these 4. So it's toasted bread, walnut sauce, and then we have kale here that I cooked and cooked and cooked and boiled and removed some of the greenery from it. So some of it looks a little bit camo colored. Can you see it?
It's good. It's kale.
It'll do, but it's a little overcooked. But that's, you know what? It's kind of okay because it does everyone a favor when they're eating this stuff. So you heap kale on top of it. And I'm not saying put a piece of kale. Whenever we go to places, they take kale and they go like this. They just put it down like that. And I'm thinking, no, heap of kale. The cookbook says that. And for some reason, people don't seem to read that detail. But I really mean a heap of kale. And I'm just breaking up that big leaf so that if someone does bite this, it'll break off for them nicely.
Jane, before you move on, questions about subbing out the nuts in the sauce? What do you recommend?
If you don't want to use walnuts in this sauce, we have a recommendation in the cookbook that this is in. This is in the
cannellini.
This is it. I'm getting there, but yeah, it's in the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease cookbook, or it's also in the book I did with Rip, the Engine 2 cookbook.
Simple,
and
just use cannellini
And you
beans.
just take 1 can of cannellini beans drained, and there's already a lot of moisture in there, so don't add water until after you've run it around in your blender Cuisinart situation. Okay, so then here comes a really pretty stage. You've got the toast, you've got the walnut sauce, you've got the steamed kale, or the boiled kale, the colorless kale that I've done. And then you take your beautiful cherry tomatoes, grape tomatoes, and you cut them bikini style. And when I say bikini style, you see what I'm doing here? It goes over like a bikini. So I cut it 99% of the way through. So it's almost like a little mermaid bikini. And so this way it doesn't fall off of the kale bruschetta. If you have halved tomatoes, sometimes these little halved tomatoes, they roll away, they fall off. This way they're kind of, what's the term for balancing something, Brian? Is it cantilevered, or when you counterbalance? Cantilevered over your cannellini bean. So anyway, this is looks really sort of holly bush-like and kind of like a holiday. So you're not quite done. There's one last dashing bit of business on top.
That makes such a difference.
And this is balsamic glaze. This is Whole Foods version of there, but you can get all kinds. They last forever. I mean, years, but we use ours a lot. So you take the glaze and then you just circle around, hashtag it over. You can get all chefy and da-da-da and whatever you want. And it's just so amazing.
Jane.
Yes, Lori.
One of our attendees, Maureen, says, regarding the walnut sauce, I make it with pomegranate juice, 100% pomegranate juice instead of water to thin. OMG. Have you ever heard of that?
No, that would be so interesting.
Why not?
I mean, it adds, this is so savory in my mind that it's hard for me to imagine that. But if we have pomegranate juice one day, let's try that. Thank you, Maureen, for that idea.
I often have added green things to it too, but.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to continue making the rest of our kale bruschetta for us all to have for lunch. But my mom is going to kick in an amazing dessert.
Oh, wait until you try this dessert. It is simple, and I'm going to start. Okay. It's called peach melba, and it's starting with a peach. Now, the problem is that it's too bad. This is really not the peach season anymore. If you have the Freestone peaches, it's so beautiful. And when I went to buy them, every peach I took home was like, so I am using peaches that are in cans. And so I want to try and get the peaches that have, not in a heavy syrup and just light and in their juice. And so I have found some, and I am going to, I also ended up, I have two things I'm going to do. So this is the peach that I bought that actually isn't so bad, and I really normally wouldn't take the skin off, but because you kind of eat the skin. And then here is a little canned peach. Now that looks awful. Wait. First thing I'm going to do is I want to top it, because this is peach melba, with raspberry sauce. And so this is simply frozen raspberries that I thawed, and I have put in here. Is this hooked up? Yeah. And then I am going to add, and this is optional, you don't need to do it. I have it. I love it. And it's a tablespoon of raspberry balsamic vinegar. And I'm going to put that in here. Just gives it a little oomph. And then this is truly ready to go as a topping. Anyway, this little thing always is. Next, I am going to make my lime
mousse.
Mousse.
Is that plugged in for you?
This isn't hooked up.
Here, I'll get you hooked up with it.
So while that's getting hooked up, I am going to use the New Light Silken Tofu. I love the light. But the key thing is, make sure when you get tofu for any kind of a dessert, it is silken. Otherwise, it is grainy and awful. And
you truly will be making some sort of lumpy version of cat litter if you don't get a silken tofu for this. Not soft, silken, firm.
And while you're doing that, Sam wants to know, could you use frozen peaches?
You could use
frozen
peaches.
Could, but you just, you want them thawed. So I don't know, what happens, Sam, when you thaw your peaches?
He obviously wants to use them, so it sounds good. Sounds good.
I am putting this, there's a little liquid in here, and I'm just going to put, I have some paper. You could use kitchen towels, but this happens to be, is this hooked up?
Yep, you're ready to go.
Oh, great. So in goes my tofu. Jane?
Yeah. You got it. You
Yeah.
got it.
And into that, I am going to put a 1/3 cup of maple syrup and
Do you get it?
yeah,
We can pull it closer to you, hey?
1/3 cup of maple syrup. Oh, my favorite thing is to lick this. And then I'm going to put lime. Jane, will you zest the lime?
I will zest your lime.
And I'm going to squeeze lime in. And it's about, is it 3 tablespoons?
Yep.
But I just do it to taste, usually.
Want the whole, do you want the whole lime zested? Do you want the whole lime zested, Mom?
Sure. I mean, the thing about the zest of limes is this is a nice juicy lime, so I think probably 1 may be
This
enough.
is the juiciest zest I think I've ever made.
Look at this.
It doesn't have it doesn't turn white underneath it. Should I cut this one open? Let's do more.
No, that's good. All right. I think we're good.
Let's taste it. We're going to use this again later because it's a.
Where's my provolone?
I'll get it.
Jane, that's white scooper thing I had before. Would you get it? You washed it. It's complicated here because we're doing so many different things. This happens to be one of my personal favorite desserts, just like this, with raspberries and mint on top. Thank you. Now, here I have my peaches, and now I'm going to put some lime mousse on top. And then on top of that, I am going to put this raspberry sauce.
I just wanted.
Nothing. Jane, you can't do it yet. Wait, not done.
Oh,
Wait, Jane.
My fork is going over there. It's going over there.
Mint leaf. As we learned last night, I can't wait to put mint in oatmeal.
I know, Dr. Greger's mint. That was kind of wild.
And there you have the most luscious
peach melba.
Peach melba. And it's really easy. And what I like is you can have it all ready ahead and just serve it, and you can serve a whole lot easily.
That was a wicked combo. That was walnut sauce with a little bit of lime mousse. Maybe like pomegranate and walnut sauce. All right, I'm going to whip through some other things now. So we've done apple-lidded sandwich. We've done our kale bruschetta. We've done our peach melba. Thank you, Mommy. That's her sort of one of her signature desserts. And what I want to do now is we're going to prep ourselves for what we're going to do down by the fire tonight. So those of you who are watching now, you're going to be setting yourself ahead for tonight. We are doing 3 things that I kind of want to do now if we can. So we're going to be really sort of hustling along. And if you could set up your dressing next, it'd be great.
Yeah.
So I'm
working on it.
I'm going to make teriyaki sauce, which is going to be used to soak some tofu that we're going to put on shish kebabs tonight. So teriyaki sauce is really easy and appealing, and I have everything sort of measured out to go into, except the amount of tamari I want to use. And this is way ahead. Oh my gosh, I had it laid out. Okay, here it is. Half a cup of tamari. And this is for our tofu to soak in, so this has a ½ cup mark inside. I'm going to pour it right up to that. There we go. Half a cup of tamari, and then ¼ cup maple syrup, because teriyaki means like to cook with luster. It's got some great term that, so it's got this umami tamari, like soy flavor and sweetness. Then you add tomato paste. About 3 tablespoons of tomato paste. You can use ketchup if you don't have tomato paste. Works just fine. And this is minced ginger. So just take your ginger, mince it up, chop it up fine. You don't want to have it like in just pieces because it should be able to spread throughout. And then you're done, except for sesame seeds. But I didn't add sesame seeds to the tamari because I don't really need it for the shish kebab because we're just marinating it. And when I open my pack of tofu, do we have a cutting board? I'm going to pretend this is a cutting board, just so you can see it, because white on white is hard to see for the demo. But it's a pack of tofu. Don't worry about trying to open it and cut your finger or whatever. I slice my tofu pack like this. And I cut it that big because I know that's how big the rest of my cubes are going to be. I know that sounds like I'm being ridiculous, but it might help somebody who's like, I can't get my tofu open, I don't do it. Cut the package, who cares? Then you're going to cut it in half because you want these to be able to be skewerable in the demo tonight. So I've cut this in half that way. And then you're going to make your cubes. I want them to be, I'm going to go like, cut this in thirds this way. So 1, 2, 3. So it's about this big that way. And then that's already been cut right there. I'm going to cut it there and then cut it there. And then these are going to go into the tamari and they're going to soak for our shish kebabs tonight. Okay, and you want to do your dressing? So this is now our teriyaki tofu cubes that are going to marinate for this evening. Hit it.
I can't find the hummus. What did you do with it?
Me? You made a sandwich with it.
Oh,
There
it was in my sandwich pile.
Yes. This is so good, you guys. I'm going to show you how good it is. Like, I will eat this like this, happily, and I know what I'm looking for. Yum, yum, yum.
Ready for my salad dressing. Now, it differs all the time. And the key thing is to get a little jar with a lid that works, that when you screw it, let me do this, screw it, it doesn't fly all over.
Close it.
Close it. And I am going to put in some hummus, and you can put in as much or as little as you want. There's instructions in all kinds of cookbooks, but I do that. And then I put in I either take an orange, cut out the sections and squeeze the juice. You could do that with a grapefruit or even probably water. But this happens to be freshly squeezed orange juice that I got at the grocery. And then I am going to put in a little turmeric because I like to put in turmeric everywhere. And so I put in a little turmeric, maybe about a quarter teaspoon and then because whenever you use turmeric, Jane, would you get some pepper? You need to put a little pepper to make the turmeric active. And then I'm going to put in some mustard. Would you bring my mustard back? I remember.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
There's.
Is anything happening?
Well, yes. There's a little black mustard in there.
There, just look around. Top shot. You see how?
I see it.
And now
peppered.
I'm putting in some mustard. Farty, farty. And then I am going to put in, and this is what is so delish. You can do any kind of balsamic vinegar. We are pals with the Olive Tap, and we love all their varieties. This happens to be their 4-leaf basic one. It's dark. It could have been a white balsamic. It could have been a lemon. It could have been, anything. Now that strawberries are so important, I'm going to start working on strawberry balsamic.
Isn't that so true?
And I'm just going to put in, I'm going to actually do this to taste. And what I like about this balsamic is that for so many of my husband's patients, he doesn't want them to have any kind of sugary things. So this has got, well, not any sugar.
All right. Okay, do I have 2 minutes to do my, okay, great. I want to do the dressing that I wanted to do for tonight for our salad as well. We have a huge salad and we're going to put part of her dressing and part of my dressing. We used to accidentally do that, but it ended up being a good thing. So I'm going to put mine in this jar.
I just tasted my dressing, and I happened to taste it with the knife that I used to put the turmeric in. And so it didn't taste as good as usual.
Okay, well, ours is called Sweet Fire, and this is one of Rip's favorite dressings. We did this in the Engine 2 cookbook, and it is a hit on our immersions. It's always the bottle that empties the quickest on the salad bar options.
All Jane's dressings are delicious.
Well, says the master. A half cup oat milk, and then we put in it's Sweet Fire, so we put in some maple syrup, and we put in a quarter cup of Dijon mustard as well. And can you fill this up with your farty party of quarter cup of mustard? And then we put a little teeny bit of cayenne pepper. Rip would put it like a tablespoon. I put in a pinch. If we need more, there's a ton in the door of the fridge.
Rip.
So we put in that. We put in a little bit of cayenne pepper, and then put in a little bit of smoked paprika. The smoked paprika. Rip, any kind of mustard will do. Literally any kind. And I'm going to put in. This is probably like a quarter teaspoon. It says 1/8 teaspoon in there, but I always like more.
The whole thing full?
Quarter cup. This is a quarter cup.
More?
Yeah, that's a quarter cup. That line. You're getting close. You're getting really close.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, and so in goes the mix of mustard. You can use any kind of mustards, and I'm glad that we had that little teachable moment because really anything will do. So it's oat milk is the base, not an acid, and this lid does not fit, so I'm not going to do it like my hand did because it doesn't fit this jar very well. Shake, shake, shake. I got my hips going opposite there. So it's got oat milk, cayenne pepper, smoked paprika, mustard, and maple syrup. Our dressings are done for tonight. Our teriyaki sauce is soaking our tofu, and we have lunch ready to go. Shazam!
I hope all of you out there realize how hard it is to do a food demo. It's like,
You guys did fabulous. All right, and that's one of three food demos you guys are going to be doing.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, we have the plant-based Cajun, Camryn Clements. That will be followed up by Shane Martin. His brand is Shane and Simple. He's a Mississippi dude. And then we've got the live appearance making their inaugural debut at Plant Stock. We have the Plant Bros that are going to pump you up. Okay, take it away, Camryn. Camryn Clements, welcome to Plant Stock 2023.
Hey, thank you. I'm so honored to be here. So I'm excited.
It's a joy and a privilege to have you. You know, you were on the Plant Strong podcast and people loved you. They adored you. You were episode number 184. If anybody wants to go back and listen, you are like officially the plant-based Cajun, and
yes,
that's you, right? That's your handle. That's who you are. Tell me this: could I be Cajun? What does it take to be Cajun?
Yeah, you know, there's so many people that live here that just embrace the Cajun culture, which is family time, food, the music. So yeah, you totally could. And especially with like this plant-based jambalaya that we're about to make, we're going to really get it rolling. So,
woo! You know, I had Moby on the podcast not too long ago, and I asked him, could I be straight edge? I don't know if you know what that is, but basically it's when, you know, you don't do any more drugs or alcohol. You're really straight like that. You're also like hardcore vegan. Typically, you know, you've had a brush with addiction and you're a punk rocker and all that. And I haven't been a punk rocker. I haven't been an addict. So we didn't know if I could be straight edge since I don't do, you know, drugs or alcohol and I'm, you know, whole food plant-based. But anyway, so I was thinking, yeah, could I be Cajun? Could I be?
You could be adopted into it. Yes.
Okay.
You know, just it's like almost like a way of being in a lot of ways, and how you
Yeah.
spend your time.
Yeah. So this is your home, right? This is your
Yes,
kitchen.
this is my kitchen. Yes, we've been
And
in this house for a couple years, so in
awesome.
Louisiana.
You know, the theme of this year's Plant Stock, Camryn, is coming together. What does coming together mean to you?
It means people from all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of dietary, you know, whatever, coming together and enjoying time together, enjoying a meal together, and enjoying each other's company. That's what it means to me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I want to enjoy what you're dishing up today. And so you're dishing up 2 different recipes. What are they?
Yeah, so 2 recipes. The first one is a cashew rotel. If you're from the South, you are probably familiar with rotel dip. And then I'm going to show you guys how to make plant-based jambalaya, but it's also kind of a 2-in-1 because I make my own plant-based sausage that is like as best as I could get to mimic andouille sausage, which is popular around here in Cajun dishes, but it's done in plant-based form. So you're going to get to see those 3 components. You can eat the tofu sausage by itself. But yeah, so those are the 2 main things that we're doing today.
Well, I'm super excited that you chose the plant-based Cajun jambalaya, because after our podcast interview, literally that next night, I went home and I made it. Did you remember that?
I know you messaged me and I was like, ah!
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And it was incredible, and the whole family devoured it. It was great. So I think it's super appropriate that you're making that for Plant Stock. So before you dive in, I was just browsing through your Instagram channel a couple days ago, and I saw that you recently made a Barbie cake.
Oh, I did. It was my niece's birthday, and her mom came up to me and was like, she really wants a Barbie cake. Like, I don't know what to do. And I was like, I got you. They wanted my chocolate cake. They wanted that recipe somewhere in there. And so I made her a Barbie cake, and it was a hit.
Have you seen the movie Barbie yet?
I have. I thought it was hilarious. I laughed so much.
Yeah, well, yes. I saw it as well with my wife and some of my kids, and quite a statement about, the current culture, men, women, the objectification of women, really powerful. And obviously it is striking a major nerve. I mean, it's doing so well at the box office. So anyway, I saw your Barbie cake and I heard the music, and it transformed me right back to the theater when I was watching that. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. So where do you want to start?
Okay. So I want to start with my cashew queso. And it literally is, I love this recipe, or it's the rotel. But I wanted to start with this because this is an appetizer that anyone can enjoy. My brother-in-law went through a very heavy stint of being carnivore, and I brought this to a football game tailgate thing we were doing, and he was literally sitting there in front of, I had this little like slow cooker of it in the kitchen, and he was sitting there in front of it eating it, and he looked at me, he goes, I can eat all this. And I was like, oh, thank you. Yay. So I wanted to share it, especially for people that might be starting to dabble into plant-based eating. A lot of people are scared to, let go of cheese and dairy. And so this is a really good alternative that tastes awesome. So
this is kind of quite a comfort food.
Yes.
Would this go well as a topping on your trash can nachos?
Yes. So it's kind of a modification of my trash can nachos. Yes.
Yeah.
So we love it. So I hope y'all do too. So do you want me to just like jump in and
let's do it?
Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to start off with your base, and our base today, I'm going to tilt the Thank
Yeah,
you.
perfect.
So our base is a cashew base. This is our healthy fat that we're using and flavoring like cheese. And so I have a cup of cashews here that have been soaking for, honestly, a little over an hour, before we started filming this, but it only needs to soak for about 30 minutes in very hot water. And I'm going to go drain this really quickly. My lovely assistant is turning the
Your wonderful
there.
husband,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor Clements.
The doctor's in the house. He's off today.
And so tell me, why do you soak your cashews? What's the purpose of that?
Oh, so soaking the cashews, sorry, you can't see this. So soaking the cashews really softens them so that when you blend them up, it's a very nice, neutral, creamy base that you can flavor however you want. Cashews are one of my favorite plant-based bases for anything dairy, because the cashew has a very buttery texture and very neutral flavor. So soaking it helps it blend up to a creamy consistency. Nice. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this into my blender here. And then we have,
I've never soaked my cashews for like mac and cashews and stuff like that. So I'm so excited to do that now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Please. So now I have nutritional yeast. We know and love, giving us that cheesy flavor. We're going to just throw it on in there. I have some seasonings here. I got salt, chili powder, and cumin going on in, kind of like a taco flavor. And then I have some non-dairy milk. I like soy for this recipe. Again, continuing with like a very neutral palate. Sometimes if you use almond milk, it can taste a little almondy. So I'd like to do the soy, but whatever non-dairy milk you want. And then a squeeze of lime juice in there for some acidity. And honestly, this is the key, I feel like, to any kind of cashew-based thing that you do. It adds the perfect umami that you feel like you're missing. Okay, now I don't want to it's going to be loud for a second. I'm going to blend this up.
That's all right.
Okay?
I think we can actually put you on mute for a sec. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So for that, it needs to blend for about like a minute. I don't know how much we want to record of it blending, but once it's blended up really nicely, we have this very creamy consistency. And I look just to be sure that I don't see any grit in it. So I just let it blend until it's not gritty anymore. I don't see any little pieces of cashews. But once that's blended, we can do a couple of things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to a bowl of black beans that have been rinsed and drained, some jalapeno, and one of the stars of the show, which is the rotel. So this rotel, I don't know if you're from the South, again, you might know rotel is usually just Velveeta cheese and this. It's so growing up, every party, everything had rotel. So this is my plant-based version of it. And so we have a no salt added rotel can here that we're just going to pour.
I didn't know that rotel had a no salt added. That's phenomenal. Wow.
And so then we just pour in our cashew cheese, which can you grab me my assistant's going to grab me a spatula so that I can.
You need a tubalo or something like that. Yes.
I know it. But yeah, so then once we mix all this up, you can heat through. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And again, he can't hear anything that I'm saying, so he's just doing his best to read my mind.
Yeah.
But once we mix this up, we can heat it up in this dish. Or again, what I've done is I will put it in a little slow cooker and bring it to whatever event or party we're going to, and it's a nice way to keep it warm, and anyone can enjoy it. A lot of times they don't know it's plant-based.
Yeah, can you show us what it looks like now?
Yes. So here we go. My apologies.
So is that ready to eat yet, or does it need to be heated up? And how do you heat it up?
You could eat it right now, but it is cold, so it would
Oh.
taste like a cold cheese dip.
Yeah, okay.
So when you heat it up, the tip that I would say is cover it, because we're trying to retain that water content. And as you heat it up, like this lasts for a couple days, you just have to add a splash of water to thin it out to your desired consistency. So you can thin it out however much you want to, or have it as thick as you'd like.
Yeah.
But this is the rotel.
I think I'd be pouring that over some nachos with, some trash can nachos for sure. That looks incredible.
With some guac.
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh.
I love guacamole.
Okay, so is that our cashew rotel?
That is the cashew rotel. As I get it on my face.
Love it. Hey, you know what? Before you move on to the next guy, so will you just let people know a little bit about your family's journey to plant-based? Because I know that in the beginning you were concerned. I think it was about, or I could be wrong here, but Taylor's health or something like that, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and you guys knew the answer because you'd both read Eat to Live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
So he was in residency, established an appointment, and he had fatty liver disease, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Knew we had to do it, and so that was in 2018 towards the end, and so we started plant-based diet.
Yeah.
And just haven't stopped. It kept it going, and I knew nothing about cooking. So it kind of happened at a good time because I got to learn a whole new skill set. Like I learned my cooking skills plant-based.
Yeah.
So because before that, when we were, in med school and I was teaching, we ate out all the time, which obviously contributed to our health problems. But so
you're not only a wife to Taylor, you're also a mom.
Yes, to 3 lovely kiddos.
Three.
Yeah.
Wow.
We got 7, 4, and 1. So
Incredible.
It's loud in this house, but it's fun.
Yeah. Good for you guys. Now you're also a musician. So what do you play?
I play. So I have to say my main instrument is voice. That's what I studied in school. I have a degree in music education, K through 12. And so my main instrument is voice, and that's what I teach. But I also play the guitar and piano. Not that good. I'm amateur. I'm okay. Don't ask me to play any solos or anything like that. But that's what I play. And me and my husband are in a band together. I'm in another girl group here in the city. Yeah. So it's fun. It's one of my favorite pastimes.
Can you sing me a line of something?
Oh gosh, he wants me to. Don't make me sing. He wants me to sing. I don't know what to sing. Yeah.
Well, you think about
it. Your rosebuds. There we go.
Yeah, I like it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to keep asking you questions, but why don't you go ahead and dive into that plant-based Cajun jambalaya?
We ready? Okay, you guys. I'm trying my best to be like Rachel Ray here. I tried to think out all the before. No, I'm serious. I try to think of all the before and afters. You know how she goes over. She's like, and this is what it looks like, and they're all. It's like, okay, I need to work on this. So, okay, our plant-based jambalaya. We're gonna start off with making a plant-based sausage made out of tofu. If you can find it, please try to do this with extra firm tofu. You can use extra firm vacuum packed.
Yeah.
If you can't find that, you can use a tofu that is in the liquid. And I've pressed this for about 20 minutes, but the difference in consistency is pretty different. You can see here, this one, there we go. This one is pretty solid. This one is still a little bit wobbly. And for people around here, when I try to serve them the jambalaya and the sausage, I try to make it as meat-like as I possibly can. And that's what we get with the extra firm tofu.
Camryn, what I find? I have found that Trader Joe's has an extra super firm tofu. It's like $2.99 for one of these big bricks, and it rocks. So good.
Yes. I wish we had a Trader Joe's. Oh, we don't have a Trader Joe's or a Costco or anything. I mean, well, we got Kroger.
There you go.
And Walmart. So actually Walmart is where I get the vacuum pack because Kroger doesn't sell it. So I have to go get this from Walmart when I want this. But anyway, so we're going to take our tofu and we are, as best we can, going to cut this into 1/4-inch slices. It doesn't have to be exact, but the thinner that you get it, the more meat-like that it's going to cook and retain its texture as you do the entire jambalaya process. So, I mean, I just measured here, and y'all, that is not perfect, but that's okay. It's going to be just fine. It's going to be fine. So, but you just cut up your tofu, and as I do that, I'm going to do just like 2 here to show y'all.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm going to pat it dry just to get any excess liquid off. And then we're going to cut out sausage. So a lot of times your jambalayas have coined sausage in it. So I'm using a shot glass here. You can use the top of a spice bottle. You can use, I mean, I got kids, so you can use one of these. You can use whatever's about the size of, or a little bit larger than 1/4. But we're going to go through here and just cut out our sausage. And then the excess is going to be the shredded chicken, because a lot of times your jambalaya is a sausage and chicken jambalaya. So we are making the sausage and chicken here. So these are our chicken shreds, and these are our sausage coins. And you can see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. And how many blocks will you typically use for your jambalaya dish?
I use one block. Yeah. And so I don't know if y'all just saw, but that piece of sausage was thicker than all the others. And so I just cut it in half. Again, it's not perfect. It's not even, but that's okay. Just if you see some that are a little thicker, I would just recommend thinning it out a little bit. So we have our sausage and chicken here. I have a little bit of soy sauce that's going to be our base of the marinade. And then we have garlic powder and pepper. That's it. We throw it in. Tay, do you mind holding this up just wait, stop. Okay, hold on, down. There we go. Okay, perfect. Just hold it there. But we're going to whisk this up. And it's a very thick marinade. Like as you use it, you'll notice you just have a lot of powder and a lot of garlic. And that is by design. That is how it's supposed to be. So I have a cookie sheet here that's lined with parchment paper. And I'm just going to take a sausage coin at a time and dip it into the marinade. There we go. And place it on the baking sheet. And when you place it on the baking sheet, I would try to do it as uniform as possible, because we're going to have to flip these halfway through. And it just makes it easier to keep track of which sausage you have flipped and which ones you haven't. But you go ahead and dip in all the sausage and all of the chicken shreds, like so. And if it breaks, it's okay. It's okay. But once you've done that, you're going to bake it at 400 for 15 minutes. Flip it, bake another 15. And here we are. Okay. But once you do that, if you notice these here, it almost looks a little bit burned, right? We have some that are super crispy. I don't know if the lighting's that good to be able to tell, but some of these are very crispy, and that is correct. Like they're going to look shriveled. Yep. And the reason we over bake them is because whenever we put them in liquid again, they're going to soak up the liquid and kind of poof back out. They're going to absorb the liquid and get to a different consistency. So now I'm going to show you how to do the rest of the jambalaya. Taylor, if you wouldn't mind coming on over here with me. Okay. So I have here in this pot Do we see? Hi. Okay. This is good. This is good. Now, there. Okay. So I have in this pot onion, celery, and bell pepper. And I let this soften for a long time. It was like almost 25 minutes.
Wow.
Yes. So, but we go ahead.
Camryn,
yeah.
What is considered the holy trinity of Cajun cooking?
Oh my gosh, this right here. So this this is the holy trinity: onion, celery, and bell pepper. It is your base for almost everything. And some people are really like, some people are like really contentious about this part. Like some people only like the green bell pepper, even though the red bell pepper tastes exactly the same. Like there's some people that are like in a camp, you know, it's green bell pepper or red bell pepper. But anyway, we have the red bell pepper in our celery, and we have I actually put a purple onion in here, and some people might be like, oh, because it's usually like a sweet onion or something, but we're using purple onion because I like the colors. So anyway, I have our onion, celery, and bell pepper here that softened for a long time. And what you can do to test to see if it's done is find a piece of celery and see if your spoon glides through it. You want it to be super, super soft. And so that's the consistency that I'm going for. If you kind of jump the gun on this and you don't let it soften all the way, then you set yourself up for having hard veggies in your jambalaya, which that's a no-go. So, but once this is all softened, we're going to, and I threw garlic in there too. You throw garlic in just until you smell it. I'm going to throw in a quart of vegetable broth. So I have my low sodium vegetable broth here. Yeah. Throw in a whole quart.
And you know, Camryn, just so everybody knows, you know, how I found out about you was I was having Dan Buettner on the podcast for his Blue Zones American Kitchen. And he discovered you and came to visit you in your kitchen so you can make some of your, you know, Cajun delightful dishes. And we reached out to you, and the rest is history.
I know. And still, I can't believe I like messaged him on Instagram about something that I liked of his, and he messaged back that he was making a cookbook and wanted to come meet me. And I told Taylor, and he goes, let's make sure this isn't a scam. Hold on. Right. And I was like, I know. But it was him. I couldn't believe he wanted me to like go do it. But I mean, I'm honored, and it was really special and awesome. So I'm glad to be cooking again for some people through a bigger channel of people that are plant-based. So again, thanks for having me.
Oh yeah.
But okay, do you want me? I'm gonna keep going here.
Let's do it.
Okay, so I poured in my quart of vegetable broth, and I need to add in another half cup. And it's important we get this broth correct because we're gonna be cooking the rice in here. And if your broth isn't correct, your rice will not cook correctly or be too mushy, whatever. So make sure that's correct. I have a little bit of soy sauce. I have a little bit of black pepper here. We're gonna throw in there. I'm gonna throw in my tofu sausage that I have right there. And that's only like half a block because I wanted to show y'all how to make it. So there will be more if you make this. There's gonna be more. And I'm gonna throw in my brown rice. I've rinsed and drained this. So it's all ready to go.
How much brown rice is that? Do you know?
2 cups.
2 cups.
So 2 cups of brown rice.
And if anybody's wondering about all the different amounts that Camryn's been using, we will be sure everybody will get this recipe in your little goodie pack. So fear not.
Yes, fear not. I didn't want to stumble and misspeak. So I'm just saying we're throwing this in. And then I didn't want to misspeak and people be like, hey, you said this though. I'm sorry. So, but yeah, we heat this up until it's boiling. And that's a really important step again, because we want our rice to start cooking as soon as possible. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw this in the oven. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're from around here, a lot of people make their jambalayas on the stove, which is fine. A lot of people make jambalaya on in a big, huge kettle, and they'll stir it over a propane like heat source. And the only trouble with that is it's coming from a direct heat source, and so it's prone to burning. And so this method of putting it in the oven, almost like a risotto, there we go, almost like a risotto, ensures that it's going to have heat all around it and not burn. But once I get this all the way up to boiling, what I would do is I would put my lid over like so, and I would put this in the oven for 40 minutes. Take it out.
So just for me to, let me repeat. So
Yes.
we put everything in there. We bring it to a boil, and then we put it in the oven.
Yes.
Okay.
Bring it to a boil to start the cooking process of the rice.
Got it.
Otherwise, it might take a while for it to get to that temperature in the oven, and you'll be sitting there waiting an hour for the jambalaya to actually start soaking up everything. But
So this jambalaya looks incredible. It also looks like it's quite a commitment. I mean, is it a labor of love?
It is a labor of love. And I guess that's the thing too. We were talking to some friends about this not that long ago. A lot of Cajun cuisine is a labor of love. Like these recipes and stuff that family members pass down, it's an event. It's you let the veggies all soak in this, and then a lot of times it takes an hour or two to make, and then the leftovers are even better because the flavors have sat and had time to meld. But yeah, it is a labor of love. This is one of those things that it's okay, it's Saturday, we got a football game that's coming on. Let's begin the kitchen and cooking and making that part of our social event.
What about the cauliflower kubaya? Is that a labor of love or no?
Oh yeah. Well, the cauliflower coubillon is it's a lot quicker. It's really quick because cauliflower cooks a lot quicker, and that one you just kind of throw together. You got your rice, you just kind of throw it on there, and then here, look, it's boiling. So once you had it boiling then you would put it in the oven. But yeah, that one's a little quicker than this one because you're not having to make sausage or anything. You're just throwing it in and letting it go.
Okay. So now, do you have another dish in the oven, or is this it right there? No.
Well, actually, if we will back up just a tad. Thank you, sir.
Don't say it ain't so.
Say it ain't so. Here is the jambalaya in the look. So this is what it will look like when it comes out the oven. Okay.
You are Rachel Ray. You are Rachel Ray.
I tried really hard. I was I grew up watching some of Rachel Ray. So anyway, okay. But when you take it out the oven, you'll notice all your tofu is here at the top.
Wow.
That's normal. So that's what happens when you make a jambalaya and stuff. All the meat would rise to the top, and then you just stir it. Look at that. Stir it all up in there to where it's even. You can adjust the seasonings if you want. I put no cayenne in here because the kids are going to be eating it and they say, oh, it's too spicy. And on my recipe that I sent for you guys, I put 3 different tiers of spice. So if you like a little bit of spice, you put in a 1/4 teaspoon. If you like it to medium hot, you put your 1/2 or 3/4. A little bit goes a long way. So, but yeah, and that is our plant-based jambalaya.
That is spectacular. So you did you knocked out the cashew rotel and the plant-based Cajun jambalaya. So before I let you go, Camryn, I got to ask 3 things of you.
Okay.
Right. The first thing is, so when I had you on the podcast, you did an amazing Kristen Wiig impersonation, and you like her. I like her too a lot. And let me tell you what made me think of this is I was watching The Secret Life of Walter Mitty with my family 3 nights ago with Ben Stiller, and the woman that he falls in love with is Kristen Wiig. And so it made me think of you and how you like her, and you do a great impersonation. Can you do that for us today?
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. I'm so freaking excited. Yeah. No,
Yes. Okay.
You're like, yeah.
I know. He's like, what's going on? Okay.
I know
that-
he can't hear anything.
that's
So.
the first. Now, the second is when we talked, I told you how one of my favorite things in the world was to try grapefruit on my cereal. Did you try grapefruit in your oatmeal cereal?
I did. It was really good.
Okay.
It's tangy. It was so different.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, 4 things. The next thing I want you to say is, actually, do you have any superstitions?
I'm not that stitious.
Okay.
I'm a little stitious. But no, I mean, we try not to say too much around hurricane season because, it's kind of like you speak it into existence and then it happens. So that is like one of our superstitions. Yeah.
Well, and before we went live, you were telling me how you guys have had some rain recently, but before that, you had some severe drought and wildfires.
Yes. It's been intense.
Very unusual for you guys.
Yes.
All right. So to close this out, I want you to say in Cajun, let the good times roll. How do you say that in Cajun?
Laissez les bon temps rouler.
Woo!
Hey.
Hey, it's been so great seeing you again. Thanks for being part of the plant stock lineup this year. Can you give me a virtual fist bump on the way out?
Boom.
And
Yes.
thanks to Taylor for taking the day off of doctoring and
Come here,
helping you.
Taylor. Yes. Yeah. So this is my husband, Taylor. That was so nice to be here and to help me with all this. So yay.
All right, you two. All right. We'll see you next time.
Okay. Bye, you guys. Enjoy.
Yeah. Happy eating. All right, Shane Martin, welcome to Plan Stock 2023. It is an honor to have you as part of our Broc Star lineup this year. How you doing?
Man, it's been a crazy few months since we last talked. When we did the podcast, I was in a demoed kitchen with just a backdrop, which is the kitchen I'm standing in now. And so we've been renovating a house for a year and finishing up a cookbook. And I was on the phone with publishers and everything, trying to get all this wrapped up, and I'm past the deadline, of course. So it's just but I have been living for this, and this is what I wanted to go flawless. And we've had power outages in the area. It's just not been a good morning, but this makes it all better. I am super, super stoked, man.
Well, you know what? That's life, right? And we just got to learn to bob and weave with whatever life throws at us. For those of you that aren't familiar with Shane, he was on the Plant Strong podcast. It was episode 147. And Shane, you're basically a Mississippi dude turned plant-based blogger. I was thinking about it. How do you spell Mississippi? And then I remember back in like second grade, we had this thing, Mississippi. It's so easy.
Right. That's not how we spell it here.
How do you spell it?
It's M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I is how we say it.
Okay. I love that. I like that a lot more.
It's easier.
So, the theme, Shane, of this year's Plan Stock is coming together.
Yeah.
And this is a question that I'm asking each and every one of our chefs this year. What does coming together mean to you, Shane Martin?
Man, I tell you, for me, coming together it's about community, especially when I went plant-based, and having just a group of people support you on your journey to health. But just being able to sit down and break bread at a table, I feel like some of the best conversations, hard, easy, or whatever, I just feel like breaking bread together. And when you're sitting around the table, for us, coming together means just hanging out over a meal that I've cooked for my family or for my friends, and just talking about life, man. And I feel like food is a great conversation piece, and especially since I'm usually and my family are the only ones around the table in this lifestyle, it's just great to hear the conversations and people to find out, like when they find out they're eating a chocolate mousse for dessert, that it's usually avocados or tofu when they swore they'd never eat tofu, So, I mean, it's just, I think coming together for me is just breaking bread. That's kind of what I think. And it's just building community. And I feel like it crosses political boundaries. It crosses just economic boundaries, that you can just, just sit down and enjoy each other for each other. And
Bravo. And you've got 5 kids. So when you're all like back together for Thanksgiving or Christmas or the holidays, you've got a full house.
It is loaded, man, but it is awesome. It is awesome. And I was just thinking about this today. My oldest, since we talked last year, graduated college this year. And my son is going to be a junior after this semester, and all the Facebook memories come up. And, I always got irritated at my dad when we'd be traveling from Nashville to see him back to Charlotte, and he'd call me every 30, 45 minutes, want to know where I was.
Yeah.
And he told me, he said, you just wait. He said, your kids don't ever stop being your kids. And dude, I still look at my kids like they're my little girls and my little boy. And so when they are here, I love the chaos. We only have 3 in the house right now, and I can't tell you how much more quiet it is. And it almost, I'll get emotional talking about it, but yeah, man, it's pragmatic chaos is what I like to say.
So you have 3 recipes that you're going to share with us today. What are those 3 recipes?
Well, I got to thinking about it, Rip, and I got to thinking, what could I do that is, healthy, whole, plant-based, follows all our guidelines, that the plant strong way of living, but was kind of reminiscent of childhood when we talk about coming together and what spawned memories. And I started thinking, man, when we'd have to stay home from school because we were sick, or it got cold in the fall and it started to rain, and I thought, there was no better combination than tomato soup and a grilled cheese. So I thought, what if we tried to relive that memory and recreate that today? So I'm going to do a fire roasted tomato soup. And this is super simple. It's literally just dump and heat. And then we're going to make a cheddar cheese spread out of carrots and a little bit of cashews and some seasonings. And then we're going to put that on some Dave's Killer Bread and just toast it in an oil-free skillet. And then for dessert, we're going to do four ingredient chocolate banana cookies.
Chocolate banana oatmeal cookies. I love that.
Yes.
All right. So what do you want to start with?
So I'm going to start with the soup, and I'll let that be cooking while we do everything else. And it'll only take a few minutes to warm up. So this is a super, super simple recipe. We're going to start with a 28-ounce can of fire roasted tomatoes. And I do want to let everybody know, I bought all these ingredients at Walmart specifically to do this today. So the whole thought of I can't eat plant-based because it's expensive or inaccessible that's just contempt without evidence. So
yeah.
So, all right. So we're just dumping. So a 28-ounce can of fire roasted tomatoes, and then we're going to do a 15-ounce can of tomato sauce, and then we're going to do just a 14-ounce can of diced tomatoes. That gives it a little bit of texture, because I like a little bit. I don't like I like my soups to have texture and kind of a little bit of substance, you know. So now I do have like a tomato bisque recipe on the blog, but you get these chunks of tomatoes, and I mean, it's so, I don't know. I threw it in there last minute when I first created the recipe, and I never looked back. So this is a bit of a savory, kind of a sweet and savory. So I add 1 to 2 tablespoons of maple syrup just to kind of give it a little bit of sweetness. And then we got the garlic powder.
I like the fact that you don't really measure too much. You're more of an eyeball kind of guy.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, when I do recipes for the blog.
Yeah,
I have to go back and rethink everything and see exactly what I put in there. But usually when I'm creating, I can kind of eyeball and go, oh, this is about a tablespoon. This looks like a tablespoon, And so, yeah, dude, it's like if we had just a wide shot, it's like I've got flour all over the place, and photographing for a bread cookbook, and so everything's just laid out. And people ask me all the time when they go to the blog, they go, my kitchen doesn't look like yours, and I'm like, that's because that's not my kitchen. That's a 2x2 layout for photos. My kitchen looks terrible most of the time because I'm a messy cook. So, but yeah, I just kind of eyeball, and I tell people, like, eyeball it. If you're doing things that aren't like you're not doing oils and you're not doing salt, add your spices, it's so, and then we're going to throw some Italian seasoning. So I did, we did little maple syrup. We did some garlic powder, onion powder. This is a tablespoon of Italian seasoning. Now if you just have basil or oregano, that works. I just kind of like the blend, and I don't like to make my own, so I'm lazy. So I'll go grab pre-made Italian seasoning. So do a tablespoon of that. This has smoked paprika, so it has a little bit of a smoky flavor for the soup.
Oh yeah. Now you're speaking my language.
Yes, man. I love smoked paprika. Just love anything smoky. But you're really gonna love this, Mr. Austin guy. This I love. You don't have to put this, but I put sriracha in my tomato soup. So
a little optional sriracha.
Yeah, but a real man would put the sriracha in there. Just saying.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things I really like about you, Shane, and why I'm so drawn to you is because you're a self-proclaimed average, ordinary guy who just makes plant-based cooking casual, easy, and delicious, and you don't like using fancy chef speak.
No.
And you know what? That resonates with me a lot.
Well, I think, it's funny, Rip. I mean, I would say the same thing about you, because when I first saw Forks Over Knives, that's like a lot of our entryway, our gateway into plant-based living, and of course, at that point, I actually had a friend that knew who you were because he was a triathlete in Nashville. And when I told him about going plant-based, he goes, "Oh," he said, "there was this guy he's a fireman now, but this guy that would be at meets that I would run, his name was Rip Esselstyn." I was like, "That's the guy." And so, but I think that's what I appreciated about the Engine 2 book and things like that is like, I looked at that and I thought, and when I first saw the peanut butter oatmeal chocolate chip cookies in the book, that's when it hit me. Oh, this is plant-based. And I thought, holy heck, yeah. And so I think from there, and I don't like complicated things, but I think from there, that's just, I kind of wanted to take what I loved and because if it's not easy, most people aren't going to stick with it or feel like they can stick with it, And so I like to say it's not a shtick, man. I really am that simple. So. And
let me say is there anything else that we should know about what you're doing here? As you're sampling it.
I'm going to sprinkle with just a little salt because I get all no salt tomatoes. No, I mean it's essentially done. It just has to heat up now. So I'm just going to pop it on the stove and then we'll move on to the grilled cheese. But
can you kind of show us that? Can you?
Oh, absolutely. Look at this. Look how rich and red that is, and that is a pot of soup, man. And then I'll hold it up when I put it in a bowl too, because it's going. All right.
Yeah. So Shane, while you're doing that, I just want to let everybody know a little bit about your journey here, and then I want you to chime in when appropriate. But in reviewing our podcast from several months ago, at age 20, you talked about how you were about 187 pounds. At age 26, you were pushing 240, and by age 40, when you're having kids, you were 280, and they were saying, "Daddy, you're kind of heavy," and you looked in the mirror one morning, and you were like red and puffy. And you decided to get real with what was going on. And in 3 months of going whole food, plant-based, no added oils, you were down how much weight? 55?
55 pounds in about 3 months.
Yep. And then your blood pressure, you said, went from 156 over 110 to 126-ish over 79. That's
yeah.
To me, the craziest stat was what happened to your total cholesterol.
Oh yeah, because I don't know if I told, it was like over 400 before I started.
You said you said 399, 400, and it came down 200 points to 199.
Yeah.
That's dramatic.
Yeah, that's when, and keep in mind, I had diabetes, fatty liver, walking death, and what was really, it was like my last resort. Literally, I felt like this was my last hurrah. If this doesn't work, this is it. And I remember telling myself that once we have these tests and I get these vitals done, if nothing's changed, I'm done. I've tried it for 3 months. Yeah, I feel great. I've lost weight, but when I saw the numbers, that's when I went, this is legit, and this is how we solve the health crisis in this country, because I was walking evidence at that point, and so, but yeah, man, and it just felt like it made the family safer. It made the family more secure, I guess, but
absolutely, knowing that their father wasn't gonna, keel over from a heart attack any day.
Yeah, well, that was it, and we had a history. There was a history of heart disease rampant and stroke in my family, diabetes, the whole thing. It just, I don't know, man. It was life changing.
Yeah.
And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I was an Engine 2 fanboy, and have been since day one. You know, I'll tell you something. I don't mean to get off topic, but we would coming back from visiting friends out of town, and we stopped in Birmingham, and there's a Whole Foods that we always stop at. And I used to make, when that was the only Whole Foods I could ever go to from visiting family, I always stocked up on like the Engine 2 cereals and like the hummuses and stuff like that. And so we were stopping by a few weeks ago on our way back from out of town. And I went in and I thought, I'm just going to go grab a box for old time's sake. And then I remembered they're not there anymore. And I like literally got kind of teary because I was like, that was a big memory, you know? Because so yeah, you're in my heart, Rip. So
you know, you can get them. You just have to order them online.
Oh yeah, and they're plant strong now. So
that's right. We've made a pivot. So you're making a pivot to a new dish. What's your new dish now?
Okay, so on the website, this is actually cheddar cheese spread, but I have another recipe that shows how to turn it into a grilled cheese. But I thought, we'll just share the cheddar cheese spread because you essentially put it on bread. This is made with a carrot and some cashews and then spices. And we use tapioca starch to thicken it. And people ask, can I use arrowroot or cornstarch? No. If you want it stretchy, you've got to use the tapioca. So that's the only quote unquote weird recipe that's in here. So what we're going to do is you want to chop a carrot. And because of the magic of television and all of that, so I've already blended the batch that I'll show you how to cook, but I'm going to kind of go through the process real quick. We take a carrot, chop it. Most of it ends up in the floor. You throw it in there, and then you throw a cup of cashews into the pot. You put a cup of water in there, and you just boil the heck out of it until the carrot is soft, and that's it. And then what we're going to do as that boils.
And so how tell me this, how, like, roughly would you say, is this a 10-minute boil? Is it an 8-minute boil?
Yeah, I think it's usually about a 10-minute maybe. I say in the recipe until the carrots are fork tender, where you can punch a fork through them. So usually about 8 to 10 minutes. But that's primarily the reason you're doing that. But also raw cashews, when you boil them, a lot of people soak them. I like to boil them. They get real creamy. So if you're making a cheese dish or something like that, it helps them to, even if you have a Vitamix, I like to boil them because it makes them real soft and creamy. So you're going to boil. I'm sorry, go ahead, Rip.
No, I had never heard that before. So that's a really good tip for people that like using cashews because they're such a great base for any kind of a, cheese substitute.
Right. Okay, so we're going to kind of fast forward a little bit. And yes, we've had it boiling and it's boiling. And so then what you do is you take that off and then you drain it. And then you throw those carrots into the blender.
Carrots and cashews. That's all we got.
That's all it's going to. Yes, you don't see that. That's all that's in here is cashews and carrots.
Right.
And so you're going to add a cup of low sodium vegetable broth. And then it's a matter of seasoning at that point. So here's how we season it, and here's how we thicken it. We do a 1/4 cup of tapioca starch. I like Anthony's. That's what I use.
Yeah.
The seasonings we're going to add are smoked paprika again, so you get like a smoky cheddar flavor. We've got a garlic powder, and this is what I have found to be kind of the secret ingredient is Dijon mustard.
The je ne sais quoi.
The je ne sais quoi. And this is the only time I've used fancy chef speak. So
there you go.
So you it gives it a little bit of a bite. That if you remember, cheese used to have that sharp bite on it. So it gives it kind of that edge.
Yeah.
And so we add that, and then lemon juice. Lemon juice adds a little bit of a citrusy brightness, but also kind of that little tang that cheese tends to have. And then from there, what you want to do is you're going to put all that in the blender, and then we're going to go and you're just going to make a sauce, and it comes out super thick and creamy like this right here.
Oh boy, And that would probably go really well over like nachos or something like that.
No, dude, and I'm telling you, this is so stinking good. Now, what we haven't done, and because nobody's here, I can put my finger in it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then I always tell people, taste at the end. If you need to sprinkle a little salt, do a little bit of salt. Don't use a measuring cup. Just sprinkle with your hands. Keep it minimal. Then you want to heat up a nonstick skillet over, I think I said medium heat. Is that what I said? I think I said medium heat. Yeah, over medium heat. And now this is live. We're hoping this thickens. This is where the magic has to happen. So maybe we can cut and edit and post or something. But normally you would put it in there and heat it up. I started heating it up. And so we're just going to pour it in there. And then we're going to whisk. And if the gods be with us, we should have a cheddar cheese spread.
And so how quickly does it start to do what it's supposed to do?
If it's hot like it is now, it's already thickened. So look at here. That's already cheddar cheese.
Wow. That's dramatic.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. And here's what's funny. The reason I heat the pan, now what I would tell people is it's better to put it in a cold pan and then put it on medium heat and let it heat and whisk it. But here's a little childhood secret. When we grew up eating grilled cheeses or eggs, my grandmother, my mother cooked in cast iron skillets. We're always using butter and lard. And so they would always cook eggs and cheese at the end, and it always had those burnt bits in it. And so I like to heat my pan up because I get so that's what the little black pieces are the little cooked bits, charred bits in the cheese sauce. And
because of the deep sentimentality that runs through you, that's why you do that.
Yeah, and my wife laughs at me a lot. She doesn't laugh at me. She loves to, she says I romanticize things a lot. And I do. I'm a pretty nostalgic person. And so I don't know. It's like when I take pictures of to remind me of places I've been, like when I do the food photos or, things like that. So I do get pretty nostalgic but I feel like it's one of those little extra things. That's what we talk about coming together. I feel like this is one of those things, like when you cook, you're not just cooking to make a meal. I mean, you definitely want to satisfy your taste buds, but I mean, you're strengthening your heart, you're strengthening your inside. But it's like, I tell people when I went plant-based, man, it was so enlightening, not just internally, but you're so much more aware of things,
Yeah.
And so, I don't know.
You actually said something during our podcast that I actually wrote down, and you basically said something to the effect of, you want to heal yourself so that you can then heal what's outside of you. And
yes.
It's a lot easier to do that when you've taken care of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so here's what we're going to do for the grilled cheese. You put that cheese spread on the bread.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got the pan heating up. And you don't need just so everybody knows, you don't need any oil to toast bread. A good nonstick skillet that's heated up works awesome. So, I got cheese sauce all over the place because I was slinging stuff back. Okay.
Yeah. And then you're just going to throw that on the skillet at what, medium high heat for?
I do about a medium high heat. And we'll go ahead and throw it on there now. Oh, yeah, it's sizzling. And we're just going to let it brown. And I'm using Dave's Killer Bread. I love Dave's Killer Bread.
Yeah.
But I tell people, if you buy Dave's Killer, you need to use the green or the yellow bag because those are the ones that don't have oil in them.
Ah, good point there. And it's another lesson on why it's so absolutely instrumental that we all learn to read labels, because different products within the same company or brand vary widely.
They do. They do. And I remember that's what I first learned. And it was, I will tell people, there was a bit of a learning curve for us. It took, we go buy groceries and we read every label. It took us twice as long to shop. But then you kind of get in a groove and you just know what to eat and what not to eat,
Right on.
So, all right. So we're letting that grilled cheese grill. And then we're going to get our cookies started.
Ooh,
oh, dude.
Show me that. Bring that over to the camera.
Right now? You want me to ruin the surprise?
No, okay. No, you do what you want to do. No, this is your show. This is your show.
No, man. Here, I'll give you a little taste here. Here we go. Look at that. That's a grilled cheese, man.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So we're almost there with that.
So I'm just thinking here, I've had my fire roasted tomato soup. I've just kind of dipped a lot of my, my grilled cheese sandwich in there, and now I'm ready for a little something sweet. What do you got on tap?
So here's what we're doing. We are doing chocolate banana oatmeal cookies. And I'm about to...
3 ingredients that I cannot get enough of.
Bananas, oats, and chocolate.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, my pancakes every Saturday, bananas, oats, and chocolate. There's always,
Yeah.
All right. So this is like stupid simple, man. And it is like major. And I would say I consider chocolate a vitamin personally, but that's just me. So,
yeah.
But the only thing that you could say maybe if you kind of want to watch things would be the chocolate chips maybe, but you could totally leave those out and this thing is still just as good. So I'm going to show you how to make this real quick. It's again, so simple. So I've got 2 bananas, very ripe bananas. And when it comes to like baking banana bread, cookies, the browner, the better. So if you got bananas sitting over in the corner and they look all mushy and brown, do not throw those suckers out.
Really? So I shouldn't be throwing them in the compost container?
You can throw the peels in there.
Yeah.
But don't throw those bananas. You make great cookies with those. And they get sweeter as they get browner.
Yeah.
Right.
I love green bananas. Green bananas are where it's at. But that's just me personally. But I'm gonna try your little tip here with the deep spotted ones.
Oh man, I can't eat them until they get a little piece of brown streak on them.
Yeah.
If I do my big bowl or something like that, I gotta. Yeah. So, all right. So here we go. We're gonna do 2 bananas, and you're just gonna mash those with a potato masher or fork. And I like to leave some chunks because, again, I'm a texture guy. I like texture. So there they go. So once you get those mashed, all that's left is we're going to do some oats. And I love Bob's Red Mill oats, the extra thick oats. I love those things, man.
Yep.
All right.
You're speaking my Bob's Red Mill language there. That's what I get. Yep.
Yeah, man. Just hearty and no glyphosate.
No. We want to stay away from the glyphosates for sure.
Yeah. How do you? Is it glyphosate or glyphosate? I can't. I'm terrible with words.
I think that everybody gets the picture.
Yeah. Okay. Good. This ain't no English channel, man. All right. I got to find my spatula. All right.
And how was that? A cup and a half of oats?
1 1/4 cup.
Got it.
1 1/4 cup. Yeah, my little my mother-in-law got me these Amish measuring spoons, and they only go up to 1/2 cup. But man, I love them.
So I tell you what, the Amish are on it. I love the Amish.
Oh, dude, I do too. Now, if we could just get them to make some oil-free plant-based dishes, man.
Well, I think one of the things that I love so much about them, and I spent some time with them when I was 22 years old, is just how simple they are.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so for somebody whose brand is Shane and Simple, I can understand why you would appreciate and love the Amish.
Yeah. I mean, just talk about coming together in community.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all right.
So you just pulled a fast one on us. You added a little maple syrup that was not.
That was. Whoa.
Yeah, you can't cut corners on us here.
Let's retract the clause there. I had a brain fart, man, because I put maple syrup and everything, and I saw it sitting out there. And when I poured it, I was like, "This is not right."
Yeah.
And so I thought there is. So everybody listening, there is no maple syrup in there. If you want to add some, add some. That was not intentional. I saw it. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. So, but I thought I'd get it over there and you not call me out, but that didn't happen. So,
No.
So, all right. So tablespoon of raw cacao powder. And if you don't have cacao, you can use cocoa powder, unsweetened cocoa powder.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah. And I just started really using cacao like consistently about a year ago. And I like it better than cocoa, to be honest with you.
Now, so the only thing that you've yet to add is the chocolate chips. But the other thing that probably should be an optional ingredient and that I would be adding to that is, you know what?
What?
Peanut butter.
Wait a minute.
A little.
Oh, dude, it's okay. Yes. Look. Okay, dude. Yeah, it's like we're brothers from a different mother, dude. Peanut butter and chocolate chips.
Come on, and banana.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
And like if I go out for a run and I come in and I'm just famished, I mean that's usually my snack. A little bit of peanut butter, some chocolate chips over the peanut butter, and a banana, and just dip it.
Yeah. Now, so do you cook these, or what do you do when you're done?
Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. I've got a baking sheet that I line with parchment paper. So you preheat the oven to 350. And this is what I tell people. Preheat your oven while a lot of people, I'm surprised because my wife, and she's not here, so I can say this. So when we're cooking veggies, like frozen veggies or something, and making a stir fry, she likes to turn the oven, like the stove on, and put the skillet on top. And then she just starts dumping the veggies. And I kind of have to walk around like, no, don't do that. Like, pan must be hot, and so, but it's funny because a lot of people still don't know. It's like, I've seen people, even my family, they'll just turn the oven on and start sticking things in. I'm like, no, you can't do that. So like the first thing I always tell people to do is preheat your oven before you do anything else. And so that way, by the time you get through prepping and everything, you're ready to go. Yeah. And your stove is ready to go, and you're not sitting around waiting as long. And this soup is hot. And I was telling Carrie, I don't know what it's like around your house, but do you ever lay something down and you didn't touch it, and you come back and it's just gone?
Never happened to me.
I'm like, man,
I have no idea what you're talking about, Shane.
All right. Yeah. So I just now you could just scoop these and dump them on here because they don't really rise and spread like normal cookies. But I like to put them in. I'll show you this. I like to put them in little tablespoons and just kind of turn them. Yeah. And so they look like little doggy turds is what they look like. But can we say that on here? Is that? I'm sorry.
This is anything goes.
Okay. All right. So you're going to do that. You're going to get about 9 to 12 cookies out of this. I think 9 is safe, depending on how big or small. So again, with the magic of television, we're making, and look what happens. We put all this in the oven, right?
Yeah.
And oh, look, ding, they're done. And they come out on a plate, and look at there. See?
Ooh. So,
and dude, in 15, 20 minutes, we have made a complete meal.
So to review, we did the fire roasted tomato soup.
Yes. We did the grilled cheese with cheddar cheese sauce. And we did chocolate banana oatmeal cookies. And we're not done because I'm going to cut this grilled cheese open. Yeah. And Watch this, Rip. Here we go. Check this out. Look at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So here's how we do it. We're going to get our soup in a bowl. Now, I don't know how you grew up doing it, but this is what we do. We dip it in the soup.
Is it? How's the temperature? Don't burn the roof of your mouth.
Boy, I wasn't thinking on that one. But man, it's so good. Oh my gosh, it's good.
It looks good. It looks good.
Oh,
Shane, my Mississippi Plant Strong brother. Thank you for being a part of Plant Stock.
Plant Stock, baby. Hey, I'm going to say this before you get off, man.
Yeah.
When Carrie reached out, dude, I'm telling you, there's been 2 moments in my life that have been like fanboy things for me. One was meeting you and get to do the podcast, and then one getting to come back and do this. It truly is an honor, Rip, and I really, really appreciate it, man.
I'm so glad you could join us. And you got that new cookbook that's going to drop when? Any thoughts? 2024?
Yeah, so it's supposed to come out March of 2024. I'm going to be giving a little bit of info on that book. I talked to, and but it's a bread book.
Wow.
And yeah, it was not. I didn't go pursuing this, so it's. I've had to learn how to make a lot of bread. But yes, it's going to drop March 2024 if I ever can get it done.
Well, look at this photo that I got of yours. Look at how gorgeous that is.
Oh, which one is that? Oh man. Oh yeah, dude.
Look at that.
Where'd you get that at?
Right there.
Oh, oh yeah. Man. Oh yeah.
I don't know where, but I found it, and that is tasty looking.
Oh.
All right. Hey, Shane.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep eating. It's just I can't let it sit there, man.
No. All right. Hey, give me a fist bump on the way out, all right?
Oh, yeah, man.
Boom. Keep it plant strong, my man.
All the way, man. All the time.
Woo. Okay, we are back with the Plant Bros. Yeah. Are you going to pump us up or what? So right here we got Brian Hart. Brian, we'd love to get an update. And then we also got John FitzGerald right here. You guys, I cannot wait to see what you're cooking up. Brian, anything on the Esselstyn Foundation?
Quick update on the Esselstyn Foundation. We were on a tear and we got up to about $7,000 of the $15,000. And so thank you all for the people that have been giving. And I also wanted to give a special shout out to the Fedorovich family, which also has made a gift that's really pushed us forward and been sort of a game changer for us. So thank you, Fedorovich family. We want to get to 15K by the end of the day tomorrow. So if you haven't given, consider it if you can. But thank you so much to everybody who's given. We're a little over halfway there, I think, by now, by the time I check. But we're at about 7.2K a few moments ago. So thank you.
Well, and that's exactly perfect because we're halfway done with plant stock.
Oh, there we go.
Right?
Done. So we've got still got halfway.
All right, you guys. I got to get out. There's going to be a lot of action.
Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome. We are the Plant Bros, and for those of you who haven't seen us before, we've done a few videos on YouTube. First video got about 2,000 views. Second video, we kind of climbing our way out, maybe 6,000. And then our most recent one got, I think we're up to about 10,000 or maybe 12,000.
10K, baby!
So we're no Jane and Ann by any stretch of the imagination.
But watch your back.
That's right. Watch your back. And really, so the Plant Bros grew out of this notion that we have so many friends and peers that are our age, in our 50s, who are starting to have to go on all these medications. And there's some myth out there that sort of plant-based eating is not manly. And so we're here to prove to you that you can be a man and also still eat plants. And so our tagline is, we are two non-threatening men talking about plants. And we also have a second tagline, which is we are guy-friendly and gear-heavy. So you'll notice, just like any man, we love to have our gear. We have lots of equipment, and you'll see we'll implement it at different times today. So we're really
Quite frankly,
excited.
we don't need half of this stuff, but it looks good.
We don't need half of this stuff, but as you know, men, we gather around equipment. That's, we don't like to get together to share our feelings, but when someone says, ooh, I've got a new saw, then we're there, we want to see it. And so you'll notice we have lots of gear, extraneous amounts of gear. All right, so John, you ready to get started?
Let's do this.
Let's do this. Now remember,
this is not about romaine lettuce and carrot sticks.
No,
that's
this is
not what we're doing today.
We're not getting into the weird riced cauliflower. We're sticking to the stuff that's going to make sense to your average man. And so we're going to start off with a meat and potatoes kind of thing. No meat, just potatoes. And because we know how important potatoes are to men. And so we're going to get started right away with this first recipe, which is called smashed potatoes. Very, very basic.
Very simple.
Very simple. So what we're going to do is we're going to take potatoes. These are pre-cooked. We bake these in the oven for, like 40 minutes, an hour. You know how it is. Like, just throw them in there. Not too much to think about. And we call them smashed potatoes because, of course, in many ways, men need to be physical when they're cooking, and we got to involve lots of activity. We like to stay in shape if we can. So let's see here. I'm going to smash these potatoes. This is
no, not that, Brian.
No. So how about
bigger?
Yeah. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is take this potato. I'm going to smash it flat. All right, perfect. See, that potato's flat. It makes a lot of noise, so anybody else in the rest of the house is going to be wondering, what the heck is going on in the kitchen right now? I thought he was cooking dinner.
Now, you could have done that with your hands, but that was much more fun.
No, it's so much more fun to have tools around the kitchen. And so now that this potato is somewhat flat, I'm going to place it in a waffle maker. And so you'd think, well, that's ridiculous. It's already cooked. Well, watch what it does when you put it in a waffle maker. I feel like Carleigh Bodrug. She's so inventive and creative with what she does. So we're taking this flattened potato and we're placing it in a waffle iron. So I'll grab a second potato. We'll smash that down.
You are really good at the hammer.
Honey, what is going on in the kitchen? I'm just adding. I'm doing I'm adding a wing to the house and I'm cooking dinner. So these are just, what are these potatoes? Yukon Gold. Yukon Gold. So I'm placing them in the waffle maker and I'm just pressing down to flatten them even more. And so while those are cooking, I'm going to make the sauce. And for those of you who haven't figured out the secret to plant-based eating yet, it is the sauce, John. It's the sauce.
Gotta have the sauce. That's why I have OMG walnut sauce on hand every day.
It's about the sauce. It's about the sauce. It's like anything in life, really. It's just about the icing on the cake. It's never the cake. It's the icing. So I'm going to take what appears to be the oldest food processor I've ever seen. Look at this. This is like the series 1 of the Cuisinart. Are the lights going to dim when we start this?
I'm surprised you haven't fixed that with duct tape yet.
I know I think it needs duct tape. So we're making something called romesco sauce, and this is from page 54 in the Engine 2 cookbook if you own it. If not, it's been sent to you, so don't worry about having to follow along and write everything down because it's been sent out to you already. But romesco sauce is a sauce that heralds from Spain, and it just throws together all kinds of amazing, tasty stuff, and we're going to put that on our potatoes. So earlier today, we roasted some sweet peppers, some tomatoes, and some garlic, and then we also roasted some almonds and some, I always forget the name of these nuts, hazelnuts. So we've got 2 types of nuts. Get it, John? You can always remember that.
Yeah.
2 nuts.
That's why we're guys.
All right. And so let me grab, whoops, top oven.
Keep track, Brian. Come on.
Come on, smart. So you'll see we roasted these beautiful
Ooh, those
peppers
look
and
amazing.
tomatoes. And like
All right.
most guys, we don't like too many steps on the instruction list.
This
And
is already more planning ahead than I normally do.
I know,
but
I
yeah.
know. And a lot of people will say, oh, be careful, skin them, be really, get that. Forget that. Just take the top off, throw it in. It's got seeds in there. Who cares? Ann Esselstyn's always taught me. Ann Esselstyn's always taught me that you just want to eat the hide. Always eat the hide. Don't worry about it. Just tear the top off. Throw it in the Cuisinart. And then I also roasted some garlic. You just got to push the squishy garlic right out of the, ooh, this one's kind of messy.
We like messy.
All right, so I'm throwing some roasted garlic in there. This garlic is.
You know what I like,
oh,
Brian, already
That's a
is
good
we
one.
haven't used any quantities yet. We're just throwing.
No, we're just throwing
it in there.
Why would you waste time? So we're throwing it in there. Then we've got our roasted almonds.
Don't put the cup in there.
Then we've got our hazelnuts. Jeez, I'm dropping everything. What happened to my rag? Oh, there's Jane's shirt. I don't want to use that. Where's the rag? Oh, okay.
Hey, real men use their pants.
Yeah, that's true. But I have these nice pants on because real men can. Oh, balsamic vinegar. Is that in there? Yeah. I don't even remember.
We don't need no stinking recipe.
So,
yeah, it's right there, bro.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of balsamic vinegar. It says 2 tablespoons, whatever. A little bit of smoked paprika. We're not measuring.
Okay, wait, what you can't see off screen is Ann and Jane watching us like, oh God, what are they doing?
A tiny little bit of red pepper. We don't want it to be too hot. We're from Ohio, things, we got to keep it fairly bland, but a little bit of red pepper. And, oh, this is an interesting one. We're using gluten-free bread. You take a piece of toasted bread and you throw it in there. It gives it a little bit of body.
Doesn't have to be gluten-free, though.
Doesn't have to be gluten-free. We're just using gluten-free so Jane can have it because she doesn't like gluten very much. I think that's everything. Now we're just going to do what we always do, which is
blend.
Use the gear.
Oh. That looks amazing.
Creates a luscious color. I think it needs to be blended a little bit more. It's a little chunky. Now you've got this incredibly good tasting sauce. And all I'm going to do, here's my Today Show created bowl with my smashed potatoes that have been waffle ironed. And I'm going to take, if I had a spoon, but I'll use this. I'm going to take a little bit of sauce, put it on top. Oh, unbelievable. And of course, you'll notice that I laid some greens, some red cabbage, and some stuff down there that I'm going to eat with the sauce and the potatoes. Amazing, amazing meal. It goes so quickly, and any guy will love it.
It reminds me of a manwich. Remember the manwich?
The manwich. Yes, I do remember the manwich. Woo! All right. First recipe. John is going to dive into another recipe.
All right. Now, Brian, that was beautiful. That was well done, all that stuff. But that's a little frou-frou.
Frou-frou.
So what I'm saying is guys like to grab things, hold things, pack them, go, carry them with them, right? We don't have time with I've got a bowl. You know,
I'm
we don't have that time.
going to get some reps in.
Yeah, get some reps in while you're doing that. So I am going to make a panini while Brian gets buff. So the first step is getting a block of tempeh, right? Any grocery store, and then what you do is you open that up, and I cut it into slabs the night before.
Do you need these?
I like slabs. Dude,
okay.
I'm out. All right, listen. All right, so now I'm all thrown up. Where was I?
Sorry.
Oh, we cut it into slabs, and then I let it marinate in the barbecue sauce overnight in the fridge. Put lots of barbecue sauce in there. The more, the merrier.
In a sack.
In a sack.
That's right.
So.
Manly sack.
Good Lord.
It's a tough
Please
crowd
get all
out
your
there.
children out of the room.
Yeah.
All right, so then you cook it. I cook it usually on like a medium heat after it's been soaking all night.
Is that level?
Perfect.
It
Look at
is.
that.
Look at
if
that.
it's not level, the sauce does tend to run.
Yeah.
So I've already started cooking these because we wanted to have them cook long. So what I normally do is kind of get them to be a little bit caramelized almost, and the sauce. So you may have to flip them once or twice, but keep an eye on it because as that sauce starts to cook, it could start to burn, and we don't want that. So while that is continuing to cook, we are going to make the mango salsa.
All right, mango salsa.
You need the mango salsa on here. And I was going to use frozen, but I was told that was against the rules to use frozen. Guys, you can use frozen, just don't tell anybody. But so, what does a guy do when he can't use his frozen? He calls the experts. Hello? Yeah, we need you. Come on in.
Here I am.
All right, look at that. We got, on speed dial, no less. All right, so I cannot cut a mango. If you saw our last Plant Bros, you saw I literally demolished that mango. And so I brought in the expert. Ann, show us how.
So a mango has two cheeks, a thin seed down the center, okay? I've cut it in half to I needed actually a saw.
A saw?
Well, I'll wait.
Later.
The other half. So we've got this.
You got a saw?
I'm going to simply do it like a tennis crack. Score it.
Look at that.
Like a tennis racket or a tennis crack?
Now, I don't want you to get wrong. I'm good up to this point.
Yeah.
Oh, you're doing it differently.
Circumnavigate.
Wow.
Oh.
I'm doing it differently because I love my tovolo.
Look at that.
Look at this.
Wow.
I mean,
that's impressive.
Wow.
I'll tell you what.
I'm not missing anything. Now, do you want the other half too? Or
Oh, yeah, we got to have the other half.
So,
Wow.
No, just use this for right now.
Oh.
We want to keep it consistent.
Yep.
And that is amazing. Now, can you do your little fold-out one this time?
So Wade can see you? She's not cooperating with you.
Doing it her own way. We like that. Plant Bros like that when people do it their own way.
There we go. That's what I'm talking
but
about.
I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I have to do it this way because this is the other way. You leave half of it in the.
Oh, okay. Good
container.
point. Good point.
All right.
A tovolo is not very manly. Do we have something bigger?
There we go.
See what you can do, Brian.
Yeah.
That last bit.
Ooh, John, your tempeh.
Yeah, I got to turn that.
All right.
Ann, thank you so much.
Anytime.
What a cameo.
Anytime. For fresh mango and you, anytime.
Thanks, Ann. All right, so let's get back to here. You can see it's starting, the sauce starting to like caramelize on the ones I just put on there. So we'll flip those. So we've got the mango in there. Next up is some red onion. Just
Love
throw
red
that
onion.
in. Then,
John, this can satisfy like our grilling fantasy. Look, I can get these big tongs
got
and
it
I can
all.
switch stuff.
oh, here it is. All right, then here's the key. This is the key. Lime zest and then lime juice.
Microplaner?
The microplaner.
Yeah.
It's called a rasp from your toolbox.
It's called a rasp from the toolbox.
So we're just gonna,
Just checking. I'm just checking. You always got to check.
that's right. You just wanted to use the tape measure. All right, so we are going here. Hold on. All right, that's good zest. And then lots and lots of lime juice.
Oh, excellent. I'm going to turn your tempeh.
Thank you. All right, we got that. And I think there was another half over here. Hey, and don't worry if the lime falls on the floor, you just rinse it off, right, Jane?
Right.
All right, cool.
Or why even? I mean, that's the whole thing. It's the whole myth. Germs are good for you. Dogs are the new yogurt.
I'm not even sure what that means.
Everyone's always worried about prebiotics.
I know you're all thinking, I'm going to say it. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, everyone's always talking about prebiotics, postbiotics. You know, your gut biome needs germs and fiber.
All right, so
that's all. Yeah.
Right here. There's the mango salsa, right? So that is all ready to go. So now it's assembly time. This is my favorite part because it's quick, it's easy. Yeah, you can turn that off. Thanks, Brian. All right, so first up, you need a little adhesive to kind of hold everything together down there.
What is this though?
Oh, hey, Brian, thank God you're here. And I should have been the one to point that out. This is actually the Plant Strong pizza crust that we are using for our panini bread. So you don't have to go out and buy bread, and some people say, oh, I can't eat 5 pizza crusts. They don't have to be pizza crust to eat them. They can be panini bread. All right?
I've never seen that done. That's amazing.
Thank you, Brian, for catching that. All right, so now we put a nice layer of guac on there. If you like a lot of guac, put more guac. Now, I would also recommend trying to keep it away from the edges because when you put it in the panini maker, you don't want to squeeze it all out. Then we're going to put a little of this cooked kale on there, right? Hold that in place. You can use spinach, you can use arugula, you can use fresh, you can use steamed, whatever you want. Then I'm going to add the tempeh, right? And again, as much tempeh as you want. Make sure, to me, it's better with caramelized and a little bit of...
You getting that symmetrical?
Hey, John, would Michael Greger be a fan of the tempeh you're putting on there?
Rip, I'm so glad you asked. Tempeh, if you watched last night, has spermidine in it. And we all know what that means.
Whatever it is, it sounds good. I'm in.
Spermidine is one thing, it's a longevity agent. The other thing is you can figure it out.
We don't even know what it is, but it sounds good.
Just like dog hair.
Just like dog
yogurt.
hair is the new yogurt. I said, quote me on that.
That's on our next T-shirt. All right, so you put that all together and you kind of smush it down.
Can you review those layers for me? I got a little confused.
I sure can, Jane. That's guac, little greens, whatever greens you pick, the tempeh, and then the mango salsa on top. Sometimes I put a little extra guac on here, but we're not going to.
Walnut sauce on the top layer.
Ooh, that would be good.
No, we got it.
We got it.
We got it.
All right, so then you've got your panini maker. It's all heated up. It's all ready to go. You just put that in there and slowly, I'm going to use the tovolo, slowly hold it down, push it down, and then I'm going to let that sit. I use the tovolo just to kind of keep it from shooting out the bottom of the panini maker. And we're going to let that go for a little bit, Brian. And then what happens is, this is what you get.
It's got the cool lines on it.
You got to get the lines on it.
Guys like the grill lines. Even the McRib has a grill line, even though it was made by a machine.
All right, and here's the beautiful part, guys. Just grab it, go if you want to dip it in more barbecue sauce. But here's the other thing, right? You're getting down to the end of the game. These are the last paninis, and you got 2 guys that want to fight over it. So you may have to do some cutting. Now, you could use a little stinking knife like this, but you can see that panini maker's pretty... That panini's pretty big.
Wait, John, I have an idea. Why don't we? We can use a tool to cut that. That looks like.
Wait, hold on, Brian. Brian. Safety first, Brian.
Oh, safety first.
Come on, let's do this. All right, fire. I'm gonna get this phone out of the way.
Wait, will you hold it?
Yeah, I'll hold it, but I'm not gonna hold it with my finger.
Hey, not the plate.
Oh, I'm using the plate. Oh. How do I put it on the board?
Oh, good idea. Thanks, Ann.
Hold it.
Wait, did Ann say something? I can't hear anything. Wait, I got it. There we go. A perfectly split panini. Just the way you and your buddy like it.
But remember, all that matters is that we were safe.
All right.
If anybody's in the house right now is not in the kitchen worried, then you've got a problem at your house.
Then they're not paying attention.
All right, we got to get this stuff out of the way so we can make pudding.
Pudding? Oh, you want to check on your potatoes?
Yeah, well, I
pulled
pulled one of the potatoes out, and you can see they get these amazing They got these amazing little marks on them from the waffle maker, and it's a great way for the sauce to sort of sink in. So
impressive.
yes, yes, and they've been smashed with a hammer, remember that. All right, so the last thing we're going to do while John's paninis are cooking, we've got 10 minutes to go here.
Guys, we got some comments coming in. People have never heard you guys before, and they don't know why not.
Are you serious?
We're
Sorry, bump them from the group. They're out. You haven't heard of Plant Bros. I don't know where you've been.
All right, can you move that so I have a little space, John?
Really? I'm working on my forearms.
John's got his forearm. All right, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to end with a dessert. And if there's one thing we know, all guys like chocolate pudding. Because really it goes back to those Hardy Man TV dinners that we all ate when we were children. They always had that little square with the chocolates pudding in it that was hot, which again, a little odd. But that takes me back to those, those Hungry Man meat potatoes TV dinners my parents used to give me when they used to go out and play bridge and drink all kinds of cocktails, and I would stay home with the babysitter and I'd get my little TV dinner and I would watch The $6 Million Man, Love Boat, Fantasy Island, all those shows that shaped me.
You are old.
Yeah, all those shows that shaped me.
I don't know what shows you're talking
God,
about.
look at this. We got guacamole everywhere.
Wow, wonder how that happened. I have no idea.
So we're going to now finish off by making chocolate pudding. Woo! And a lot of guys out there are probably, when they saw this, they got a little panicked. Tofu. Do guys actually eat tofu? I'm here to tell you that they absolutely
real men eat
tofu because as Dr. Aaron Spitz, the writer of the Penis book, will tell you, a plant-based diet is the best way to maintain what we will now call your manhood. And so this is silken extra firm, as Jane will always remind you. If you get the other stuff and you blend it up in a food processor, you create this cat litter-like pudding. So we want silken, extra firm tofu. This is Maury New. I think we ordered this from Amazon, actually. So for those of you who live in the middle of Iowa where you just got dial-up service, you can order tofu online from Amazon.
Amazon is an online company where you buy stuff.
So we know because we get emails all the time. People will say, well, they don't have that where I live in the middle of Iowa. And I always say, I'm so sorry, but Amazon has most everything.
Wait, before you go on, take a look at this. Look at that.
Oh, my gosh. So good. Wait, should we cut it?
No, because I want to savor this one.
All right, so we're going to finish off with this chocolate pudding. So I've taken the tofu and I've wrapped it up very manly-like in this bundle that looks like it might contain who knows what. It was in the refrigerator. I tied it with an old shoelace from a cleat. So that
like a Playboy staff.
So inside there, what you do is you wrap the tofu at night, and then all the moisture gets pulled out of it. So then you get this beautiful, beautiful tofu. And I think it's kind of manly to talk about how beautiful tofu is. I think look at that. It's just gorgeous tofu. It's been all the moisture's been pulled out. We're just going to go ahead.
I think Brian. A lot of guys think eating plant-based is romaine lettuce, right? And I think tofu is pretty tasteless, if you ask me, until you marinate it or cook it, like I did with the barbecue sauce, or we're about to do with the chocolate pudding. So it's nothing to be afraid of, and it's a great source of protein, which guys are all very concerned about, right?
Yeah, right.
Gotta have your protein.
And as Dr. Greger reminded us last night, protein, it's like ridiculous that anybody freaks out about protein. Even bodybuilders don't really need it, except that we think we do. So there's no connection between eating like animal-based protein and getting bigger and more muscular. So.
Hey, Brian, I just want to also say that the spermidine actually comes from soy, so you can have a lot of spermidine by having a tempeh panini and then having the chocolate pudding.
Yeah.
So much spermidine.
1-2 punch.
The 1-2 punch.
Even to this point now, I have no idea what spermidine is, but I know I want more of it.
You want to know what spermidine is?
So I'm taking the tofu, I'm just throwing it into the food processor. This is such an easy and simple recipe. We'll get rid of all these towels here. Then I'm adding 3 tablespoons of cocoa powder. I think I used my tablespoon. This is 1 teaspoon. So
you need 9.
9, yikes.
Or eyeball
1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
don't worry about going too light on the
4,
chocolate.
5,
Hey, Brian, while you're
6,
counting, Carol wants
7.
to know.
That's enough.
Nine.
That's got it.
Carol wants to know, what brand of mallet did you use? She wants the same results when she squishes her potato.
It's the 16-ounce rubber mallet.
Is that Ace Hardware?
It looks like an Ace Hardware. Yeah, the little sticker on there. And John, just so everyone knows, John did use a wipe on this before we used it. He actually cleaned it. So, so any of you food safe people out there that are going to email us and say you weren't food safe, this was cleaned with a baby wipe.
But I will say I did not clean the blade on that saw. So
now
don't eat the panini.
We've got the chocolate powder. We've got the tofu. We're going to put maple syrup, which is our favorite sweetener. Looks like we need 4 to 5 tablespoons.
Eyeball it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. And we've got a tiny little bit of vanilla. Whenever I use vanilla, I always just use a capful.
No laundry, right, Jane?
That's right, no laundry. Ooh, where's the top of the, oh, here it is. This is a backwards one, too.
Oh, wait.
Nah. This is so quiet. This is like a Tesla. compared to the one that I think George Washington used. So I got to scrape the sides. Yeah, the toe below.
It's over with the.
Did you put it over here?
I got it.
Where's the granola?
I thought. Oh, I have it here.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was looking for it.
Here's our topping.
Face plant into the burner.
I almost said Jesus. I'm so sorry. Daniel told me how to eat. Yeah.
And edamame is part of it.
This looks like it might need some more liquid, Jane. What do you think about that? Of maple syrup? Need more? Oh, because I doubled the recipe. Right. We need a little more liquid.
Because you're a double man. You got two different kinds of nuts going on. You got 2 different.
Now remember, with maple syrup, date sugar is also as good. It actually has fiber in it. Maple syrup's our chosen sweetener because it's expensive, so we try to limit it as much as we can.
Brian, could you hurry up, please?
Oh, sorry.
I got a limit to what I can do.
Are you getting pumped?
Brian, Mary Davidson says, so much spermidine, so little time.
I like your thinking.
Okay, it's starting to come around here. It's starting to come around. We definitely want it to be smooth. We don't like chunky pudding. Ugh.
Chunky pudding.
Chunky pudding.
That doesn't even sound fun.
I know. How are we doing on time?
I think we need a higher horsepower.
Yeah. Ooh, looks so good.
Oh, look at that.
So I have some dishes here, and
get that off of there.
You can see this stuff just gets luscious. Look at that. Way better than the hot stuff that was creeping into the mashed potatoes and the steak that was in that. So if you see, what we do is we're just going to put it into these beautiful white dishes, these little mise en place. Oh, now I'm making a mess, John. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Brian, Anne Marie says, love you guys. Thank you for showing how easy it can be, especially for reluctant men. We need more videos, a tailgate and gangbang menu.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
So then,
Plant Bros tailgate.
Because we're always thinking about health. We want to top this with.
Oh, it's right here.
We've got some fresh peaches on top of our chocolate pudding.
Wait, okay. Yeah, but don't forget.
And then we're going to top it off with the most manly thing of all.
Plant Strong granola. 4 varieties, crunchy, delicious. We're going to use chocolate because you can't have enough chocolate.
That's right.
So we're just going to add a little bit of chocolate on top of each one. And guys, you are good to go. And I just want to say one thing before we go. So I just want to give a shout out to my daughter who designed this shirt. Bryn, who designed this shirt. It's a big hit. So we just, what the hell is that?
For those of you who don't know, it's John's birthday.
Birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John. Happy birthday to you.
Okay,
Thank you.
bro hug.
Bro hug. Listen, I appreciate that. That's great. I can't think of any more amazing friends to celebrate with. So thank you all. It's wonderful. Thank you.
All right. I want more Plant Bros. I don't know about you. So next year, you guys are officially invited back.
Oh, take it.
Thank you.
Wow. Where was the leaf blower? It never made it.
It's going to be later for the fire.
Okay, got it.
Wait, Rip, before we go. You have
You
to
get an
yours.
honorary Plant Bros t-shirt.
You get an honorary Plant Bro shirt.
Yeah, baby.
Okay,
Josh, Wade, we didn't forget you guys. Plant Bro t-shirts.
Yay! So, in honor of the Plant Bros and just kind of the manliness and the spermidine that is oozing out of every pore here, we are going to give away granolas. All 4 granolas, okay?
Wow, that is a real tough tie-in.
I know. And we went through 2,400 applicants, and the winner is Polly Marrero. You are the winner of our granola samplers, all 4. All right, with that, so next up, we have Janet Verney. What do you think, guys?
I'm ready.
Janet Verney. That'll be followed by Darshana Wendel, okay? Then Kim Campbell, Max LaManna, and then we're going to round out the evening with Jane and Ann, and then a live Q&A.
can I say one last thing? Oh, sorry.
Please, no, please.
Okay. So one last thing.
Is it about spermidine?
Yeah, it's not about spermidine. I really want to say this, from my heart, is that I really think there needs to be a number of men out there that need to step forward and start to pave the way for what new manhood might look like. And I think that, again, setting the example of eating a plant-based diet, taking care of your health, all these things that we know traditionally maybe haven't been part of being what it means to be a man. I think of this idea of what I want my son to be as a husband and a brother, and I think it's really important. So we joke around a lot about this stuff, but in the end, it's really all about the new image for what a man should be in the 21st century. So thank you.
100% agree.
You hold that up to my mouth.
Oh.
That's something that we need to toast to.
That's John's cookie.
Here. Okay?
To new manhood.
To new manhood.
And to the Plant Bros.
Thanks.
We'll be right back. All right, Janet Verney, welcome to Plan Stock 2023. It is so great to have you as one of our Broc Star chefs this year. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And I'm so honored to be a part of this because your family does the most amazing work and I just love them.
Well, speaking of love, I love your apron. Look at you, truly are representing. You are a Broc Star.
Yes, it's got all kinds of veggies on it.
It does. So for people that don't know, you were recently on the Plant Strong podcast. You were episode number 209. We had an absolutely wonderful conversation
about your new book, Healthed Up. You have a copy right there. Here it is right here, Healthed Up. And we had a wonderful discussion about kind of your kind of undiagnosed gut and lung disease for almost 40 years that had you on strings of antibiotics and respiratory machines until you finally decided to do something about it and get to the root causation, as you like to say.
Yes.
Can you, for those that didn't tune in, can you just give us a quick Reader's Digest version of your journey?
Oh my goodness, a quick Reader's Digest. Well, after seeing several specialists, one day I just couldn't, I was in my early 20s, I couldn't breathe properly. And so I went and saw several specialists, became part of the NIH's Undiagnosed Disease Program. I was a study case at Yale and nothing was working. They just kept loading on more medications and I was having, reactions to those. And so I just went on this journey to optimize my health, and plants have been one of the best things in the world for me. And I'm off all the machines and medications they had me on.
Well, and because of what you had to go through, you have become a huge advocate of people learning how to enhance their microbiome and get it to work, to its best ability. Would you say that that's one of your specialties now, is gut health?
Absolutely, because at the foundation of our health is our gut. And if it's out of balance, then a lot of other things, whether it's skin related or, inflammatory responses, a lot of that really stems in the gut.
Yeah. You, in our interview, you mentioned how Hippocrates said that all disease begins in the gut.
Yes.
And what how clairvoyant was he way back when?
Oh, I know. Just amazing.
Yeah. You also said that because of what you've been through and what you've learned, you now have control over your illness. It does not control you. And how many people out there in this country would like to have control over their illness? And if they just had the information, right, that we did, they could own it totally.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I feel like that in so many regards. I mean, the work that your dad has done with heart disease, and I just there's so many people I just want to say, here, do this, it'll get better.
Yeah, I know. We all do. So you're going to be cooking up a bit of a storm today.
Yes.
So you're going to be making 4 recipes for us for PlantStock. Will you tell everybody, give us an overview? What are the 4 recipes you're going to be creating for us?
So we're going to be doing an herbed plant loaf, which doesn't have any added fats to it at all. As you know, I don't use any extracted oils, but this also doesn't really have any added nut butters or seed butters or any of that. So it's a really heart smart, heart healthy, plant strong dish. The next one is my veggie campfire packs. And what I love about this, and I'm also going to say this about the plant loaf, is I love convenience. I like easy peasy. I mean, I'm busy, I'm on the go, and I want to make being plant strong convenient, affordable, and just easy. So that veggie campfire pack is one of my top go-to recipes, and you can customize them. Then there's the garden pie, which is basically, if you've got an abundance of certain things in your garden, make it into this beautiful flower pie. It's so, again, another easy one to do. And then last but not least, I grew up with a Pennsylvania Deutsch grandmother who made lots of apple pie. And I learned how to make her apple pie. But as you know, it's filled with Crisco and all that other lard or butter or whatever, and refined flours and sugars. So I do this, I call it my apple bake, and or baked apple. And it's just a wonderful way to get that flavor of the fall and yet also have kind of like your apple pie and eat it too.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite things growing up was apple pie. And so I can't wait to see how you assemble this. So before you dive in, our theme for PlantStock this year is coming together. what does coming together mean in your household to Janet Verney?
Oh my goodness. Well, for me, especially when my son and his family and my 2 grandsons are here, you know, I love that. That's a huge piece for me. And then I think the other thing is, because I do love to cook and people know that, I tend to entertain a lot. And around the holidays, we'll have a lot of people here, and we've got very much a setup of an entertainment house. So I love gathering people together and celebrating holidays or special occasions. So that means a lot to me.
Great. Wonderful. Well, I think we should get on with the show. So
Okay.
You're going to start with the herb plant loaf, right?
I am. Yep.
Yeah,
And I did a
yeah.
little pre-cooking, and I'm going to tilt this down so you can see
Great.
a little bit better. So what I did is, in my enamel pan, is I just took a half a cup of sprouted lentils, which is my favorite. True Roots makes them. I also have some sprouted quinoa. Again, convenience for me. You can make it more affordable and buy it in bulk, but I love the fact that it's sprouted, it cooks faster, it's organic. So I just cooked that in about a cup and a half of veggie broth, add a little water in there as it was cooking in the, so it didn't stick. And what I also love about this is it's one pan, okay? So I'm gonna take a half a cup of my sprouted oats, I dump it in. I use a vegan, gluten-free Worcestershire sauce. I'm gonna put that in there. And again, the amounts are all in the recipe.
Yeah.
I use about a half a cup of organic plant milk. This one happens to be soy. It's one of the cleanest ones I've found, made by Eden, and it doesn't have any of those emulsifiers or carrageenan or any of those gunks that they put in there. And then
have you heard that those emulsifiers and stabilizers and whatnot are not the best for gut health?
You betcha. I mean, all those things can be real gut disruptors, and people with what is called IBS or irritable bowel syndrome, and doctors can't seem to figure it out. I usually do a process of elimination and make sure that they're getting all of those kinds of things out of the food supply. So a whole food plant-based is really important, and reading labels is critical if you are getting something that's prepackaged.
Yeah, great. Next, I apologize.
Next is,
I was gonna say, next time I ask you a question like that, I'll be sure to tell you to tilt the monitor up so we can see it. Yeah.
Okay. So in this one, I have a variety. I have the onion powder. I have Bragg's 24 herbs and seasoning. That's my favorite because there's no salt added to it. So it's a lovely sort of Italian herb mix. I've got dry mustard, garlic powder, some onion, and I just sprinkle it in there. I actually left out the salt because I don't find I need it, and stir that in. So this is basically the loaf itself, and you're just going to stir it together until it's, well combined. The oats are going to be kind of your, breadcrumbs, if you will, that kind of give it that texture. And then I put it into, I like a lined thing with parchment paper. Even though this really doesn't stick, I just find that I'm lazy. I don't want to do that much cleaning. So, so I put it in there, and then let me show you what it comes out like. I'm going to put this over here for a minute. And I made one earlier. And so that's what it looks like. I took a piece out, and I actually topped it with a little bit of, this is just an organic barbecue sauce that I like. So I use that. And then I also make what I call cashew crumble, which is just a really nice cashews, some nutritional yeast, and a little bit of garlic powder. And I did a big batch in my food processor, so I'll sprinkle that on. It's kind of like a cashew parm, if you will. And that's how I like to serve it.
Can I get you to hold the loaf there? Get as close as you can to the screen so we can see the texture of it. Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, and it comes out really easy if you let it sit for a minute. And of course, my favorite way to serve it is on a bed of greens. And sometimes I'll drizzle additional little sauce over that. I love it with a cinnamon sweet potato fry on the side, or a baked potato is good too. But it's so easy. And then what I'll do with this, I'll slice these into serving sizes.
Yeah.
This up again.
Yeah.
I'll slice them into serving sizes, wrap them in either a wax paper or my parchment paper, put it in a Ziploc bag, label it plant loaf. And then if I'm busy and in a hurry, I will just pull that out, heat it up, throw it with some frozen vegetables, if you will, or a fresh salad, and I've got instant dinner.
That is so smart. And what I love about that, and I've never done that before myself, is that you do it individually. So that way you don't have to de-thaw and then cook the whole pot, right? Or the whole pan. That's brilliant. So if I was to open up your freezer right now, how many of those would I find? Would I find 10? Would I find 5?
After today, you're going to find a lot, because I'm doing 2 of them. So yeah, it really it really is convenient. And you can actually, what I've done with my oven campfire packs, my veggie packs, I've actually pulled out a piece of plant loaf and made that the base of my campfire pack, and then piled veggies on top of that and a little sauce, and you've got a great dinner to go, and it just comes out so beautifully.
Yeah.
So
that's I really like the idea of adding that to your veggie campfire packs. That's smart.
it's so simple. I'm just going to scoot this over here. Okay.
So let me ask you this before we move on. So how long from start to finish would you say those herb plant loaves take?
Well, it's about 20 minutes of simmering. And again, you're doing a half a cup, a half a cup, a half a cup. So just have that one measuring cup out. You got the half a cup of lentils, the half a cup of quinoa, and a half a cup of the other thing. And then assembling it's probably maybe, I don't know, you saw maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it bakes for I bake it about 45 minutes, 40 to 45 minutes, take the cover off, and then I'll put sometimes I put the barbecue sauce and the cashew parm, stick it back in for about 5-10 minutes. So you can be going around doing other things and, going about your day, whatever. And you can even cook them in advance. I love to do batch cooking on like a Sunday and have a lineup of my plant lasagna, my plant loaf. And then I just chop it all into serving sizes and freeze it.
Just the Saturday, my wife and we made 4 trays of our mac and cashes. We were having guests over, and so we made 4. We had 1 that night, and we had 3, for leftovers. But yes, so for everybody out there, batch cooking is essential.
Absolutely. Being prepared is the golden rule about doing this, I think, and doing it right. So.
All right.
All right. Are we ready for the veggie campfire packs?
Can't wait.
Okay. I'm going to tilt you back down again.
Yeah. And we talked about these in the podcast because at our house we call them hobos.
Oh yeah.
Right. You just throw them in parchment paper and tinfoil and then throw them into a fire.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely too. Yeah. Mine are not going in the fire, but just in the oven. And again, I love to customize these. Like, the one I did earlier to show you what it looks like done is I have mushrooms in mind because I love mushrooms, but my husband doesn't like mushrooms. He likes green beans. So I usually start with a little bit of sauce. And this is the fun part too. Like I used sort of an Italian vinaigrette on mine. This one's a little bit of maple and Bragg's. You can do a maple mustard. You can do any of the plant strong dressings that you like without any extracted oil. And I just put a little bit at the bottom. I then have, and again, I batch cooked a chunk of brown rice. So that's brown rice right there, organic brown rice. I just did it in my Instapot. And then I have a huge bag of organic vegetables. And this is how simple. You can cut your veggies. You can do potato slices, sweet potatoes. You can do just about anything. You can even buy pre-cut veggies that make it simple, or you can just take some frozen ones. Now, sometimes I get fancy with how I stack these, but in the essence of time, I'm just going to place these around.
Yeah. So what do you have there? Do you have cauliflower, broccoli, carrots, yellow squash?
Yellow carrots and orange carrots, and that came as a part of it. And then the green beans were in a separate bag. And then the other thing I love to add to just about all of my meals is beans. I mean, I really feel like legumes are a longevity food. So these are called butter beans. There's no butter in them. They're just a nice bean. I love to add those. You can put in herbs too. I'm going to sprinkle the rest of this sauce over it. And then the other thing I like to add, I don't know if you've ever seen Burberry. It's got kind of a Jamaican, it's Ethiopian, but it's kind of a Jamaican feel. It gives it a little bit of heat. All right, come on. A little bit of heat. And when you season something like that, you really don't miss the salt. So that's basically done. How quickly was that done, right?
Now, tell me this. That chunk of rice that you put in there, was that just like a little bit that was refrigerated that you took out that was in a clump, or was that frozen?
Exactly.
Okay.
I put it in a rectangular Tupperware container, and then I just sliced it into rectangles. And once they were in the rectangles, I just put them in the parchment paper and in a plastic bag.
Look at you going to work on that parchment paper.
I know. Sorry for the crinkle noise, but basically that's all you do. And so it's like poaching it. It's just simple on a cookie sheet, throw it in the oven. And again, let me see.
You can throw that in the oven, or do you have a toaster oven? That looks like it would fit in the toaster oven.
I do it in my big oven.
Okay.
And this is one I did that, again, came out of the oven, I don't know, about 15 minutes ago. I might have undercooked it, but I just put it over a bed of greens.
Yeah.
And voila, you've got dinner.
Voila.
Simple, easy peasy. And, you can add a little more sauce if you'd like. It's just really an easy way to get heart smart food in you.
Can you tilt the camera up again so we can see your face?
Oh, sure.
I love how simple that is. I love how convenient it is. What would you think about adding little tofu chunks or tempeh to that as well?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You can go to town with this. I love tofu. I love tempeh. They're wonderful. I use legumes. You can be as creative as you want with this, and definitely customize it to your liking or your family's liking, because you may have kids that don't want broccoli. I hate to hear that, but it happens. So you really want to customize them.
Yeah. So you said that you love mushrooms. Your husband doesn't so much. What kind of mushrooms do you usually make? Are you portobello? Are you shiitake? Are you golden mane?
I love them all. Them all. In fact, I buy frozen mushrooms too, because sometimes I'm so busy, I don't want to have them go bad in the back of my fridge. So I buy a frozen, it's kind of a mixed, it's got, shiitakes and all kinds of variety of mushrooms, and I'll just dump those in there as well.
So just to be clear, the vegetables that you put in that veggie campfire pack, were those all frozen veggies or were any fresh?
Yeah. No, they were all frozen.
All frozen. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Simple.
Cool.
I can put that aside.
I'm digging your style there, Janet.
Yeah. I'm kind of what do you call it?
No
I don't
nonsense.
know. I like convenience. I like convenience a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is my garden pie. So this is kind of a fun one here. This I just kind of created on the fly. So I pre-cut a bunch of, let me tilt this down again. Hold 1 second there.
Yeah.
I need a cameraman here. So from the garden, although not my garden, somebody else's, because the woodchuck got most of my stuff. I've got summer squash, zucchini, fresh tomatoes, and red onion. I love red onion for the antioxidant. So I take all of those And I've got a little pie plate. Now, normally if I'm doing one big serving for company, I use a deep dish pie plate and really fill it up. And again, you don't need any oil or anything. I just start layering them around the edges like this. This one might take a second or two for me to get all the way around.
You're in no hurry. You're doing wonderful. And you know what, Janet?
Yeah.
You're really the plant-based princess of positivity, aren't you?
My girlfriend
Yes.
coined me that. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
She did, 'cause-
I think appropriately so.
Well, thank you. I had to work on it for years, feeling, with the disease that I've had, I always felt a bit like a misfit. And, this really helped me to just the power of positive thinking really helped me to get through this. And I had to shift the way I thought about myself, the way I thought about my disease. So it made a huge difference.
So what advice would you give for people that right now are struggling with their positivity, their mindset, their disease? Maybe they're in either a relationship that they're not happy with, or they're in the corporate rat race like you were.
Oh yeah.
What advice would you give?
You start taking baby steps to make changes. And it's so important to make those changes, because if it's not serving you, it's going to make you sick.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so important to do that. And also,
Let me see you. I'd love to see you. Love to see you while you're talking right now.
Okay. I think the other thing that I did for myself, and I do this with clients too, is I have them make a list and make a line down the middle. Well, not a list. They take a piece of paper, put a line down the middle, and every time one of those negative thoughts pops up, you put it in the left column, and you rephrase it into a positivity on the right column. And you do that for, a couple weeks, a month, whatever it takes to start gathering, I'm not thin enough. I'm not, pretty enough. I'm not, whatever it is that's going through that head of yours, you want to jot it down and then rephrase it.
So give me an example. How would you rephrase, I'm not thin enough? What would be on the right side of the paper?
My body is exactly where it needs to be. I am beautiful. I am whatever comes to mind for you that you want to shift into. For me with my lung disease, I felt like a misfit toy. So I was putting things like, I hate being sick all the time. And then on the other side, I would say, my lungs are beautiful inside and out. They work well. They serve my body, blah, blah, blah. So you make that list, cut it up the middle, shred or burn or whatever the negative stuff, and you've got a great list of positivities. And then what I do is I turn it into a love letter. I wrote myself a love letter back in 2013, I think it was. And that love letter, I read to myself almost every night before I went to bed. And it had all the positivities that I had previously written and I wanted to have in my life, from a financial abundance to relationships to work, whatever it was. I wanted to work with people that I were like-minded, that I enjoyed working with. That might have been one of them. And then I'll tell you what, they have all come to be in my life. So it's very powerful when we reset those neurotransmitters. And again, feeding it plant-strong foods really will help with that too.
Well, I love that mindset. How did you combat all of the naysayers in your life that told you were crazy to be going down this path? And what do you think you're doing going plant-based? That's so unconventional. And I mean, did you just hold tight to your guns?
Yes, I sure did. I mean, there were times I started doubting myself, but I got right back on track because I know how it made me feel. And I will tell you that my traditional, conventional Western medicine doctors, my pulmonologist, my GP, they applaud me. They don't get it, but they applaud me. And they basically have said, keep doing what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
if there's one line that I can't stand more than any, it's that. Keep doing what you're doing, as opposed to tell me everything you're doing so I can understand it and then share it with the next patient.
Yeah. And I do tell them, because you know me, I'm not going to hold back. So, in fact, I even gifted one of my books to one of my doctors. So that I see, you know, and he's very conventional, and hopefully he read it, but.
Okay, let's get back to the garden pie.
Okay, so let me show you what it looks like. It's like a beautiful flower, right? And you can stack these veggies any way you want, but I love making it look pretty like a flower. I then add, where'd it go? Okay, I'll find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I grated some garlic. Oh my goodness, that lid didn't want to come off. And I just put some grated fresh garlic on there. You can use garlic powder as well, but I love the little bit of grated fresh garlic. And this came from the farmer's market, so I like it even better. And then to do my dressing,
do you peel your garlic when you shred it?
I take a mallet. For Christmas, my husband bought me one of those rubber mallets for the kitchen. And I put it between a paper towel and smash it. And then I put it in my little grater thing. So I add some tahini in there, which is just basically tahini. There's it's dry roasted sesame seeds. There's no salt in this particular brand, which I like. So it's just one that I got at the grocery store. Woodstock made this one. I mix it with a little bit of my veggie broth. You know how some people, they call them the bag lady?
Yeah.
I'm the jar lady. I have this thing about jars. I can't throw a jar away. Anyways, lemon juice. I put that in there. And then I just take a little whisk. I have my teeny tiny whisk. I whisk that together, and then I just put it over it. And the tomatoes really make some of the broth too. And this is going to it goes in the oven for about 45 minutes or so. I throw that on top. And my favorite spice in the world is rosemary. And rosemary is so good for focus. It's really good for hair too. But I actually used to keep in my work life, I have some powder in there of onion powder and garlic powder as well. No salt added. And then I just kind of sprinkle that over the top of it. But rosemary, I used to keep a plant behind my desk, and I loved having that on hand. And then this just goes in the oven and bake it. And I'll show you one. I did it in a little small casserole. This one, I got my tahini a little bit thick, but that's when it comes out cooked. Whoops, I'm spilling all over. But it's so yummy, and it's fun having something fresh from the garden, which is really great.
Janet, on that one that you showed us,
yes,
the other one, did you do the tomatoes as kind of the
outside?
Yeah,
I do them different every time I do it.
Every time.
It doesn't matter. You just kind of do your thing.
Wow.
So,
well, that looks really delicious. Actually, a lot more so than I would have thought.
Oh, you're so funny.
Yeah.
It really it's an easy way to use up some veggies from your garden. And it really is delicious. I've served it to people who are not plant-based at gatherings that we've had, and they all love it. They just think it's delicious.
I think that the spices and that marinade that you added really make it.
Yeah. So, and again, you probably don't even need the tahini. If you're on a more Heart Smart diet, you can probably avoid that altogether and just use the veggie broth and the lemon juice. But I love that flavor of the sesame seeds. So, all right, let's see.
So we're moving on to the baked apple now, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And hopefully I can.
So while you're gathering those things, I want to ask you a question. So are we looking at, is this your kitchen that we're in right now?
Yeah, this is my healthed up kitchen, I call it.
Good. Do you love your kitchen?
I do. Yeah, I absolutely do. And it's very accommodating. And I don't know if I can turn you at all or if you'll even see it, but let me see. My kitchen's a mess right now.
Oh,
But
never mind.
can you see out that window?
Oh yeah, not lots of light.
Yeah, there's too much light. So basically what's out there is the Connecticut River.
Oh.
So yeah, the views from the kitchen are spectacular. They're just lovely. And I think I forgot my one knife. Hold on with me 1 minute.
Oh yeah, we're holding. We're not going anywhere.
I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I love my ceramic knives. And did you know, like, if you cut like an apple or avocado, they'll be less likely to brown when you use a ceramic knife versus a stainless steel knife. So, and I never have to sharpen this. It's pretty chewed up at this point, but I just love this knife. So let me turn it down again.
Yep.
And show you what I'm doing here.
All right.
Okay, so I love color, and normally you can do one apple if you've got I had a bigger crock, so I cut the bottom off to try and even it out because it's easier to use, and you can cut these if you want, but I'm doing the old-fashioned, you know, this thingamabobber, so I have to put my whole body into it.
We were just talking about that thingamabobber the other day, and where was ours?
Oh yeah, I love this thing, and my grandsons think it's pretty cool too. All right, so then this one's a little harder because it's a Granny Smith. So yeah, that's all I do to basically make my little apple bake as far as cutting my apples, and then you can just be lazy and throw them in like that, or you can do them more like a little flower if you want. I just kind of stuffed them in there for.
You got a Granny Smith. What's the other variety of apple you have in there?
I had a Fuji on hand, so I used a Fuji.
One of my favorite. Love the Fuji.
Any apples you have on hand, it works. And I leave the skin on because the skin has got so many good nutrients. And of course, I'm using organic apples, so I don't worry about the skin. And then I've got dates here. And I soaked them in boiling water, and I've had them in there for the morning, and that makes them nice and soft. And I'm just going to pour off, let's see if I can do it right in here. I'm just going to pour off that water. And then I have some pure maple syrup here. I pour a little bit of that on. I gave exact measurements in the thingamabobber, in that thing. Okay, where did I put my, there it is. Okay, and then I have some cinnamon, organic cinnamon, and a little bit of pinch of cloves. And I put that in there. And then I'm doing old school. If I were doing a big one of these, I would use my food processor and put the dates in there, or my blender. But in this, they're nice and soft. So I'm just taking my little, what do they call it? A pestle, mortar and pestle thing. Yeah. And I just kind of smushing it together. And it makes a lovely date paste that I just put on top of the apples. It's almost like a caramel sauce without the beaver butt. Am I allowed to say that?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes, you can. Absolutely.
Okay. So, yeah, it just kind of comes together like that. And then I'm going to take my little scooper here. And I take my date paste, and you can make this more fluidic if you want to add a little more water. I love it kind of chunky, and the apples again will make a lot of their own juices. And I just put that on top. It's like eating a candied apple, to be honest.
So that's 2 dates, maple syrup, and some cinnamon.
Yeah, cinnamon. I added some cloves. I avoid nutmeg because I've got a doggy, and he likes to share. Okay. So, and nutmeg is very bad for doggies. So, but yeah, so that's basically it. I throw that in the oven, and when it comes out, I top it with, if you don't, again, you can skip this part, but I top it with, I used some pecans that I just put in a little saute pan with a little drizzle of pure maple syrup, and it kind of caramelizes them. And then when they comes out of the oven, I just top it with that. And it just makes a great little dessert that tastes like my grandma's apple pie. So
that is wonderful. I can't believe how quickly you just ripped off 4 recipes. Wow.
Yeah. Well, a lot of cooking earlier, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, but the truth of the matter is, as you said several times, it's simple, it's convenient, it's easy, and that makes it doable.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm all about. In fact, when I have clients who come to me looking for ideas, campfire packs are one of the first things. It doesn't, and if like you can buy through like Whole Foods, and there's a couple of other places where they actually even have the pre-cooked brown rice. You can, that has nothing else in it. It's just organic cooked brown rice. Open up a packet, and sometimes I'll do the 1-dish meals in a little pot. Throw in the brown rice, put my greens on top of it. You're just reheating the rice. The greens are steaming at the same time, and throw in some frozen veggies, and boom, you got dinner.
You got dinner. Well, listen, Janet, I really want to thank you for joining us at PlantStock this year. That was wonderful. I need to get you back on the podcast in about 3 months, because I'd love for you to come back and talk about the 9 R's of losing weight.
You got it.
That would be wonderful. But thank you so much. I know you're a huge fan of nourishing the body and the mind from the inside and the outside, and you really epitomize that.
Oh, thank you
Janet.
so much, Rip.
So thank you for giving us a dose of being healthed up. We really appreciate you. Can you give me a nice Plant Strong virtual fist bump on the way out? Boom.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, Darshana, welcome to PlantStock 2023. So great to have you.
Thank you, Rip. It's really great to be here. It's been a long time, right?
It has been a long time. I think it was 2014 and 2015. You were one of our celebrity guest chefs, along with Chef Del Shroof,
Yes.
Chef AJ, and of course, Ann and Jane. And if you
Yes.
remember, we gave you each the exact same minimal amount of ingredients that you had to prepare, and both years you ended up winning by like a good yard or two over the other contestants.
Well, I was just out of culinary school. I just graduated, so I was so excited and pumped, and really wanting to show what I'd learned. So it was really a great time.
Well, you did. And for people that don't know like your title, what do you do now? What's your official title with Forks Over Knives?
Well, right now I'm not doing much. We've taken some time off from, at least I've taken time off from developing recipes, because, after over 1,000 recipes, like my brain needed some downtime to be more creative. So, it's been over a year now that I've taken some time off from recipe development. But once in a while, I do events like this where I get excited and I create something different. And yeah,
for a long time though, you were the culinary projects manager
Yes.
for all the Forks Over Knives basically ecosystem. So the website, the magazine,
Yes.
the retail food products. And let's not forget, between 2000 and maybe 11 when the film came out,
Yes.
and 2000 and I think it was 19, you wrote the recipes in the Forks Over Knives family book, the Forks Over Knives plan. You were a contributor to some of the recipes in the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease cookbook that Jane and Ann put out there. You did the Forks Over Knives, the cookbook, Forks Over Knives, Plant-Based Way to Health.
And then, you know, most recently you did this book right here, Flavor, right?
Yes.
Flavor. I mean, so I understand when you say you've done 1,000 recipes and you needed to kind of clear your mind and take a break, right? So you get more creative again. I totally get it. So congrats on being able to do that.
Thank you. It's been nice to, you know, kind of take some time off to recharge and you know, like refine the recipes that I already had created, like refine them, make them simpler. Like for example, the recipes that I'm, you know, going to show today, like they came about because like I'm now, you know, creating, you know, trying to emulate different, you know, textures and tastes from standard, you know, recipes to our whole food plant-based versions. I experimented and I got to a place of comfort, and now from the place of comfort I'm coming to a place of like, oh, easy, like, you know, in my sleep I can make you know, recipes. So to make it easier is like, I think the next step for me to make it even more simpler. And of course Anne and Jane are, you know, experts at that.
Well, and you grew up in India, in Mumbai. Yes. Is Mumbai, what's the population of Mumbai? Do you have any idea?
Oh, no.
Is it large?
It's large.
It's large.
It's 5 times the population of New York.
Oh my gosh. So that's probably 18 million times 5. You're probably 60 million.
Yeah, probably.
70, 80. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious. And you grew up Hindu, so you were vegetarian growing up.
Yes.
And you were really inspired of your love of cooking, it sounds like, from your mom and your aunts.
Yes, it was, you know, like I grew in those days. We didn't have technology to distract, you know, us as kids, you know, none of that. And even TV was, you know, not that, you know, not so many channels or anything, just a few hours in the day. So we were, you know, our entertainment was being outside or being inside in the kitchen, you know, watching our moms cook, our aunts cook, and you know, that was our social circle, you know, environment. So absorbing what was happening in the kitchen was so natural, you know?
And so basically your screen time back then was being in the kitchen and,
yes,
with the food.
exactly.
How
exactly.
Healthy. Oh,
and watching how the culinary, you know, the dishes that were changing according to season, you know, variety of, you know, according to the season, according to the occasions. And, you know, that really helped.
So, you know, the theme of this year's Plan Stock is coming together.
Mm-hmm.
To you, Darshana, Thacker, Wendel, you married Brian not too long ago. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What does coming together mean to you?
Well, it is a sense of belonging. You know, it makes you feel like you're part of the whole. You know, like bringing people together, sharing a meal together. You know, there's nothing gives me more joy than that, and that is one of the reasons why I became a chef, because I was doing that even before I made this my profession. My passion was to throw parties so that I could cook for people.
Yeah,
that's how I started it off. And you know, to throw parties, and now it's like throw parties and amaze them with, you know, food that doesn't have any oil, is low fat. It's, you know, it's like new challenge, but it's inspiring and exciting for me.
Well, I love that. And you know, Brian says that there's only one thing that's better than your cooking. and that is Darshana herself. And obviously that's why he married you, so he could get all of you and your cooking every day. What a lucky man.
And he'll be happy to know that you actually remember that part about the book, you know, his introduction in the book.
Oh, yes.
That's what he tells everybody to read first, you know, in the flavor book.
Absolutely. So today, can you tell us what are the 2 recipes that you're going to be whipping up for us?
Okay. So the first one is a mac and cheese. Like, mac and cheese is everybody's favorite. And we've had so many versions, with sweet potato, with butternut squash. So in our house, we always have steamed potatoes. Every day we have it stocked in the fridge. So I've used that many, many times to create, to thicken a stew or something. So at one point I realized that, okay, I'm going to throw in some, to make a mac and cheese, quick mac and cheese. I threw in some steamed potatoes and some seasonings. And it was such a fantastic texture. And that's how I discovered my potato cheese, which I've used in the flavor book too. And that's why I discovered this recipe so easily, and it's so simple that I want to share it with everybody. It's a party favorite, first of all, with adults and with kids. So that's another reason why.
That sounds like a great recipe when people are coming together to celebrate food. So where do you start when you okay, so mac and cheese, you're making your patented mac and cheese, and what's the second recipe you're going to be doing?
The second one is a story that I've done for one of our magazines. It was like, waffles, and the waffles are all savory waffles, and one of them was a falafel waffle. So it's like the falafel patties made into waffles, and with some sides to it. So in this case, I love sandwiches, and so I turned the waffle into a waffle sandwich with some, mint hummus and and some vegetables. So that's another favorite of mine. So I thought I wanted to share that.
Wow.
And it's a simple one. It looks complicated, but it's not that complicated. So
well, great. Well, I'd love for you to get going, and then I'd love to dive in and ask you questions along the way when we have time.
Sure. So the first thing is, if you don't have potatoes, like in our house, we always have steamed potatoes. If you don't have, in the pot that I'm going to cook the pasta in, I first add the potatoes, and I've already done that this morning. I added the potatoes to the pot of boiling water. I cooked it up, boiled it for 10 minutes and scooped it all out, set it aside. And then in the same pot, I added the water to the boiling water. I cooked up the pasta. And while I'm cooking the pasta, I also added the green peas. And, I usually like to add a lot of vegetables, but in this case, I just stuck to sweet peas, green peas. So this is how it's ready.
So you have what is that, like the elbow noodle there?
Yes. Whole wheat elbow noodles.
Whole wheat elbow noodles. You've also got, are those sliced up kind of potatoes?
I dice the potatoes so that they cook faster.
And what kind of potato are those? Yukon Golds?
I use Yukon, but I would use any potato. Both the potatoes, Yukon or russet would give us a good texture.
And did you say you also put peas in there?
Yes, I put peas. I would normally even add some, or take a frozen blend of vegetables. I would just add that too to save time, to have a different, a lot of vegetables along with my pasta. Nice. So it becomes a complete meal. And so I'm going to add the potatoes to the bowl of a blender to make the sauce. So it's such a simple recipe. The pasta is cooked with vegetables, they're boiled. And then to the potato, I'm adding 2 cups of milk.
Okay. Any particular... And that, I would assume that's not cow's milk, right?
Not cow's milk. This is soy milk. I like soy milk because I use it for other recipes too, and they're all, it doesn't have that too much of a nutty texture for some of my dishes, especially my chai.
Yeah, and it's kind of creamy too, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, and the biggest reason why I use soy milk more than any other milk is that soy milk only has 2 ingredients, water and soybeans. And I don't want to have any other, ingredients in my milk. Unless I make it at home, this is a convenient way of getting the cleanest form of plant milk.
Yeah.
So I've added nutritional yeast, and this is, what is this? This is oat milk. Oat flour.
Oat flour. Okay.
Oat flour to give it a little that stringy texture and thickening texture. And
so Darshana, did you just take some oats and put them in the blender and make your own oat flour? Is that how you did that?
I do that sometimes, but in this case, I just bought store-bought.
Okay.
Yeah, I just picked up oat flour. And this is, the bottled roasted bell peppers.
Yes.
So it's a small piece of it is just for the color. Yeah. And
yeah, those usually come in a nice jar. Those roasted red bell peppers that are already peeled. It's a huge time saver.
It is, yeah. And you can still do it at home too. And peel your bell peppers and just steam them.
Yeah.
And I'm adding some acid. This is white wine vinegar.
White wine vinegar. Okay. And what's the other one?
Lemon juice. And then yellow mustard.
Oh, yeah.
And the last is garlic powder. So, and this is all that goes in, and I'm just going to blend it up.
And so that's it. That's your sauce right there.
That's my sauce.
Okay.
And
so no carrots or anything like that. Just
no.
Okay. Interesting.
And I'm just going to add this straight. So this is the color.
Yeah.
And it smells cheesy already. And I just add it to the pasta.
Now, what kind of blender is that?
This is a Vitamix.
Oh, it's a Vitamix. Okay. It looks like a very, very big one.
It's a big, yes, yeah. See, as I said, I like to have people over for parties. So.
Yeah. And Darshana, so everybody knows, because one of the things that we love with our new, plant stock, where we're really leaning in on all of you fantastic chefs, is know a little bit about your kitchen. So, where is this? Is this the kitchen in your home? You're in Brian's home?
Yes. This is our home kitchen, but this is also the kitchen where I would develop all the forks over knives recipes. So it's like a test kitchen too.
And do you love your kitchen?
Yes, I love it. It's all about making it easy to, prep different kind of recipes at the same time and testing it out, because there are days when I would, test 4 or 5 recipes at the same time.
Yeah.
And that requires a lot of measuring, a lot of, making notes. So everything needs to be organized. And so that's why I've designed it that way, to make it easy for that.
Nice. And it looks like you've got a fair amount of counter space as well.
Yes. I need that. And this is also the place where everybody, when we have parties, everybody surrounds you, because they are all interested in what is cooking and, what's happening. And this is, the social center of the house.
It is. It's the heartbeat for sure.
Yeah. So this is the pasta.
And so is it done now? Is it ready to eat, or what do you do?
No. So the next part is, so I'm just going to let it sit, and I'm going to make this crumble. Where is my... So for a crumble that goes on top of this, and then it goes into the oven, I'm using some breadcrumbs. Usually, I try to find whole wheat breadcrumbs, but if I don't, it's such a small amount that I'm comfortable just using it as a topping. And of course, it is oil-free and low salt. So breadcrumbs with a little more nutritional yeast. And
then are you going to be pouring that big pot into a casserole pan?
Yes. So in this case, there are 2 ways to make this recipe. One is, and which I love, it's a fun way, is I've got these small ramekins, and I'm going to pour it in these. And so, I like it like when I'm having everybody sit down for dinner, like each one gets their own portion. It looks pretty when you serve it. So that was my idea. And then the other part is, if there are leftovers, you just, cover this up and freeze it.
Yeah.
And then you just want a quick meal, you just pull out one of these ramekins and just stick it in the oven.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's a nice little touch. I would just be throwing that into a big old casserole dish and taking it out with my fingers and throwing it on the plate.
True, that's the way to go too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Okay. And the next thing is I'm adding some miso. Oops. To give it a little bit of a, the salty, cheesy experience, and then some Italian seasoning, just to give it a little more extra flavor. And I'm gonna do this with my hands now. I'm just gonna, rub the miso into the crumble till it's incorporated and it's like a crumbly texture.
Tell me this. In India, did you eat with your fingers?
Not just in India. I still do it here.
But is it tradition in India to eat with your hands?
Yes. Yeah, I grew up eating with
And so you still do. So would you actually eat your macaroni and cheese out of your individual ramekin dish with your hands?
No.
No. Okay.
I've not thought about it. You know what? You make me realize that why don't I do that with salad sometimes. I eat my salads with my fingers. But I do that with my Indian food. When I'm eating Indian food, I would love to eat it with my hands, but then I never do that with like a mac and cheese. But I could, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. It'll taste better, I know that.
It does.
Food when you eat with your fingers tastes great. Okay, so this is ready. Now I'm gonna just scoop it out. And
yeah, that looks great. And so so in like 2014, you decided that you really wanted to up your game, even though you were doing all kinds of recipe development and doing some books for Forks Over Knives. You went to the Natural Gourmet Institute of New York City. How important was that to your culinary growth?
It was very important, first of all, because it gave me a lot of, foundation of Western cooking, because I wasn't familiar with, a lot of, especially the meat-based food. I didn't get, fortunately, being a Hindu, like it would have been very difficult for me to deal with, train with meat. If I went to a regular culinary school, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But fortunately for me, Natural Gourmet Institute was very plant-based already. It was very vegan-friendly. Like 95% of the recipes they taught us were vegan. So it was easy for me to, their recipes were such that they really gave me the idea of what traditional meat-based food should taste like. And from that, I could then go ahead and make them plant-based once I got home. They did use oil, but they gave me a great foundation. It was very helpful for me, and the different creative techniques of getting certain textures, using different ingredients, all that. It just opened my my mind to so much creativity.
How much time? How long was that education?
It was 6 months or 5 months. Yeah, but it was really intense.
Wow.
Yeah, and I loved going to school and learning, because food is my passion. So.
Yeah. Well, I can tell. Look at you go. There you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 8.
8 of them.
So are you having friends over for dinner tonight to eat that?
I think so. Or I'm gonna freeze it and throw a party, or I'll take it with me to a party.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna just stick it in the oven. And it's at 375, so it doesn't even need a lot of cooking, because most of it is cooked stuff,
So is that Brian that's behind the camera helping you right now?
No, that's my kitchen assistant, Yasmin. She's awesome. She's helped me develop so many recipes. She's a pro now.
Nice. Well, when it's possible, I'd love to get that screen as close to possible to the food.
Once it's ready?
Yes, yes.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. So now we can go to the other recipe.
Yeah, let's do the falafel waffles.
Yes.
You know, I am so into waffles and pancakes, as you probably know. One of the reasons is, you know, we just launched our new pancake and waffle mix at Plant Strong. I think you've had it with Brian.
Oh, I love that. I went through packages, you know.
Yeah. No, truly, for a commercialized packaged pancake and waffle mix that is clean as any that are out there, I've never had one that's as good. It's incredible what we were able to achieve.
I was amazed at the texture. It's so fluffy, and every batch, you know, is perfect. It was amazing.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you like to make your waffles?
Sorry, I didn't.
How do you make your waffles?
Okay, so my waffles, I use the traditional ingredients that go in a waffle or in a falafel. For this recipe, since it's the falafel recipe, I'm going to be using the ingredients that I would put in a falafel.
Yeah. Now, is there any way your assistant can get closer so we can see all the ingredients up close?
Oh, okay. Let me. Yeah, maybe you can push it. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, just.
How's that?
Yeah, yeah. And can she tilt it down at all or no?
Yes. Okay. How's that?
Good. Yeah, yeah. I'm just being picky. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So a little tilting. Okay. Just a little bit. Okay, how's this?
Good. I mean, is it hardwired onto a stand, or can she actually walk it and get right over the food?
Okay, we can try. It's just how's this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Now I'm loving that.
Yeah, Yasmin, you're going too far.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there. I love it.
Okay. So we have, for the falafel waffle, I'm going to move the waffle iron away for a moment and show you what I'm going to put in my food processor. Oh, so I think I'm going to be okay. So first, I'm going to use the chickpeas that go in a waffle. That go in a falafel.
Yeah.
Actually, I would like to switch the sequence.
You got it. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back. The sequence is, I would like to do the hummus first, just so that it'll look. Oops. Okay, so we're gonna start first with the hummus that goes for with the waffle.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna use the same food processor, so it'll be easier to do the hummus first. In this case, in this case, first we add the chickpeas. So 1 can chickpea.
Mm-hmm. Drained
and rinsed. And this one, I'm flavoring it with mint to complement the waffle, because the waffle will have a lot of, the falafel has a lot of herbs and spices. So this, like the mint, kind of, smooths it out, right? It's about balancing it out. So that is the mint, lemon juice. So the hummus is only seasoned with lemon juice, no salt. And adding a little extra lemon juice just helps you, you don't miss the salt. And then I added the garlic and tahini. Now, even tahini is optional, but since I'm not putting anything else in my falafel, it really adds, it adds the creaminess and balances it out. So the tahini. And to this, now, I'm gonna add a couple of cubes of ice. So I'll have to, can you put this? Can you get me 2 cubes of ice?
What does the ice do, Darshana?
So the ice releases a liquid very slowly. So it doesn't, like if you add the water in the beginning,
Yeah.
It kind of, everything is moving around. Give me 4, please. Thank you. So it, everything is not blended properly, and you put the ice, there's enough, you put water, it's too liquidy. With the ice, you can control when it becomes liquid, right at the end, after you run it a little bit. Thank you. So I'm going to first start blending this. So at this point, it's got a nice texture already.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to add a couple of cubes of ice.
I've never heard of that trick before. That is wild.
I learned this trick from my nephew, who is a CIA trained chef.
Oh.
And he has a Lebanese restaurant in Mumbai. And so he taught me this technique to make, especially for tahini too. It really helps give that, it emulsifies in a very nice way. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now. I like to make my hummus in the Vitamix.
Yeah.
Because it really gets very, very creamy, especially when you do this ice method. But in this case, like usually I make bigger batches, so then the Vitamix works. But in this case, it's a small batch, so I didn't. And so this is it's still creamy.
Oh yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah. So I'm going to get this out and transfer it into a bowl. And then I'm going to work on the falafel batter.
Okay, so there's the hummus.
Yes.
Oil-free, ice cube hummus.
Yes. And now the batter is also very simple. Usually, I cook my chickpeas at home, and I put them in 4 cups containers, so it's easy for a one meal. And so that I can make this always. I can make it. It's everything else is always at home in stock. So chickpeas.
So just so I'm aware. So are you making the waffle batter right now?
Yes.
Really? Okay. With chickpeas and what's that? Onions?
Onions.
Wow. This is wild. Okay.
Yeah. Oops. Couscous.
Couscous?
Yes. Okay. Now you could, if you don't want to use, if you want to make a gluten-free version of this, instead of couscous, I would put cooked millet, which has similar texture and taste.
Yeah. But so that couscous is not cooked. So you're just putting it in there raw. It doesn't need to be cooked.
It will be cooking in the waffle line.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And then this is cauliflower, broccoli rice. Sorry.
Broccoli. Yeah.
Yeah. And some whole wheat flour. You can replace this with oat flour to make a gluten-free version.
Yeah.
Some flaxseed, ground flaxseed.
Yeah.
Cumin powder. Coriander powder. Turmeric.
Yeah. Huh?
Traditionally, not traditionally, like one of the secret recipes I've heard is turmeric in falafel. Yeah. So next,
Where did you come up with this waffle recipe?
I'm telling you, after trying out so many recipes, you just want to, see what happens. Try this, try that, and
Did it take you many tries to get this right?
Not really.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know. After having done a lot of baking, you kind of know, and I love savory things.
Yeah.
So I do a lot of savory baking too. And in Indian tradition, there is a lot of steamed cakes that we bake. They're called, traditionally, they're called dhoklas in Indian, Gujarati cuisine. So I had some foundation for baking savory things. So this is garlic and black pepper, some parsley, lemon juice, and 2 teaspoons of baking powder.
Uh-huh.
So,
wow. That's an assortment of different ingredients in there. That's wild.
yes, yeah. But many of them you would have it. So if you don't have parsley, I would just put cilantro. Cilantro. And if I didn't have onions, if I had scallions, I would put scallions. If not, onion powder. I would play around with recipes that I have in the pantry.
Yeah.
And I just pulse this. And to this, I will add some water. I could add plant-based milk also to give it a creaminess, but water is fine too. Okay, I'm gonna add.
And so for everybody listening, you right now are creating the batter for the waffles.
Yes.
You're going to heat up in the waffle iron, and do you add enough water just to get the consistency that you like?
Yes. Yeah. So the consistency is, it's not going to be watery like the traditional waffle batter. It's not going to be traditional waffle batter where you just pour it and it spreads. It's going to be a little more, it's thicker, but it still spreads. Okay, so the batter is, oops, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, it happens to the best of us.
I know. So the batter is nice. I like this texture. So let me show you the texture it should be. And this one needs to sit for 10 minutes. So it gets a good, it will give a good, everything comes together, but we can still try it. We can try it right away. And I want to show you, it really looks like a falafel batter that you would put in a, in a fryer or, air fry it. Okay. I'm going to remove this because I forgot that this was baking, but I caught it just in time.
Ah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show it to you. Yasmin, if you could bring it closer.
You mean to tell me that those are already done?
Yes, the mac and cheese is ready. I will show you. Okay.
Yeah, get in there. Ooh.
Yes. Do you want to see the texture?
Sure. Yeah, take a spoon or a fork or your fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, it's cheesy.
Yeah, yeah.
Bring it closer. You see how it's really, like creamy, cheesy mac and cheese.
Yeah, that's really nice. And I love your touch with the breadcrumbs and the nutritional yeast on top too. That's
Yes.
a nice texture touch.
Nice texture, yes.
All right, excellent.
So now I have my waffle iron heated here and ready.
Oh, yeah.
I like this one because it has settings where you can have a low setting or medium setting, and that's what that's very helpful when you're using waffle iron to make different we're using different ingredients. So this one, it's like medium low, and here is the falafel batter.
Yeah.
Right, it's really ready. So I'm gonna use a 1/3 cup of the batter.
Yeah.
Oops, I need to show you. Okay.
Got it. We can see that.
Yeah.
Do you put it right in the middle and then what? Yeah.
I just spread it out evenly so that it's right in the middle, because as soon as I close, it's going to spread out. And sometimes it spreads out not evenly, making those, 4 nice triangles. And this, you just time it for 3 minutes, which I'm going to use here.
There you go.
Yes.
And so that waffle is going to come out. And then
Yes.
what are you going to do? You're going to put the hummus in the middle. You're going to have a sandwich, obviously.
Yes.
And is there anything else you put in the middle besides the hummus?
Yes, I put some, I'm going to be putting some lettuce, tomato, and cucumber, which I have ready here.
Oh, you sure do.
Yes. And the hummus is right here, ready.
So let me ask you this: in the interest of time,
Yes.
can we cook the one waffle and then can we fold it over and do it that way?
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, so what do you think is what advice would you give to everybody that's out there that wants to up their cooking game with whole food plant-based ingredients? Is there a trick, or what kind of mentality would you suggest that people embrace to become a accomplished chef in the kitchen?
One thing I would say is just give a little time to think it over, what you're going to eat, like planning. Planning is very important. And, stocking up with simple things in the beginning, like not going in for the organic home cooked beans, and, like finding shortcuts that would help you eat the right ingredients, and starting with simple things like just canned beans, pre-cooked rice, or portioning out, cooked rice, and keeping some vegetables, frozen vegetables, being prepared with things at home when you're hungry, you having the right ingredient accessible is the biggest key. Even for me at this, after doing this for so many years, I still feel like, I need to be prepared. Like whenever I'm traveling, I have already thought out, how am I going to deal with,
Yeah.
and planned it out in my head.
That's great. And, Brian, your
Yes.
husband, has in the introduction of your book, Flavor, he said that he believes you are the best whole food plant-based chef that there is in existence. And I know that there's no bias there whatsoever, but he says you have a really special gift. And I saw it firsthand in 2014 and 15 at that Engine 2 event where you schooled some of the other chefs. But, is that the waffle?
Yes.
Okay, let's see how it is.
Okay. So
now you didn't add any, no spray oil or anything like that. Is that like a non-stick surface?
Nope, this waffle iron is great. It's a non-stick waffle iron and it gives such amazing results. I'll show you. I'm gonna try and open it. Okay. So it's stuck to the other side, but I'm gonna let it be.
Yeah.
Pull it out.
Got the chopsticks.
Chopsticks for this purpose. Okay. Here you see.
We can see.
Okay, I'm gonna.
And then, yeah, there you go. And hold it right up.
It's like a falafel shaped into a waffle.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
And now you can move this away. And I'm going to show you how to make a waffle sandwich. I use a liberal amount of hummus because it kind of holds the sandwich together. And if you don't have time to make a hummus, I think even a little sliced avocados would work in this case.
Yeah.
And I'll put this.
Lettuce. And look at how you've sliced your cucumbers.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to slice them.
Yeah.
Did you use a mandolin or did you do that yourself?
I did it myself. I love using a ceramic knife. It really is easy to slice things very fine. But in this case, I'm just gonna cut this. It makes it easier.
Oh, Brian dear, lunch is served.
Yes. He usually ends up just in time when something is ready, when I'm testing something, and he'll know, okay, it's ready.
Hey, tell me this, Darshana, when you're cooking, do you clean up as you're going, or do you throw everything in the sink and then say, hey, Brian, you have to clean up tonight?
Oh, I don't think that would work here, but I do not like to clean as I'm cooking. Like when I'm cooking, that's my meditative space.
Yeah.
When I'm doing dishes, that's my meditative space. So either I do one thing, like fully in this moment, I'm just cooking, and then if I do cook, cleaning, yeah. So this is the falafel sandwich.
Looks really incredible. I can't wait to try that.
Yeah. I hope
All right,
you like it.
so you just whipped up 2 great dishes. So can you just show us one of each as we depart?
Okay. So this is the falafel sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, groovy. Love it. Are those still hot?
Yes, they are.
Got it.
So I'm going to use this one here.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. And there we go. Our little
casseroles.
Yeah, our personal ramekin of macaroni and not cheese.
Not cheese.
That is really wow. Darshana, that was fabulous. What do you got going on here the next month? Are you going to be in town? You going traveling? What are you doing?
We would like to stick around. We've been traveling a lot in the last year and a half or almost 2 years. So we would like to stick around and enjoy, our home here in California and Los Angeles, and enjoy the garden. I have a nice organic vegetable garden that I really love with lots of fruits and vegetables. Yeah. So that's what, and try sometimes come up with something quirky.
Nice.
And entertain friends.
Well, thank you so much for being part of PlantStock. Will you do me a favor and give Brian a kiss on the cheek for me when you see him next?
Okay, will do.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rick, for inviting.
Hey, give me a Plant Strong fist bump on the way out. Boom. All right. Bye, Darshana.
Bye-bye.
Here we are, PlantStock 2023. Welcome, Kim Campbell.
Hi, Rip. I'm so excited to be at PlantStock. Thank you for having me.
Listen, our pleasure. Now, for people that don't know, you were on the Plant Strong podcast not too long ago. It was episode 194. You are, just a little background, you are the daughter of the esteemed royalty in plant-based T. Colin Campbell. You are married to Nelson Campbell, who is actually your camera crew right now. Yee! And together you guys run Plant Pure Nation, where you guys provide all kinds of support and resources to help people explore the benefits of eating a whole food, plant-based lifestyle, right? Our families could not be more mission aligned when it comes to what we're trying to do for the betterment of the health of this country, the planet, you name it. So the theme of this year, Kim, is coming together. You have selected two incredible dishes that you're going to share with us today. But before you dive into that, I'd love to know from you and Nelson, if he wants to chime in, what does coming together mean to you?
Coming together means connecting with your community. You know, we have our pods, so I always go back to pods. We just had a meeting on Saturday, but, you know, coming out of the pandemic, actually seeing people in person, sitting down at tables with our families, with our friends, and, you know, connecting with like-minded people and unlike-minded people as well. But that's my definition.
Yeah. And this is a kitchen that you and Nelson and your family have lived in for the last, you said 15 years?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
And
15 years.
And is it bittersweet? Because I know you're packing things up and you're moving to your new home. What are your thoughts around that?
Oh, I have lots of emotional thoughts around it. I'm excited. Most of all, I'm excited. Nelson and I decided we've thought about this for years, but we're moving west in North Carolina and we're headed to the mountains just west of Asheville, North Carolina. So we are very excited about this next chapter in our life. We have some fun projects that we want to work on out in the mountains, but we are leaving one child behind. So hopefully we'll get her to move out with us, but we're very excited. Yeah.
And one of the things you just said that you really don't like about this kitchen, because it's a gorgeous kitchen, right? Lots of light. I like the white counters. What is that, kind of a dark blue?
Naval blue. It's a naval blue cabinets, and we have a slate floor. And I love my kitchen. We did it about a year ago, not knowing we were going to be moving. So we really put our heart and soul into this kitchen because this is where all my passions lie. So hopefully we'll be able to do something similar when we get there.
Yeah. And just for people, what is your role with Plant Pure Nation?
So I've always been involved with the food aspect of it. So I call myself a culinary developer. But really my passion is education and teaching people how to do this. I've been behind the formulas for our frozen line and our dry line. I've written a few cookbooks. But what I love to do is connect with people and communities and teach people how to do this because it's not hard to do and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. And remembering back to our interview not too long ago, one of the things that was really special about COVID was you said that it allowed you and Nelson to come together in the kitchen. Yeah, go ahead.
We definitely do. Actually, Nelson has a lot more culinary skill than I ever imagined. He's gotten really good. I think I've taught him well. But we don't go out to eat as much as we used to. We used to do a lot of that, and then COVID happened, and we hung out in our kitchen and made homemade pasta and pizza and all sorts of fun things.
Yeah. And so for today, you have selected 2 recipes. Both of them are from your newest cookbook, the PlantYou Comfort Food, that has over 100 plant-based and mostly gluten-free recipes to nourish your body and soothe your soul. And what are the 2 recipes that you have selected? And tell me this, Kim, how in the world, out of 100 recipes, did you decide on the 2 that you're going to share with us today?
Well, you didn't give me a lot of time, so I didn't have a big window. I could have been in here for 2 hours preparing, but I did stuff that I thought was quick. I picked loaded nachos because loaded nachos are things that you have when you have company for a football game or a sporting event, or sometimes we just eat it for dinner, but to impress people with comfort food. So I wanted to show you that you can do this with plant-based, and I've fed this to non-plant-based people, and they love it as much as the regular recipe, the standard American. And then I also chose a sweet potato chocolate pudding pie just because I love chocolate. And this is a really special pie. It's so good, and there's no processed sugars in it, and it just feels healthier.
Wow. And your loaded nachos, they're coming with a little jackfruit on top, correct?
Yes. Yeah. So my goal is to teach you how to make barbecue jackfruit. So we're going to do barbecue jackfruit. We're going to throw that on top of the nachos. And we're going to skip a few things because my window of time is small. So I'm going to kind of walk you through things quickly and show you how to do it. We're going to just skip a couple of steps here.
Let's jump in then.
Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get my jackfruit going. So I'm going to turn my stove on. And I've cut up an onion. So when I make jackfruit, I always start with an onion and a pepper. So I'm using a red onion. And that pan's not hot, by the way. I have a gas stove. And I don't know. It just takes a long time to heat it up. And then I'm going to add a poblano pepper. And if you think that peppers are too spicy, I urge you to try poblanos because they're just a mild spicy pepper, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And they look like this. And if you take the ribs and the seeds out, there's almost no spice at all. So I leave a little bit of the ribs and seeds in for that.
And you keep the skin on?
I did keep the skin on because I didn't roast them.
Yeah.
If you roasted them, then you would just take the skin off. But I didn't roast them.
And what kind of pan is that, Kim?
This is a La Crusette, so it's a cast iron enamel coated pan. And I love this pan. I use it for everything. Stainless steel and my La Crusette. Cleans up really nicely. It's big. It's great for cooking demonstrations.
Yeah. What kind of heat you on right now?
High. I am on high. Yes, I'm on high. So while that's cooking or getting ready to heat up, I want to talk about the jackfruit because a lot of people don't know what jackfruit is. So I went to the store and I bought some young green jackfruit. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
One of the things I want to urge people is these jackfruits, Trader Joe's has them, Whole Foods has them, but they tend to be soaking in brine. So rinse them out really well because you want to get rid of that excess salt. And the way they look, and I kept a couple of them. They come in, they almost look like little triangles. And I just take them and pull them apart. So I'll show you what. And you can see when they're pulling apart, they have sort of a, I don't know, like a pork, sort of meaty.
Yeah, it looks like pulled pork.
Yeah. It doesn't taste like pulled pork, but it definitely has a look. And when I'm trying to impress people that you can eat plant-based and try something, I tend to go to jackfruit. Okay, now we're cooking.
Do you know what are the nutritionals on jackfruit? Like how much fat, protein? What are the macros on that?
No, I looked that up just before we got on. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got a lot of fiber in it. So be careful if you're not used to fiber and you're eating a lot of jackfruit. It'll clean you out for sure. So what I tend to do with jackfruit, and I'm not doing it today, is I stick it all in a crock pot with everything, and I just let it cook for like 4 hours, and it just falls apart nicely. So if you don't have jackfruit for this particular recipe, that's okay. Open up a can of black beans and use black beans or use soy curls. You don't have to use jackfruit, but I just wanted to show you what it looks like. All right, that's probably good enough, so I'm going to throw this in. I'm moving along fast.
Oh, yeah. And you know who I had on the podcast the other day was the CEO of Upton's Naturals, and I know they also do jackfruit, all kinds of different jackfruits in a retort container. So it's not in a can; it's a different packaging.
Yeah, I have bought some of the I think they're sort of like pre-marinated.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I have bought a couple of those, but I prefer my own sauces. So at this point, you can put a taco seasoning in it. But because this is very Mexican-y, I want to make it sweet. So I'm going to use a barbecue sauce. Normally, I make my own barbecue sauce, but we're in a hurry. So we're going to get through this. The sauce that I tend to buy is bone-sucking sauce. These sauces do have salt and sugar in them, so you just have to read your labels. This one I think is better than most, but it's really hot because it's all they had, and I wanted to get it to show you what the brand is.
Bone Sucking, that's the brand that Jane and Ann, my mom and my sister, love as well.
Yeah. So, but I'm not going to use it because it's too hot, so the one I'm using is Sticky Fingers.
Now, Kim, I know you're doing all that. Can I ask you some questions while you're doing that?
Please do.
So what was interesting in our podcast to me was that, you know, you started dating Nelson at 16, if I'm not mistaken. You know, you kind of won him over making, I think it was eclairs or donuts or something like that.
It was Boston cream pie.
That's right. That's right. Boston cream pie. And you came from a family that was very much meat and potatoes. Your father actually taught at Cornell, and he taught about something to do with cows and how to get the most, I think, milk out of cows, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, my father was a dairy specialist. I mean, he grew up on a dairy farm, went to Cornell, and then worked in the Cornell Ag School in the dairy department to, make dairy more efficient. And it's funny because I started dating Nelson, whose father worked in the building next door in human ecology. So, and my father knew Nelson's father.
And so were they friendly?
No.
They weren't. So how did he feel about you dating Nelson? You just didn't matter?
I think he was pretty reluctant. He said, isn't that Colin Campbell's son? I said, yeah. And he just kind of grunted. You know, my dad's sort of a quiet man. So I tell you what, though, every time there was a gathering where we had Karen and Colin and my parents, I tell you, I sweat in my armpits. I would get so nervous and be afraid that somebody would say something to offend the other one, because Nelson's parents can be quite outspoken too. So, but it's all good. It was fine. My parents, they loved Nelson just like they would, me, and he took good care of our family and our kids, so it was all good.
That's
it was
awesome.
awkward, though.
Okay, so now are you messing with the tortillas right now?
So I got these out because I'm not making tortillas, but I want to tell everybody that when I make chips, I make them with corn tortillas. And all I do is sometimes I just put them in the oven just like this at about 300 and just cook them slowly. I think the recipe says 365, but start low and you can brush some lime juice on them and chili powder and put them in there. You can cut them into triangles. But these are so flavorful. You don't really need to put anything on them. The brand that I have is called Food for Life. They're a little more expensive, but they're thick and they're just really yummy. So I made a bag of them. This is the part I'm skipping, and I have an air fryer. But you don't need an air fryer. You can use them. You can use them in your oven.
So what do you just for people, because I find this is a pretty important step. You cut them up in triangles like that, and then you put them in the oven at what temperature? And do you put any water on them or any spices or no?
I didn't put anything on these because these taste really good. Sometimes I'll brush a little bit of lime juice on them, sprinkle some chili powder, a little bit of salt if you use salt. If you don't really need it. These don't have any salt on them. But you don't even have to cut them into triangles. I took the energy to do this, but you can just leave them whole, and after they get crispy, just break them up and put them in a baggie. So
got it.
Super easy. Don't buy chips. They're full of so much junk. And if you make these ahead, you'll have them so you don't fall off the wagon.
Okay.
All right, this is looking really good. So I'm gonna go on to the cheese sauce. Can I go on to the cheese sauce, Rip?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just stir it.
Nelson, you're doing a fabulous job as the cameraman.
Doing my best, Rip.
Yeah, yeah. Can we see? Can you peek around just so we can see you for a second?
Okay. I look a little scruffy because
hey,
we're in the middle of a move.
Yeah, yeah.
But,
I have them working hard for me.
What an amazing dynamic couple. Thank you, you guys.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having Kim on the show, Rip.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You're doing a lot of good work out there. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So the cheese sauce it's really easy. I put 1.5 cups of water, so I'll just walk through the ingredients. I'm going to use about 1/2 cup of cashews. People think when they make a cheese sauce that they need to add 1 cup or 2 cups of cashews. You don't need that much. Just a little bit goes a long way. So I have 1/2 cup of cashews, because what you really want is you want that creaminess, the starchiness, a little bit of fat without turning it into a fat nightmare. So then I have a couple of garlic cloves, and I'm using my bullet for this. 2 tablespoons of nutritional yeast flakes. If you like more, you could go with 3. And then onion powder, and I used onion flakes because I packed the onion powder. We are in the middle of packing. There's boxes all around me, and there was no onion powder. 1.5 teaspoons of cornstarch. So that's the trick. You don't need to use all the cashews, because if you use a little bit of cornstarch, you'll get your starch that way without getting all the fat and the cost, because cashews are expensive. So you want to kind of keep those minimal. And then I have smoked paprika. I believe it's 1 teaspoon, cumin powder, and a little bit of sea salt.
Ooh, that's going to give it a great flavor.
Yes, it's very flavorful. And what I just put in there is chipotle chili powder. That gives it heat.
Wow.
If you don't want heat, leave the chipotle chili powder out. And then, it's okay, Nelson, I'm going to come over here.
A little bit of acid, huh?
A little bit of acid for the acid queen, right? So if you're cutting back on salt, the best thing to do is to put some lemon or lime juice in it. So I tend to do that. So go ahead and stick some lemon juice in there. That just keeps you from having to overload something with salt. And that's it. Put the top on, and we're going to blend it. I'm going to make some noise. Is that okay?
Oh, yeah. And so do you like the bullet? You recommend it?
Love it. I use it all the time.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to use the Vitamix for the pie, but this is so easy. I use it for dressings, and I've got like two bases, so it's really nice. And it's cheap. It's not as expensive as a Vitamix.
Yeah.
Ready? Here we go. Oops. So that felt like a long time, but sometimes the bullet takes a little bit longer than the Vitamix.
So is your policy when you're cooking, do you like to clean as you go?
Usually, but you know what? Nelson cleans. He cleans all my stuff for me. We had a policy in our house that whoever cooked didn't have to do the dishes. So the kids always did the dishes, and then they moved out. So Nelson does dishes now.
So what are you doing? So you're putting that cheese sauce in a pan and you're heating it up. What are you doing exactly?
I'm heating it up because you want to activate the thickening process. So you want to activate that cornstarch. You want to activate the cashews. Now, if you had a Vitamix and you blended it for a while, it might thicken in your Vitamix, but I find that you always have to put it on the stove. And as soon as it starts to get bubbly, it's done. My cashews I could have gone a little longer with those, but I didn't because I was in a hurry. So the other thing that I do is I add the green chilies. These are really mild. And I have a can. It's my Walmart brand. They're really mild, and they have kind of a citrusy flavor to them. These say they're medium, but if you want it really hot, go ahead and put jalapenos in it, but I prefer them mild. So there's your cheese sauce.
Oh, yeah.
This stuff is just wonderful.
So are you guys having guests over after this, or who's going to eat all that?
We are. I think I'm going to have to put it in containers and take it with us. Believe it or not, the car is packed up. We are ready to go for part of our move, so we'll just take it with us.
Wow.
I haven't moved in 15 years, so this has been really, really challenging getting rid of stuff.
I can't imagine. All right, so you are finishing up the loaded nachos with barbecue jackfruit. Do you want to start teasing us with the next recipe?
Yes. So the next recipe is sweet potato chocolate pudding pie. So I had 4 cups of sweet potatoes, and I just got one here because when I do sweet potatoes, I bake them because they get really sweet. They kind of caramelize. So Nelson, can you just stir that for a second? They kind of caramelize, so you actually have a really sweet consistency. So we're going to stick this into the Vitamix. And if you don't have a Vitamix, you could probably do this in a food processor, but it won't be quite as creamy.
And how do you, what's your favorite way of making sweet potatoes? Do you like putting tin foil around them? Do you just put them in the oven at 450 for 40 minutes? Do you have a set technique?
Throw them in the air fryer with skin and everything. I don't cover them with tin foil. You're not supposed to do that because they said the bacteria can grow. So I just throw them in and then turn them off, and the sweet potato kind of shrivels on the inside. We eat the skin and everything, especially if they're organic.
So are the skins on those that are in there right now?
No, I took the skins off. You don't want skins in your pie.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, I guess, but.
Yeah, a little hardcore.
Oh, I soaked the dates because dates can get really hard. And it's about a cup of dates. If you want it sweeter, you can add more dates. We're going to turn that off, Nelson. Why don't you show them what that looks like? It's really thick. Can you see?
Look at that. Nelson is doing 2 things at once, running the camera and stirring the nacho cheese sauce.
And I'm using a laptop as the camera, which is a little weird.
Yeah, it works great. That looks spectacular. Is it done yet, Kim?
It's done. I turned it off. That is done. The jackfruit is done. So I know we started on the pie.
Yep, great.
I'm going to plate this real quick because I want to show you what it looks like.
Oh yeah. What's that? Is that lettuce there on the bottom?
So when I do nachos, I tend to put like romaine lettuce, and it has arugula. So I chop up the arugula just to kind of bump up the nutrients. And we'll put some nachos on top. So this is going to be kind of a lunch. We'll each have a small plate.
We'll put it down lower.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah, that's great. We can see that great. Yep.
I think I might be burning the a little bit.
Did you turn that off?
Yeah, I did. I turned it off. All right. Just don't look at the bottom of the pan. Nelson will have to clean the bottom of the pan. And then you're gonna.
So Kim, there, what we've got there, we got the onions, the poblano pepper, and then the jackfruit. And did you put the barbecue sauce in there with that as well?
I did. I put about a cup of barbecue sauce in there.
Yeah.
And so if you want it more Mexican-y, you could put some kind of like enchilada sauce on it. I just like the sweet with this. So then I have a plate of all the fixings. So I have an avocado, I have salsa and olives. I cut up some jalapeno peppers and there's some lime. And so we'll just douse it up here so you kind of get a feeling for what it's like.
You have inspired me because I could see this being a family staple at our house. Like once a week, we get to do loaded nachos with jackfruit, barbecue jackfruit. Mm.
Look at this. Keep showing it. This is like football food. Super Bowl Sunday food.
Yeah.
It's so good, Rip. I mean, it's just amazing. And then
This weekend I'm making it.
put a little bit of the salsa on it. And then I don't know if I have enough hands, but can you imagine it's got guacamole on it? Because I haven't put that on it yet. But a little bit of lime.
Yeah.
And a little bit of cilantro.
Oh, that the avocado is like the cherry on top of the sundae.
You want me to put it on?
Oh, you don't need to, but we get it because that's incredible.
It's so good. Okay. So the next step is sweet potato pie. So am I doing good on time, Rick?
You're doing great.
Okay. So I got a cup of dates, and I'm going to melt these chocolate chips. This is the naughty part of this recipe. The chocolate chips are what holds it together and solidifies it, and I'll show you that in the end. But I'm just going to stick them in the microwave for a couple of minutes over here.
So Kim, while you're doing that, and what are you going to miss most about this kitchen when you move?
All the cupboard space.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see it. I'm not going to take you back to it. But back there, I have a room, and all it has is my appliances. Because Nelson will tell you, I have this sickness. So anytime a new appliance comes out, I have to have it. I have
That's the sickness.
I have an air fryer. I don't know what all I have. Waffle makers, all of it. So I'm going to miss that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cocoa powder, about a half a cup of cocoa powder. The more the better. You can go ahead and put more in it if you want. Milk.
And what kind of milk you got there?
I use soy milk for everything. That's just what I use. I love this kind of soy milk. I make yogurt with it. It's got a little bit of extra fat in it, so it's great when you're baking, and it's good in coffee too. It doesn't curdle.
Mm.
We love coffee. All right, a little bit of vanilla.
Mm-mm.
And these are the chocolate chips I use, just Toll House. But make sure that when you buy your chocolate chips that you look at the ingredients, because many, many of them have dairy. So I just know what I get, and I get the same thing every time. And they range from $3 to $10. These were $4.
Uh-huh.
Chocolate chips can be really expensive. All right, so then I'm going to cheat a little bit. You're going to put it on the blender. I'm not going to blend it because I already did, and I made a pie for you. And then I'm kind of moving it all along quickly here. So to make the crust, I have a cup of oats, a cup of walnuts, and a little bit of coconut, some cinnamon. That's it. I put it in my food processor and I blend it until it gets a really nice sort of cookie, crumbly consistency. And I'm not going to do that because I don't want to take up all of our time. But I do that.
But I know exactly what, and then you get this amazing date nut crust, right? That you can just form with your hands perfectly.
Exactly. So I want to show you the finished product. So when I make a pie, I line the bottom with parchment paper.
Oh.
Springform pan. And I take that cookie mixture and I pat it down really well. And then I blend my chocolate pudding and then put the melted chocolate chips in it, and put everything in here and just spread it around.
And I'm assuming you don't have a finished product. I can. Oh, you do.
I made this list.
I was going to say, look at that. Look at that, everybody. Look at that. Look at that. Now you're going to show the real deal. Wow.
So it's a spring form pan. These are really cool. So you can take this and just pop it.
Yeah.
And it comes right out. So you can see the cookie mixture down at the bottom.
Can you get closer so we can see the?
Can you see the cookie mixture?
Yes, there we can.
Usually this is a little bit higher, but I think I cut the recipe in half. Hang on, I'm getting chocolate all over me. And I want to show you how nicely it cuts. So Nelson, pull this down. And then you refrigerate it. I refrigerated it overnight.
Mm.
And you would not know this is sweet potato.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's a nutrient-dense chocolate pudding right there.
Right, because you got oats, you got walnuts, you got dates, you got sweet potatoes. It sounds like breakfast, doesn't it?
It does.
So
I wish I was 5 minutes down the street and I could come over.
oh my gosh, that's really good.
It would be great to have you over here to have a piece of pie with us, Rip.
I know. One day I'm going to have a piece of pie with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, we're going to be in the mountains in North Carolina, so when you're in the mountains, you can come visit us.
Well, we're going to be there in Black Mountain in April.
Okay, we'll be about 30 minutes down the road from you, so.
Wow. Wow. Well, Kim, there you have it, right? Loaded nachos with barbecue jackfruit and then a sweet potato pudding chocolate pie. Doesn't get much better than that.
It's comfort food. Yeah.
Hey, I want to thank you. I want to thank Nelson. I really, really appreciate you guys being part of PlantStock 2023. It's our 12th annual PlantStock. Obviously, Colin has come to at least 3 or 4 of them. This is your first inaugural appearance, and I so appreciate it. Nelson and Kim, thank you for what you're doing with Plant Pure Nation, all the pods, the movies, the resources, the food that you guys are doing to help make whole food plant-based living that much easier.
Thank you, Rip, for educating everybody about this.
Yeah, you're doing a great job with your podcast and all of your food and everything else that you do, all of your events. Thanks for all you do.
Yep. Well, thank you.
And hi to the parents from us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Keep it plant strong. All right, here we are, Plant Stock 2023. Max LaManna, thank you for being part of the Broc Star lineup.
Rick, thanks for having me.
Now, if anybody's not familiar with Max, he was on the Plant Strong podcast. You were episode 192. We had a fantastic conversation all around your new book, You Can Cook This. There she blows right there. And Max, just like to get people up to speed, tell me what inspired you to write this book?
Yeah, thanks, Rip. Thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. You Can Cook This. It's in the title. You Can Cook This. It's basically taking the most commonly wasted ingredients that we throw away at home. I asked my audience for about 2 years on social media which ingredients they're throwing away. I collected all that data, all that information, figured out the most commonly wasted ingredients, and then prepared recipes to match those ingredients that people are throwing away. Why are we earning money to then spend money on food to then waste our food? We're essentially wasting our money. So I want to help people save money, save food, and make delicious meals. So that's where the premise came.
Amen. And you know, you've become a social media sensation, and it all started back in 2016. I believe, you correct me if I'm wrong here, when a buddy of yours named Leo basically said, hey, you know what, Max, you should put that carrot top pesto on social media, and the rest is history. Is that right?
Yeah, that you did your homework. I can't believe you got in touch with Leo
no.
to talk to him about this. You're doing your detective work. I love this. No, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Sometimes you need friends to tell you what you need to do.
No, you totally do, right? I hear you. So, Max, the whole theme of this year's Plant Stock is coming together around food. So, what does coming together around food mean to you? And if you want, I could help you out because you've got a whole big thing in your book about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Chime in when you want to. For me, it's food brings people together. No matter who you are, where you're from, no matter how old you are, what you believe in, what you don't believe in, food has always been there to bring people together. We sit down, you enjoy a meal. And so for me, having written cookbooks and creating recipes on social media, and the more and more I'm in this space and in this realm of cooking, I'm continuing to bring people together with food. It brings so much joy to me to be able to. I had friends over the weekend. They came out here, and I had about 10 friends, and I served them 5 courses. It was a lot of hard work, but the joy on their faces gave me so much joy and energy to continue doing what I do.
I have a feeling. Yeah. I have a feeling. Yeah. I have a feeling that you're not opposed to hard work. I have a feeling you probably relish in it.
No, I love hard work. I love, if I'm not sweating and if I don't feel like I'm going to collapse at the end of the day, then I don't feel like I've worked hard enough. And that's after going for a run and meditating and doing all the things I need to do for my body, health-wise, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, all of that. And then let's get a hard day's work in the kitchen, cooking recipes for friends.
Yeah. Well, I love that you're taking care of yourself, and you've got all that going on. What I love what you said about coming together. To me, you have a whole thing in your book, and you say it so succinctly, where you just say everybody's welcome at the table, right? Everybody's welcome. There's no judgment whatsoever. You don't discriminate. It's like, come on, let's go, bring it. It's beautiful.
Thank you. That's exactly it. Everyone's welcome to the table, no matter what you eat or what you don't eat. I'm always trying to find ways of bringing people together. I think at the end of the day, we all want to try delicious food. We want to have tasty food. So if I can help and encourage people who may not be plant-based or are trying to incorporate more plants on their plate, I'll get them this way. Or maybe you are plant-based and you've been doing it for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You've been doing it your whole life. Continuing to bring people, together with delicious food. The more we put delicious food on our plates, the more we get to enjoy our company around us, and we get to enjoy life.
So speaking of delicious food, Max,
Yes.
what are you going to be creating for us today?
Thanks, Rep. You know, we're doing 2 recipes today. One of them, it's for me, it's about, and they're both from my book. And I thought the best thing to do is to end summer. Let's end summer now, and like let's welcome autumn. So I'm going to start with these juicy red tomatoes. So end of summer, tomatoes are right at the end. Let's just enjoy them one more time. And we're going to make a tomato salad with a miso tofu whip and garlicky crumble. So we're going to use up leftover bread to make this breadcrumb with garlic, lemon zest, and herbs. The tomatoes are just going to be sliced because I think tomatoes, when they're in season and they're picked right, just the seasonality of the ingredient, just the simplicity of the ingredient is all you need. Yeah. And just let some accompany garnishes. The tofu whip with miso. And then our second dish will be more of a dessert, a more something you might treat yourself at the end of the day after a meal. No matter what, you have it any time. Yeah. And that is using up leftover butternut squash or pumpkin. So we're going to make a no-bake pumpkin pie in a jar. So you're going to see these levels of the pecan crust, the cream, and the pumpkin. So I'm going to go through that when we get started with that in just a moment. But while we're here, let's get there it is. One of the first recipes I tested. I love cooking. I love being in the kitchen, but I also want to get in and get out. So with this no-bake situation, I don't have to wait around with that in the oven, waiting for the pumpkin pie to bake. So I thought, let's flip it on its head. Let's break it down into sections, and let's save some time. So without further ado, let's get started.
Let's hit it.
Great. So I'm just thinly slicing, 1/2-inch slices of my tomato. I'm not taking off the stem, the hard stem up at the top of the tomato. That's just going to stay the way it is. I'm going to lay these out onto this plate now because I'm going to salt them. Salting them will just bring out the flavor a little bit more, just giving the tomatoes a helping hand. And just a little pinch, just a bit of salt, just a pinch, going over all the tomatoes.
Where'd you get those tomatoes?
These tomatoes, my supermarket.
There you go.
Supermarket. Today I'm cooking in London. Usually I'm in the countryside and I'll go to the farmer's market on the weekends. I didn't see any tomatoes this past weekend. They normally do, but this weekend they didn't have it. But I normally try to get all my produce from the farmer's market when I can. Of course, the accessibility and having that privilege to go to a supermarket is something else. But I didn't have that. I didn't have that opportunity to have tomatoes this weekend. I'm using leftover bread here, and I'm just gonna tear it up and put it into a food processor because we're gonna blitz this. You can use stale bread. You can use also fresh bread as well. I'll need to toast this on the frying pan just behind me in just a moment because there might be some leftover residual like moisture from the bread. You want to dry it out completely as best as you can. And I'm gonna blitz this now. So
yep, go for it.
Cover your ears. No.
That's all right. And we can edit that.
Oh my goodness. I forgot I used it over the weekend. Give me one moment.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah.
Rick.
No problem.
Sorry, everyone.
This will be the magic of editing right here.
Yeah.
That's nice. You got a backup.
This is, we'll do it live, and this is what happens. Yep, there. Okay, great. So, as I said earlier, we're using leftover bread to make this breadcrumb. So I put that into a food processor, close it up, and then I blitz until it's a fine crumble.
Now, Max, I really like that you're using bread, because would you say, is bread one of the 30 most commonly wasted foods?
It's one of the top 5 most wasted foods. It's probably one of the top 2 most wasted foods.
Wow.
In the world. There was this process called the Chorleywood bread making process back in the early 1900s, where they could make copious amounts of bread just like this. We've lost the natural kind of time that bread takes. So I use sourdough bread, so it ferments. It takes a little bit longer. We don't have that today. Bread could be done in under an hour. At some supermarkets that sell bread. So for me, it's taking my time, get my sourdough starter, a sourdough bread and sourdough starter to make my bread if I'm making bread. But yeah, bread, unfortunately, because it's so readily available, our aisles are filled with bread, that it's one of the most commonly wasted foods. And in the UK, we throw away roughly 20 to 25 million slices of bread every single day.
Mm.
That's just the UK. And I think the UK can fit inside the US around 30 or 40 times. So I'm guessing maybe that same number multiplied by 30 or 40 is what you're probably going to get in the US. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know the figures, but I'm assuming that it's a lot of bread being wasted in the US.
Yeah.
So lightly toasted. I don't know if you can hear that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So we'll just keep this going. We're going to use garlic, lemon zest, parsley, and I'm going to use a little bit of olive oil. You don't need to use the olive oil if you don't want to. I think it just makes the bread a little bit more savorier, adds a little bit of that creaminess. The garlic is just going to be, the garlic is roughly chopped, and I use the whole bulb of garlic. And the skin, the leftover skin from the garlic itself, I save in my freezer during the weeks. And when my container fills up, I then can make a veg stock using the leftover scraps of food, especially from garlic and onions. You can make a really lovely veg stock using just the skins of garlic and onion. Or you can bake it in the oven on a low heat, dry it out, and then pulverize it, blitz it into a food processor, and have garlic powder or onion powder.
So you don't even waste your garlic skins?
Well, if I make the veg stock, I try not to. If I make the veg stock, I have the leftover skins in the water, and then I strain, and then I'll compost the food waste. But yeah, I try to get more out of my food as much as I can. Again, it goes back to that principle I said. We earn money to then spend money on food to then waste our food. We're wasting our money, so find more, get creative. So I always zest my citrus first, get that beautiful flavor from the lemon first. So I get this in here. I always zest, and then I can juice. If you juice then zest, it's going to be a lot harder for you to get this beautiful flavor from the skin.
And how deep do you go down when you're zesting? Just the very top there?
This is actually a great question. I do, one zest, and then I rotate and do one. So you don't want to go all the way down where you can almost start to see the flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you get past the pith, this is no good. So I just do, one, and I just look for those spaces, and I go around it. There's a couple different ways of zesting. You can move this hand, or you can move this hand.
Yeah.
I kind of do both. You're almost giving it a brush. You're brushing its hair.
Have you ever taken off any skin while zesting?
You know what? I'm not zesting. You're getting ready for this. I don't know if you get queasy about this, but I did nick my finger the other day on a new microplane.
Yeah. Wow.
But I wasn't paying attention, so that's part of the reason why as well. So
now So I see you're doing some of the olive oil there. Just for our audience, just to be clear now, the great thing about Max's recipes is they're adaptable, and so you don't have to use oil. Everybody here knows that we like to shy away from oil. But being the foodie that Max is, he loves what I think it can help do for the food. So I get that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I've made breadcrumbs and these kind of garlicky crumbles without the oil. It works every single time. The oil just gives me a little bit more flavor, something that my palate is used to at the moment. But yeah. I respect what you do. So definitely adapt as you want. I think the more and more I cook and show people options, the more people will become more and more confident and flexible in the kitchen as well.
Max, I got to say, it's really fun to watch you kind of chop and kind of do your thing in real time.
Oh, this is fun. I'm having a blast. Can we see that? The light here is not the most flattering, but we have toasted bread. It's golden brown, the yellow from the lemon zest, the parsley and the garlic. It's all giving a nice color and texture. So this will go on top of our salted tomatoes. Don't forget, we have the salted tomatoes.
Right. Yeah. And then you still got to do the tofu whip, right?
We're almost there. This is we're there right now, actually. Let me get this situated. So,
hey, Max, before you go on, I just have to say that there's a lot of things about your kitchen that I like, but the thing that I'm probably most jealous of is that cutting board. That thing is a monster, and it's got so much character to it.
It's big. Oh my God, Rip, thank you. There's actually a story behind this. The cutting board is made from, this is going to make, I'm just going to say it.
Yeah.
This cutting board is made from dead olive trees from Spain. So there's a company in Spain that cuts dead olive trees that are no longer working or no longer in, they're no longer in their career of producing olives.
Yeah.
And they
for olive oil.
They come down and they make lovely cutting boards out of them. And so I asked for one, but this is probably the size of my torso, and I'm 6 foot on a good day. I'm 5'11" on a on a normal day. So as you can tell, this is quite, and this is custom made, I must say also. Wow. So and it's quite heavy. This is 20 or 30 pounds, this cutting board.
So how do you take care of your cutting board? Do you wash it after every use, or do you ever do soap or just water?
We take a bath together. We watch movies together. It comes to the movie theater with me, and then we go to bed together. So it's I treat same thing with my knives. That's why I'm missing a finger. All these things. No, the cutting board itself is delicate. You want to be delicate with cutting boards. So I get a soapy cloth. And just give it a wipe down, and get another wet cloth with warm water and wipe that down, and get a dry cloth, wipe that down. And then I might use a little bit of oil to just hydrate the board again, because you want to hydrate it just a little bit. Yeah. And I normally put the oil on a wax, wax paper, so then I can reuse that again, maybe 1 or 2 times. but I don't want to keep that wax paper that has the residual oil because that can grow mold.
Which that's exactly where I was going to go, because our cutting boards, after, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years, we get mold on the ends, and it's really nasty.
Yeah, clean. It's so important to take care of your equipment. Taking care of your equipment means you spend less money, and you get to relish and appreciate things. Like, if I ever have children, like, this cutting board will be passed down, you know? So it's like, we'll have this memory. And so I think there's something lovely about passing on equipment, especially in the kitchen, especially for me and the line of work that I do.
Yeah. Well, if you pass that on to one of your children, you'll have to play this video and have to accompany it.
Yeah. Plant stock will still be going in, in 30, 40, 50 years from now.
Yes.
So here we go. So I have silken tofu. You can use extra firm tofu. I'm using silken tofu because it'll just make it a lot more creamier, is my preference. I'm using miso. I'm using a white miso, and this gives it a lovely flavor, as I'm just putting the residual into my mouth because I'm all alone and I'm cooking for myself. So I have miso, and I'm going to blitz this. Normally I'd add some nutritional yeast for a little bit of cheesiness, that extra B12 and all that goodness that nutritional yeast has, and I love the flavor of nutritional yeast. But today I'm gonna skip on it, and I'm just gonna blitz this all together. You can use chilies. I mean, this is where you can get creative and use, if you wanted to, use some roasted red peppers as well in here as well. You could roast some red peppers or butternut squash, as long as you have the smooth texture. So. Here we go. Amazing.
Yeah.
You almost want it to look like a mayonnaise, really smooth texture. So we have that. And now all I do now is take a little bit to the plate, right at the center. I'm going to show you a chef's trick.
We like tricks.
All right. You put your sauce right at the middle of the plate, and then you give it a pat.
Oh.
And then you get this perfect cylinder, and you don't need to spread it with the spoon. You just give it a tap. Do not
yeah.
anyone about this. All right. This is all of us right now in this video, listening, watching. Do not share this with anyone. This is a secret. If people find out about this, I'm gonna get in trouble.
Max, where did you learn that trick from?
I can't tell. I can't tell you my sources.
Okay.
So you learn it when you're on the job. You learn it. They don't tell you these things. You just watch. Right. when you work in restaurants. You just watch and you go, oh, okay, cool. I'll do that next time. So I'm just gonna layer my tomatoes.
So as a chef, how much of creating the final recipe is the presentation?
Come on. For me, if you enjoy cooking and you put your heart into it and you're loving it, if you're arguing, I'm sure you've heard the study with the Japanese scientist who looks at the rice. I think I may have mentioned this in the podcast, maybe, with like talking to your food and with the rice and water. And he spoke horrible things to one cup of rice and beautiful, nice, kind things to the other rice. And the over in 24 hours, that horrible, the rice that was spoken to horribly turned into dark water, whereas the one that was spoken kind words to, the water stayed clear.
Wow.
So I think how we speak to and we're made up of water. So if we speak kind to one another, we're all going to be good, right? Everything's going to be fine. So I think the same thing is when we're plating and we're putting a love and care and intention to it. It doesn't matter if it's, Michelin starred standards. My plating is definitely not that by no stretch of the imagination. But I think you put love and care and attention into it, it's going to look beautiful.
Yeah.
So I have, I think I have like 5 or 6 different spoons out right now. So we have, you can see this, right?
We can.
Tomato and our tofu whip down at the base. I've just layered my tomatoes like so. And then I sprinkle our breadcrumbs, our garlicky, zesty, herby breadcrumbs on top.
Now tell me this, Max, why I find it very interesting that the tofu whip is on the bottom and not on top of the tomatoes. Is there a reason for that?
This is just a presentation. I think it just sits nicer than it being just like, you could definitely drizzle this on top. I think it looks better as a presentation when it's layered on top like so. And then just because you're here, Rip, and everyone else is, over the week I made some basil oil. And so that's using up leftover basil, blended it with oil. Sorry, you don't do the oil. So I won't even go into the explanation, but I have this lovely basil oil, leftover basil that made from not throwing anything away.
There you go. Wow. And you're in the UK right now, right? I think we've neglected to let everybody know you're in the UK.
I am in the UK. I moved here about 4 years ago. Met my wife and haven't looked back.
Oh yeah. Give us the taste test.
When you ever do that when you eat food and you just lean back?
Is that like, yeah, I just killed it?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Oh, the smooth creaminess, the umami, kind of this rich flavor from the miso with the tofu whip. Like tofu for me is always going to be in my fridge because it is the perfect canvas. It's a blank canvas to hold flavor, texture. You can make it smooth. You can make it crispy. You make it crunchy. You bake it. You could do anything to it. And I think it sitting on the base allows for all the other ingredients to kind of lock in place.
Yeah. Hey, Max, just while you're getting ready to maybe put that away and start digging into the no-bake pumpkin pie in a jar, will you just kind of let our audience know, for those that didn't listen to the podcast, how you went vegan twice? And I think that there's a lesson there.
Yeah, definitely. I went vegan twice. And I think it's important because I hear a lot of people saying, I went vegan and that was it, and which is true for a lot of people. And I think that's great. It wasn't my reality. And I tried so hard to make that my reality. And I kept coming up against, obstacles along the way. And so I had to be real. I had to be true and honest with myself and, look myself in the mirror and say, look, this isn't gonna work. So, I decided, okay, there's something really important here. I enjoyed cooking and I enjoyed eating whole plant-based food. Having grown up in a household and working in restaurants where I've pretty much have eaten everything that is or could be served in restaurants. I got to a point where I decided, okay, from this point, I'm only going to buy plant-based ingredients. But if I do go out to eat, I'll dip in and see how things are. And that happened for a couple of years. And then I finally made the leap. I was like, all right, it has to be this. And the reason for me, it's always been connected to my health. And my grandfather passed away when he was 34. He was 34 years old. He had a heart attack. He had high cholesterol, overweight, obese, you name it, he had it.
Are you 34 yet?
34.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy how young he was.
Crazy. And I'm thinking, wow, 34. I'm 34 now, and just thinking about it more and more. It's resonated with me more so this year and this year than ever before. So for me, I want to be conscious of what I'm putting into my body. I know we're all gonna have, call it cheat days. We're always gonna have moments where the menu doesn't fit our lifestyle, or we don't have the time, we don't have the time to get the ingredients that we need. So I don't put too much pressure on myself when it comes to that, but I do cook, 95, 98% of the time at home. So I can be conscious of what I'm putting into my body. I can be conscious of what I'm putting onto the plate and feeding other people. So it's really important for me. And, hopefully 34 keeps me looking young and staying, hopefully what I'm doing now will keep me young. That's what I want to say. Hopefully it keeps me young and healthy and fit and rip.
Yeah, ripped, baby. Well, you're doing something right. You're doing something right, Max. You look incredible.
Thank you. I do really quickly just need to I paused there for a moment because I do need to give this a quick rinse real quick. We'll be back after a quick commercial break.
Okay, got it. All right, so where were we? I think we were getting ready to start the pumpkin pie, right?
We're getting the pumpkin pie. So this is my no-bake pumpkin pie in a jar. You could be sophisticated and have it, in a wine glass like so, or put it in a normal glass. Each your own, right? As I say. So I'm using. You don't need to do this. I know the fall season's coming up, so all those gourds are coming into season. All the pumpkins, all the butternut squashes are coming into season. So have your pick. I've roasted some butternut squash, and I've taken the flesh on the inside, and I pulverized it into a paste here. All I need to do with this now is just sprinkle a bit of cinnamon in there. You could do this before too as well. You could put some cinnamon while it's roasting in the oven to infuse the flavor a bit more. But it's not necessary. It's just another task to do.
So Max, was that a pumpkin or was that a butternut squash? What was that?
Right. This is butternut squash.
Okay.
This was a butternut squash. And this is butternut squash as well. So, but you can use pumpkin. You can use pumpkin as well. The next thing, so you can make like a whipped cream. You can use full fat coconut milk and vegan cream cheese, confectionery sugar, and get it real. As they like to say here in the UK, naughty. That's very naughty. It always throws me off when people say, "Oh, that's naughty." I'm like, really? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? It just means like.
Right. Right.
You do one of those where you close the eyes a little bit and you just, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're getting into territory that's a little bit dangerous.
Exactly. I'm not gonna do that today. I just have coconut yogurt that I'm using instead. So a little bit of a healthier alternative using coconut yogurt. The main thing that we need to do for this, right, is our filling. So this would actually, our crust. This is the crust layer. So I have toasted pecan. I have ground almond flour, or you can use almonds if you have them. I dissected a traditional, like normal pumpkin pie crust recipe to make it here, but like dissecting it bit by bit, right? We're using dates. I think are some of your favorite.
Love the dates.
Do you ever put peanut butter in them?
We've certainly done that many a time. Yeah, we slice it in half, put in the peanut butter, put in some of the the dark vegan chocolate chips. Yep. Oh yeah.
Yep, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm using, and you don't need to do this because there's probably enough sugar in here already. but I've used just a little bit of light brown sugar. And then I always love salting my food, and I just add a little bit of salt. Salt, just even if it's a little pinch. I even put it on my ice cream. I put it on my yogurt. I think it just like lifts the flavors. It just brings a little bit more intensity to the flavors all around. There's a thing with like chefs in kitchens that their taste buds are completely washed away because they over salt their food. I was often asked, the chef would, he would try something of mine and taste it and go, I think it needs more salt. I'm like, you sure, chef? He's like, hold on, let me ask somebody else. And then they're like, we're good. Don't add any more salt. So that's it for that. Oh, and then our spices. So I'm using ground cinnamon, nutmeg. This has Thanksgiving. This has the autumn vibes all over it. Mm-hmm. And then ground ginger.
Ginger, nice little addition there.
Ground ginger. And then we just pulse. You want to get it to a crumbly texture. You want to make sure that the date is broken down a bit. Right now, like this could be our base if we wanted to put this, in the oven, or even put it into the freezer and freeze it. And then you could layer on, if you wanted to, you could put on a layer of chocolate and make bark out of it or something. So that's that. And then let me get this out of the way. We have. Let's go. I feel fancy. Let's do it in the our wine glass.
This is plant stock, Max. Let's get fancy.
Let's get fancy. Why not? Yeah. So I just add a bit of this crumbly pecan date texture at the base, and what you essentially would.
And then you hit the bottom of the glass so it kind of settles again. There you go.
No, you don't need to do that. I think what's nice is that letting it fall the way it is. Like if you want to elevate the dish, I think for this one, just let it fall the way it is. And then what you'll see is you ever have an iced coffee and then you pour the milk in, or your oat milk. When I say milk, I mean plant-based milk. And then the milk kind of makes this like swirly, almost like it's listening to this, 70s music, and it's piecing out and everything. It's having a good time. That's kind of what is going to happen here. We're just going to let things fall the way things want to fall. So our pecan texture base right here, and essentially you would build this right before your dinner. You build this all out, put it in your fridge, or most likely the fridge. Keep it nice and chilled. So when dinner is wrapped, you clear your tables, boom, then everything is served. So let's just keep going. So we have our butternut squash filling with our cinnamon. Fill that up.
It's coming along nicely. And then we'll add our coconut yogurt at the top. So is your wife going to be the recipient of some of these leftovers?
She will be, and then I also have some friends coming over later tonight for dinner as well. So everyone, my friends will be the recipients of this. So lucky them. You can use icing sugar, sprinkle it on top, or shave some cinnamon or some chocolate if you want to even go down that path. You could do that. And then I just add a little bit more of the crumbly texture on top as well. And there you have it. You have something like this.
Yeah.
All right.
How much do you love food? Do you love food more than anything?
Actually, I'm glad you bring this up. My wife knows this. She's number 2 in my life. Number one's right here.
Well, I'm glad that you guys are honest about that. That's awesome.
We have to be honest with each other. She knows it. Oh my goodness.
And you spend half of your waking hours in the kitchen, don't you?
Pretty much. I pretty much spend. I think having where I work in a typical day, if I'm responding to emails or on a call, I'm basically in the kitchen. This is where I work from. I get on my laptop and I work from here. And then when I have to cook, I'm cooking in here. So yeah, I do spend a lot of time in this kitchen. This kitchen knows me and I know it.
So hey, Max, You Can Cook This. I know you spent a long time doing this. You put a lot of, literally, as you said, blood, sweat, and tears into this. Blood from, cutting your fingers, sweat from the hot ovens, and tears from all the onions. But tell me this. What are you pouring your blood, sweat, and tears into right now? What are you like? Is there anything you're super excited about? Another project or book or anything that you can share with us? If not, totally get it.
No, absolutely. For me, I'm pouring my heart and soul into finding balance between work and relaxation. This year has been the busiest year for me, having released a book in several countries around the world. It'll be 6 countries right now. It'll be a 7th at the start of next year. So for me, it's trying to find that balance between work and just relaxation. I take time off on the weekends, so really kind of putting myself, switching off, turn my phone off, no work, close the laptop, and just really I want to take care of myself, and I want to find more hobbies. I need to find hobbies. I might pick up painting or sculpting or something, because for me, it's just been work. And I think to improve what I do here in this space, I need to find balance in other things outside work. So I'm reading some really amazing books that are, guiding me along the way. I read this brilliant book by Phil Jackson called 11 Rings. He was the coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, and he talks about his routine and how he coached these bunch of guys to be champions. I just started reading Rick Rubin's The Creative Act to learn just to be more creative and just to flow in that state, to not force it, to listen. So I'm trying to find that balance between those two.
Nice recommendations. Thanks for that. Anything you want to say before we go and we let people make their own no-bake pumpkin pies and their tomato salads with a tofu whip?
Well, I have my book is here. It's out. It's just been named Cookbook of the Month by Jamie Oliver.
Wow.
So, Jamie Oliver, yeah. I just found out the other day, and I'm still speechless. I'm not going to say any more about it because I'm still kind of processing this. Wait,
enough said.
He's looked at my recipes. He's touched the book. He's read through it. He's tested the recipes, and to have his approval and sign off is huge for me. And it just proves hard work pays off, and the right time and all that. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's, if you haven't got a book, go and get yourself a copy of the book. I'm going to be in New York pretty soon, so I'm excited to going there. But yeah, I think thank you everyone for tuning in, and thanks for everyone watching. And I hope you make some delicious recipes.
And Max, before we go, what's the best way for people to stay in touch and stay in tune with all your stuff? Instagram or what?
Instagram, all the social media platforms, but I'm mainly I live on Instagram. So check me out on Instagram, send me a message, comment underneath my recipe videos. It means a lot to me. Following is great, but liking my videos and sharing it and commenting underneath, if you like a recipe, I always interact with my community. That's why I wrote this book, is because I spoke to people who follow me. Tell me what foods you're throwing away. So I'll see you on the Instagram.
Yeah. Max, thanks for creating recipes that transform the way that people cook, store, save, and eat food. Love your passion. Love your sense of humor. Love your spirit. It's really, it's so wonderful to see somebody as young as you that is so passionate and willing to do things to make the world a better place. So thank you.
Rip, thank you. Let's go and let's get into the pool. Let's swim. Let's do a triathlon next time I'm in your neck of the woods.
You got it, my man. Hey, on the way out, give me a virtual fist bump. Ready? Boom. Plant strong. Plant strong, Max.
Plant strong.
Wow, what an amazing day 2 of PlantStock 2023. You guys are total champs. You have been sticking in there with us. It has been a long day. I can't believe that we started the day with my father giving his seminal lecture on preventing and reversing heart disease. We had the Plant Bros. We had Max LaManna. We had Shane Martin. We had Darshana. We had everyone. What a day. What a day. What a day. And now it's time. We're going to end the day by going down to the fire where Jane and Ann are cooking shish kebabs and corn. But before I do that, what I want to do is I want to share with you that big reveal that we've been talking about. This is one of our newest, greatest products at Plant Strong. And remember, at Plant Strong, we want things to be super duper convenient, easy, delicious, nutritious. You know that we have some very, very rigorous nutritional standards. We don't use any added oils. We use very, very minimal to no added sodium. We do no added refined sugars, and we always, always use whole grains. So one of the things that makes this lifestyle so simple and so sustainable is bowl building. It's one of the foundational tenets that we teach people all the time. And all you need is you need a foundational ingredient like rice, like noodles, like potatoes. To that, you add a variety of different vegetables you have in the refrigerator, in the freezer. And now, what do? Right? This is kind of like the moment of truth. What is the sauce that I'm going to put on top of my bowl? And you know what? We have the answer. And that is, here it is, drum roll, our new organic secret sauce peanut and curry blend.
And I want you to know you get 6 packets in a box. The foundational ingredients are peanuts, ginger that's loaded with polyphenols, turmeric that's loaded with curcumin. Dr. Greger would be in love with that. Dates that are loaded with fiber. And of course, everything is oil-free with no refined sugars. Now, the great thing about these is it's an absolute piece of kale. You just tear open the top, pour it into a little bowl, and you put in as much or little water as you want, depending upon how thick you want it. And it basically turns out like something like this. And I don't know if you can see that or not, but this is wonderful. Chloe, or somebody, can you hold this? Thank you. I just want to show people this. See, look at that consistency there. All right. And now this, to me, would be absolutely sensational for dipping a spring roll. I could thin it out and make it into a dressing. I could put it into thin it out a little bit and put it on top of a stir fry that I make. I could marinate tofu in it, right? This is so incredibly, wonderfully versatile. And I know that you're going to adore it as much as I do. So it's on sale now, or I should say it is for sale now for the first time ever, starting right this second. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go down to the fire. Jane and Ann are going to do their thing with corn and shish kebabs, and we're going to follow that up with a family roundtable of Q&A. And guess who just walked into the building? Not Elvis, but Essie. Okay, let's go down.
Hey, woo! Are we live now with the kebabs? All right, well, we've got Brian down here with us around the fire. This is my favorite scene. This is where we got married, and so this is why we wanted to have dinner here. And this is truly like plant stock, just vibe. Woodstock and plant stock, this is what it would look like. So Ann and I are making kebabs, and what we have, if I can show you, and we've made a whole bunch of them here. I don't know if you can pan over that, Wade. We've got we have red onion, and then we have a yellow pepper, some zucchini rounds, pineapple. These are the teriyaki tofu cubes that we were soaking earlier today. So we just pop those on, and sweet onion, red peppers, and the mushrooms. I want to tell you about the mushrooms. Instead of taking mushrooms raw and putting them on, they tend to like fracture and break. So I just cook them with a little bit of water for just a few minutes till they get squid.
Such a brilliant idea.
Isn't that great? Look, they're squidgy. They're squidgy.
So you soak them in water?
No, cook them a little bit.
Oh, cook them.
They cook themselves.
Yeah, and so then they don't break when you put that, and they're so chewy. All right, and then they pop it on here. Brian gave us this brilliant idea here to put a piece of wood here, piece of wood here, so it suspends it off of the grill, and then on it goes. Ready?
That is a plant.
Move it down a little bit.
Pro move right there.
They stick. All the tofu sticks to the grill.
Speaking of plant bros, can I show you the plant? Can I show you the plant bros?
Show us the plant bro.
All of us, Brian and Rip. Look, these are for everybody else, but the plant bros get the extra gear, the big shish kebabs. I hope John appreciates that too.
Well deserved.
Birthday boy, wherever you are. All right, and so when we had extra tofu, so I put them in these little like kebab. I don't know what to call them. Dang, someone gave me this as a gift, and I just put some barbecue sauce on there, and now they're going to be like most sought after kebabs. All right, and here's how Ann and I are going to put little barbecue sauce on here. But you know what I'm going to do with Mommy's? It has to fit between the two. Perfect. I'm going to put this peanut sauce. This is the what's the proper term?
Well, that's the new secret sauce.
Have you talked about it yet?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the peanut curry.
Peanut curry. This one is gonna have peanut curry sauce on it. So I'm gonna.
That's mine.
Okay. Woo! I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on other side as well. Yum. All right, Mommy. We talked about the corn. This is her event. We all have been trained in the Ann Carleigh Esselstyn style of cooking corn over a fire, and it is so savage. We love it.
I still can't get over. I don't even know if this is live or not, but I can't get over this move with the wood.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, Brian invented it.
All right.
It's catching on fire.
Well, the log, we have to put a little water.
My log, I know, my log is catching on fire,
So
but it's my
gonna put
extra
this
one. There you
corn
go.
in water just for a minute. Take it out. Put it on.
Oh. I have this extra piece of fire.
You know what? If I had a glove or something. There. Oh, you know what? Give me some tongs. Yeah. Hello.
Are you guys not? No one's hearing us?
Are they not live? Jane's cutting out a little bit. Okay.
I'm cutting out a little bit. Okay, is this better? If someone tell me this is better, I'm going to hold my shirt and Rip's mic. So Ann is the pro. She dipped the corn in the water bucket over there, and so you get the leaves all get sort of soaked with water. So when you're cooking it, it's actually steaming itself in its own greens. So Ann, will you not pick up one of the cooked ones and show us?
If you don't want to put it in water, it's okay.
It helps steam it. So grab these.
The problem is corn is that
I'm just going to repeat you because they can't hear you.
can't hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear Ann or not?
Right. So Ann is going to open the corn.
Oh my gosh, it's hot.
It's
Woo!
and it's beautifully.
Look out, Jane. Move. Jane, move. So you just have to cool it, and this makes it perfect to eat. Oh, amazing. Oh, Rip.
Can I try some?
Oh,
Is it too hot?
no, because I cooled it.
By rotating it.
Can you believe it?
That really is good.
Woo!
Like really good.
All right. So now, can they hear me? Can you guys hear me at all?
You're good now.
All right. I'm going to make the salad now. So Rip, if you can, we'll come back here.
Yep.
Mommy, we're going to move some of this over to the side so you can help out. What we have here is this next thing we're making is a super salad, and we kind of we're always reinventing what salad we love, what salad we like, and so the basics are the same. We always like to have greens, and here we have this is the Napa cabbage. Am I too far away? Can you guys see what I'm holding here? Wait, I'm assuming the camera can see me.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so this Napa cabbage. It's great because it's just so easy to chop. It's like so filled with water that it just crunches itself open. Okay. And what we have in our super salad, besides this Napa cabbage, is kale. So Ann, can you pour the kale bag of kale into the big bowl? This is Ann's bowl that she's had here. Where'd you get that? Do you even know?
It's been repaired. I love it. I don't know if you can see. These are.
That is the most magnificent bowl.
Isn't this the best?
Do you know where you got it?
No.
Everybody wants it whenever they see it or eat out of it. It's hilarious. All right, so we've got 1 head of kale that we stripped the spines off of the leaves, and we have chopped it fine. We pour it like confetti. Show how fine it is. Pick up that. It's so fine. Some people take their kale and they start to chop it or they tear it. I need to have it chopped.
It's impossible to eat.
I need to have it chopped or I cannot eat it. Like my mom just said, I don't know if you can hear her now, but she said it's impossible to eat. Okay, so now we're going to add as much Napa cabbage as we have kale and toss it all around. So we've got some amazing greens in there. Napa cabbage and kale. And then we're going to add in some purple onion and purple cabbage because these have phytochemicals.
Purple is great. More purple, the better.
Yeah, you need to go back. He needs to get the mic there.
And we're going to put in some edamame. Edamame, like Dr. Michael Greger said, edamame is soybeans. We want to eat at least a half a cup a day to help prevent all kinds of those aging situations. Okay. I don't know if they have spermidine, and shredded carrots. So great with all the good old school beta carotene we all used to love. Get rid of that. This is my new favorite, and I gave some to Top Shot today. And I was like, check this out, check this out. And he's like, what is it? It's almost like a fruity, vegetable-y. What is that? It was a whole bulb of fennel. I have this thing about fennel. My favorite part is the fronds, the furry fronds. It tastes like candy to me. I know it's what licorice is made of, but I never, ever liked it till now. In they go.
This is celery, chopped up celery.
I believe that, is that celery? Or is that green onion?
Oh, it's green onion.
Yeah, it's your extra green onion. These are all just extra stuff from today. And I like whole cherry tomatoes. My mom is going to want to cut these in half.
You gotta cut your cherry.
All right, then you can cut them in half. Come on over and cut them in half, if you want. And then I'm going to add what I love, and that is some sort of vitamin C. I love having. What are those called? Mandarin, like mandarin oranges, or some sort of fruit like this. So I'm putting blueberries, a whole darn pint of them. All right, in they go. And I'm just going to put some of my cherry tomatoes in whole because I just don't mind. And we're moving on. Hey, actually, I see we're live. My dad's over there chatting. I think we're all ready to eat. It's been a long, great day here at Plant Stock. So in these go. I wish you guys could see this amazing salad growing as it is. You can?
Yeah, he's going to come back.
Oh, great.
Jane, what about these extra mushrooms and some of this?
The extra mushrooms, I think I'm going to put a shish kebab with that. I love that. I think that stuff's all shish kebab-y stuff. So we're going to put the rest of these tomatoes in. And Rip, do you mind if we put an avocado? You up for avocado tonight?
Yeah, absolutely, would love that.
All right, then you go in. I got another knife right here. So we're going to take avocado and cut it in half. If you don't want to use avocado, you don't need to. This is such a great dish without it. And then we just go around. Rip is rotating the shish kebabs for us. Thank you, Rip.
And the corn.
And the corn. And then tennis racket in here, and then I just sort of squeeze it out because it's going to get mushed around anyway. But it's going to get mushed around in an attractive way. And sometimes we put toasted pumpkin seeds, and I cannot believe I forgot them at home. I even had them toasted in a little container, left them on the counter, along with my bottle of water.
Happens.
My water bottle. Anyway, the reason that's good is, do you remember what pumpkin seeds are good for? Dr. Greger talked about that with anti-aging last night.
Is it hair growing?
I don't think pumpkin seed, was it hair growing? I can't recall.
I don't remember.
Okay, so here, Wade, check this out. We're gonna put in, this is the sweet hot dressing, and then we have Anna Nessie's dressing. We're gonna add a little bit of that as well. because the
Better
combo.
add a lot of it.
These tongs are insane.
Aren't they insane? Those are from Plants Only.
They're
like
that dressing you're putting in there?
I just put, this is sweet hot mustard dressing, sweet hot dressing, and then this is a little bit of Aunt Nessie's, and it's looking like it's pretty good. So I'm gonna add. We throw all of our waste over the cliff around here because it just goes off into the woods.
You know who would be super proud of this bowl?
Gregor.
No, well, Gregor would, but Carleigh Bodrug.
Oh yeah, she likes her big bowls. I love her big bowls. All right, so now the next thing we're going to have here for dinner is watermelon and lime. I know that sounds so basic. Can you blow some of these pine needles out? We've been out here all day, so there's pine needles have fallen down. But we love taking, I don't have my big knife. This is my bad knife. You need to have a big knife to cut watermelon. But you cut the watermelon. All right. I usually have my knife. I can go right through the whole thing. Boom. And ooh. Ooh. What's Ann doing?
I'm making a trash bucket.
Oh. This is, our daughter likes to eat the white part, so I'm used to cutting the generous white parts off, but I can't. I like the pink. All right. So, where'd my silver bowl go? Is it available?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right here.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And oftentimes
It's
cutting
kind
board.
of a pale one.
I know cutting boards sometimes have an oniony taste, so I got in this habit of cubing my watermelon like this, because if you lay it down, sometimes if you don't have an onion board at home, like Brian and I have an onion and garlic cutting board. It's only for onion and garlic. And so this is the way I cut it, because I can't stand it when other people's, and this is the knob cutting board, so there may have been some onion or garlic cut on there, and it just, to me, it ruins the beautiful sweet taste of watermelon. And I don't know, this watermelon looks a little bit like it might not be as sweet as some we've had earlier in the summer.
Let you know.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's not a 10. I give it a 6.5.
Yeah. But you know what makes it really great? Show them, man. Show them.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm cutting.
Here, I'll do it.
All right.
Adding lime to watermelon, again, it's sort of a vitamin C great move, because anytime you have lime, vitamin C in the meal you're eating, it helps to mobilize iron in your blood. And
that's so good.
And someone said to me, it tastes like, is it a margarita? I don't drink, so I don't know. What drink has watermelon and lime?
Margarita could have that.
I think we're good. I don't think we need another one.
Josh said it's
Jane, do you think we need another?
I know.
Truly?
Yeah, it's a drink.
Mm.
A White Claw.
That's like a young kid thing. Anyway, so this is our dinner tonight. We have shish kebabs, roasted corn, amazing salad, and watermelon with lime, and lime loves watermelon. So we're gonna have this great healthy feast, and the extra sauce we're gonna put on our, we have rice. So we're gonna have a pile of rice, a pile of salad. Our shish kebabs are gonna come off onto all of our rice and salad. And if you wanna add some more sauce, you can drizzle on the Plant Strong peanut curry sauce.
Marinade sauce dressing.
Marinade sauce dressing, or you can put a little barbecue sauce on, or we have a little teriyaki lingering around in our tofu bath, if that's what you want. But we're ready to eat. Ann.
Jane, you
Yay!
did it. You did
No,
it.
we all
Woo!
did it.
Way to be.
All right, so Lori wanted me to let you guys know that if for some reason you don't have an outdoor fire pit over which you can make this kind of feast, this can happen in the oven, no problem. Just take like a lasagna-sized pan that's elevated, and you can put your shish kebabs, like pretend this is a pan. Put this over mine. You put this over this way in your lasagna pan, and in the oven, and it works. Or I'm sure you figured out a way to do it. If you have an outdoor grill, great. There's no question. But please, please, please enjoy eating this way. It's just savagely delicious. All right. So, Rip, can we are we off to you, or who are we tipping this off to?
Let's come sit around the table.
Well, it's not even set up. It's not set up yet. Goodness, at all.
I'll sit here next to Essie. We're muted right now.
Yeah.
So I guess there's been some chat about nuts, because we have nuts obviously. And
Hang on.
I know. No, I don't want to talk yet.
No, I know.
want this to be muted.
No. I'm making sure.
See the camera?
We're back. We just got dinner off the fire. We're gonna dig in after this little Q&A here. So a lot of you have some burning Q&A for the family, and we'd love to address some of those questions right now. Essie, it's great to have you back. Thank you. Ann, Jane, Brian. So let's start. Bob. Bob wants to know, Essie, what vinegars do you recommend that people put on top of their greens?
Research has shown us that it's the balsamic, balsamic and rice vinegar. The acetic acid of those vinegars has been shown to restore the nitric oxide synthase enzyme, which is found within the endothelial cell and responsible for making nitric oxide.
Great. So there's been a lot of chat in the chat room about nuts. And so I'd like to kind of address that head on right now. And anybody else feel free, but what do you think is the difference between Essie's program, which has kind of been dubbed Plant Perfect, and then kind of for heart disease. Right, for heart people with heart disease, and then kind of more of my program, which is Plant Strong. Why don't you tackle that?
Well, no, nuts and avocado, because for so many years I have been thinking about Essie's patients. that's how I tend to cook, without nuts and without avocado. I mean, I eat them, but not at home particularly. And I don't miss it.
Right.
I mean, we have a delicious in the last cookbook.
Yeah. And
we have a corn sauce that's great.
We have lots of stuff. And the reason you don't want to have avocado and nuts if you are dealing with heart disease and the buildup of plaque is because it's such high in saturated fat. I mean, these items, and we don't just have a nut. Oh, I'm going to have a peanut and walk away. So
if I have nuts in the house, I know,
you're like a squirrel. So steering clear of those for on Essie's program to prevent and reverse heart disease specifically makes all the sense in the world for his results that he gets. But being in the Plant Strong world, which is where we tend to live, we do use some, like avocado went in the salad today, and I said, Rip, should we put it in? Like we had some, and then there's supposed to be nuts on this or seeds, but we just didn't use them. So oftentimes, if someone's looking to substitute nuts, there are some clever things you can do. For example, today we did a recipe that had walnuts as the base of the sauce. It's an easy switch just to go to cannellini beans. I mean, almost 1 can to 1 cup switcheroo, no problem. And that we use that a lot with a lot of our nut-based things.
And for people who are eating nuts, the most healthy nut to eat is the walnut, which has got the best omega-3
ratio. And sometimes, if you just don't want to have nuts, just don't include them. Like we didn't have them on the salad tonight. Just sometimes nuts being in a recipe, just take them out and don't worry about substituting. What else should I put in? Maybe nothing needed to be there.
If you are with my husband's program, seeds are fine. I mean, gosh, you got to have flaxseed and chia seeds and a few sesame seeds. It's not.
Yeah.
Or it's okay. It's good.
Okay, so let's move on from that and at what, the nuts? Well, if you'd like to, sure. I mean, if you feel it warrants more discussion.
Well, I think it's important to know why it is that I do not encourage nuts for my patients who are sick with heart disease. Remember, heart disease is a very serious killing disease. So if patients have heart disease, as identified by a calcium score, maybe they've had a heart attack, maybe they've got chest pain and angina, shortness of breath, maybe they've already had a stent, maybe they've had bypass. These patients are seriously ill. And I guess the feeling I have about nuts is nuts are pretty addicting. And once you have patients who feel that it's okay to start eating nuts, they don't stop with one handful. I mean, if they're in the house, they're down the mouth. So the other thing is there was an interesting study that often is not referred to with rhesus monkeys by I believe it was Veselinovich in the mid-1970s, comparing 3 types of oil: corn oil, one other one that escapes me at the moment of is palm oil, and peanut oil. Then at the end of the year, when they sadly had to sacrifice the animals, the ones having peanut oil were absolutely scorched with heart disease. Pretty dramatic. So, for those reasons, anybody with heart disease in our program, we don't have them have nuts.
So, I will add that I do have nuts, but I have them. I never snack on nuts. If I have nuts, it's always in like a sauce. So I have a walnut sauce, like the oh my God walnut sauce.
That's the only sauce I got through in your cookbook in the first book.
So I do the walnut sauce on top of green leafies. I do some walnuts in my cereal bowl. I will do some toasted walnuts in salads. We have some slivered almonds in our berry almond cereal. We have a little bit of walnut in our banana walnut cereal. But it's like it's minuscule. But to his point, and also, I don't have heart disease, but I can tell you that I don't snack on nuts because I would have 3 or 4 handfuls. Each handful is 180 calories, and it's 90% fat. So, okay, let's move on. So, Anne wants to know, what tests would you recommend, Essie, after
350 calcium score in the left anterior descending artery. You have an answer for that?
Well, what you've got right there, then and there, is you've got a diagnosis of coronary heart disease. And coronary heart disease is established by the presence of this blockage in the main coronary artery to the front of the heart. So from this point on, this patient is going to be absolutely asked to seriously adhere to nutrition, which is going to halt any further progression of that and hopefully begin to get some significant reversal of that lesion.
Okay. Christine wants to know, what are your thoughts on a cardiac scan versus cholesterol blood work? Do you have any thoughts on that? A cardiac scan versus cholesterol blood work, and how often do you suggest testing?
I'm not quite sure what they mean when they say a cardiac scan. Is that something that either way, if a patient just has blood work, that really doesn't tell you what's going on in the artery. But a scan, or let's say a CT angiogram will clarify how much of a blockage that blockage is in the anterior descending. And then from then on, you can decide how aggressive you want to be. But I think anybody who has documented coronary artery disease should be aggressive to try to make it stop.
Cooking Mom wants to know, and maybe Jane, I think, Ann, how should you eat to increase iron in your blood, if that's an issue?
That's a very timely question, because we were just talking about that when we were making our salad and our watermelon over there. We tend to always include vitamin C in the meal in which we're eating, not in between snacks or like as an orange after you've had lunch or something, but in your meal. Put lemon in your water, put blueberries in your salad, put lime juice on your watermelon. That tends to mobilize iron in your blood. And you can look up the iron-rich foods that you like. You may see that there's a whole bunch on that list, and include those. Spinach tends to hold on to its iron for some reason. She doesn't like to give it away. I don't know why. So if spinach is on your list, add some other things as well.
And don't forget,
just eat spinach. Make that whole nice variety of the leafy greens.
and remember beans. Beans are also a great source of iron as well.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they also involved in spermidine?
I believe so. I do believe
Iron
so.
comes from the ground. Everything comes from the earth. Minerals, that's what Dr. Greger last night, all the minerals, all these things come from the earth. And like the periodic table has all the earth elements, and iron comes from the ground. Calcium comes from the ground. Okay, Rip, sorry.
Yeah, magnesium comes from the ground.
Magnesium comes from the ground.
Yes. So, Lori, do you have any more questions? Okay. So Cheryl wants to know, are any of our children or grandchildren going into medicine?
Right now, our 4 children and our 10 grandchildren are all kind of passionately plant-based.
But are they going into medicine?
At this point, I don't think so.
No.
Kind of related in food, but not an MD.
But I think the truth is none of them are really compelled to go towards medicine, because we've been shown from the view on top of his shoulders that the way forward is through the powerful prevention that you find in plants. So he's given us the view that I think that they don't see it's unnecessary roughness sometimes, all this medical procedures.
It may be that they're hesitant because really medicine has given itself really a huge black eye. When you think about the fact that we have, as physicians, have known for over 100 years that there are multiple cultures on the planet Earth where cardiovascular disease is virtually non-existent. The American Heart Association was formed in 1924. The American College of Cardiology in 1949. Have those institutions brought over the knowledge that those cultures which never have heart disease, have they brought that to the United States? No. There are a small number of people who are practicing whole food, plant-based nutrition for this disease, but they certainly are in the tiniest of minorities. But it can happen. It can change. But why would somebody want to go into medicine when the medical schools aren't teaching nutrition that's going to cure diseases?
Very powerful answer. Very great. All right, Lori, what you got for us? So Gino wants to know, under a doctor's supervision, can somebody that's got hyper what? Can they go off hypothyroid medication if they're plant-based? And you know the answer to that.
No, I don't think you want to drive a wedge between what your doctor is advising and the patient's going to try to treat themselves. It's very important to have your thyroid function be at an optimal level. If that requires medication, so be it. You might try to see if after a time you can gently remove some with your doctor's guidance. You can lower your doses to see if it's reasonable or not. But be sure your thyroid function is in the normal range.
But I think there's a difference between getting off this kind of a medication and then patients that want to get off their hypertensive medication or their statin medication, because we know that they can do that successfully when they go this way, and a lot of times their doctors are not in favor of them doing that.
Well, what you can do if your doctor's a little cautious about it is try to be your own advocate. Let's say that you're somebody who's just started on whole food plant-based nutrition, but after 2 or 3 months, suddenly, you've dropped 30 or 40 pounds. Your blood pressure is coming down. Your diabetes is disappearing. Your cholesterol is coming down. You yourself can be an advocate with your physician saying, look, this lifestyle that I'm adopting here is really making it unnecessary. Can I work with you to start off by perhaps cutting these medications in half and see if they're still achieving the goal that you and I want to achieve together?
Okay, thank you. 2 more. Yeah.
How can someone become a patient at Dr. Esselstyn's? And then I want everyone to go around the table and say something you're hopeful for.
Okay, Essie, is there any way that somebody that's out there can become a patient of yours?
Well, I think it's very interesting the way my practice has become a little bit modified. What I do now is for patients who are interested in learning how to conduct their lives so that they can stop any further progression of their heart disease or they can keep it from ever happening, I do have a seminar that I conduct once every month or two, limited usually to 20 or 30 patients. And I'm old-fashioned enough that every one of those patients, I ask my secretary to give me a phone number on them 2 weeks before our seminar. And that gives me an opportunity to call them before the seminar and wrap my arms around their story and at the same time provide them with an opportunity to ask questions of me so that coming to the seminar we have a strong platform from which we can all move forward. And I should mention also the seminar itself is not a 10 or 15-minute office visit. It's a 5.5 to 6 hour seminar touching all aspects so that patients, when they finish, are going to be empowered as the locus of control to halt and reverse their disease.
Awesome. Brian, you want to start?
Ooh, I got to think about hopeful. Go ahead. Someone else start.
Jane, you want to start?
I'm hopeful from the fact that the more we're involved with whole food plant-based nutrition, the more exciting people get involved, the more exciting chefs and different people, different genders, different identities, everybody. I'm so hopeful because I see the message of whole food plant-based nutrition getting just growing and growing and growing. And thank you for attending this event and getting anyone else to, because it's just the more we know, the better we do.
35, 40 years ago when we started, we were alone. We were totally alone. And then I think today, 2,500, some close to that many people are just on this Zoom. I mean, it's outrageous how exciting it is, the way this is just flying out into the world. So I am very hopeful that the next time we do something like this, there won't be anybody, because the whole world will know the power of this. Who knows?
So I am hopeful because, and I don't know how long it's going to take, but I see plant-based nutrition as the silver bullet that is truly going to save this planet. And also the health crisis that we're currently in. You look at what's going on right now, and the numbers vary, but at a low end, it's somewhere around 20% of global greenhouse gases are caused by animal agriculture. And at a high end, it is 82%. That's Celeste Rao and his organization, Climate Healers. So the best thing that any of us can do starting tomorrow, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, is eat whole food plant-based if you're truly an environmentalist. We're now basically slaughtering close to 80 billion animals every year for our insatiable consumption of animal protein, and that's just not in alignment with our values as who we are as kind, compassionate human beings. And then you look at the latest stats from the CDC, and heart disease is still the #1 killer worldwide of people. We have close to 75% of this country that's overweight or obese. So it's like this is going to get out of the bag here, plant-based nutrition. And I don't know if it's going to be 5 years or, frankly, 50 years. But at some point, this is going to be our salvation. And hopefully we'll be around to see it all happen and unfold before our eyes. But if not, it will happen, with or without us.
All right, Daddy? No, Brian? Oh, Brian.
Essie's going to close it.
No, Brian.
He's got a mic.
Oh, did you already say what you're hopeful for?
Well,
What you're hopeful for? Well, I'll go because I don't want to be. I'm a pessimist, and
You're a
so
plant bro.
I'm also a plant bro, but I'm a pessimist. I'm actually not hopeful because I think our government's a mess. I think that the climate's a mess. I think that there's a lot of really frustrating stuff out there going on that's very difficult to be hopeful. But I have to be because I'm a father and I'm a husband and I'm a member of a family. So I do hold on to hope. But I think the answer to feeling hopeless at times is to every day wake up and say to myself, ask myself, am I part of the problem? Am I part of the solution? And I would urge you all to do that every single day and really ask yourself. And I think being plant-based is certainly one thing that makes me feel good about what I'm doing. I'm trying to do some social work. I'm getting a degree right now to try to do some work, to try to make the world a little bit of a better place. But I think, again, I urge you all, we all need to have hope. It's tough in these difficult times, but I really would urge everyone to sort of ask yourself each day, are you part of the problem or are you part of the solution? And then if you feel like maybe you're part of the problem, to just take baby steps, whatever they are, to try to make the world a little bit of a better place. And ultimately that makes me hopeful because I think people want to do the right thing.
I guess the reason that I still am involved in practicing medicine at 60 years after having left medical school is that I really feel that we are on the cusp of what could truly be a seismic revolution in health. And that seismic revolution is never going to come about through another drug, another pill, another stent, another bypass. That seismic revolution will come about when we in the profession have the will and the grit and the determination to share with the public what is that lifestyle that is going to empower them as the locus of control to absolutely annihilate chronic illness.
All right. Hey, are you guys hungry?
Oh,
I think it's time that we're going to eat. So, you guys, this has been an absolutely fabulous day 2. Thank you so much for tuning in and being part of Plant Stock 2023. Tomorrow is day 3. We're going to start at 9:45 a.m. Check your emails for the link and for the and for all the details as far as who's speaking. And we're going to start at 10 o'clock, 9:45 with me doing some Sandberg stretches again. Ooh. And I'll be building a breakfast bowl, and that would be followed up by Chef AJ whipping up 6 incredible recipes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Keep it plant strong. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you. Shish kebab.
Documentary that was just released about a week ago. It's called Plant Strong Legacy. It's what happens after the before and after, and you're going to be seeing it for the first time. It's about 27 minutes long. Let us know what you think. I absolutely loved putting this together with Jeff Nelson and Dr. Liz George. Okay, again, we'll see you tomorrow. Hi, I'm Rip Esselstyn, and I'm going to answer 2 questions. The first is, if I go deep into small town USA and take a group of people who are suffering with typical health problems, heart disease, obesity, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and I show them how to get rid of these diseases in just a few weeks by changing their diet, will it make an impact? The second question is, what will that group of people look like a dozen years later? Will the changes that we made still be impacting these folks today? Or was it just a temporary blip? In other words, will they still be well and eating this way many years later? That's essentially what this film is about. Now, if you don't know my story, I was an All-American swimmer at the University of Texas at Austin. After graduating from college, I became a world-class professional triathlete for a decade and then decided to join the Austin Fire Department. Now, as a firefighter, I found that almost 80% of the job was answering the 911 calls. Not to fires, but to medical emergency calls. Every shift, I was pounding on someone's chest, watching someone froth at the mouth because their blood sugar levels got too low, comforting a family whose loved one had just collapsed and couldn't be saved. This was my station, the Engine 2 Firehouse. We had a lot of fun and did a lot of competitive things there with my firefighting brethren, like seeing who could climb the pole the fastest without using their legs. One day, while sitting out on the porch, we had a little bar bet to see who had the lowest cholesterol level. Well, one of the guys, JR, had a total cholesterol of 344 milligrams per deciliter. And it turns out he had a horrendous family history with heart disease. Hardly any of the men on his father's side of the family had lived past the age of 52. And JR had a terrible diet. Basically, he had one foot in the grave. So I made a deal. If JR would just eat how I ate, in just a few weeks, I knew that he could get his cholesterol way down. And fortunately, JR and all the guys accepted the challenge. Now, I had won a lot of races and competitions on what I call a plant strong diet. And my dad is a famous surgeon from the Cleveland Clinic who had proven over decades that he could not just prevent, but could reverse heart disease by eating this way. Sure enough, after just 3 weeks, JR's cholesterol plummeted down to 196. A local newspaper did a story, and that led to an article that led to more stories by NPR, the New York Times, and even Time Magazine. The idea of reaching a huge number of people prompted me to write a book, The Engine 2 Diet. The book took off. I was featured on Good Morning America, The Today Show, Good Morning CBS, and literally overnight, it seemed, I was able to reach a lot of people with the good news about plants. Ultimately, I left my job as a firefighter and started a company to help large groups of people regain and maintain their lost health. So it was normal a dozen years ago for me to be taking groups of 100 Whole Food Market team members for a 6-day medically supervised retreat and to show them how to become plant strong. This particular retreat was in a resort near Austin, Texas. We fed them spectacular plant strong food all week long, and our team of experts taught them how to easily improve their diet to become super healthy. Each participant got a series of tests at the beginning and the end of the week, and this was so they could see these improvements. Now, Whole Foods Market invests in this type of intervention because they recognize the benefit of helping employees get off their meds for good and making it so they no longer need bypass or other interventions. This saves Whole Food Market millions of dollars a year. It's a win-win because most employees don't want to have type 2 diabetes or a heart attack or other medical problems that might be plaguing them. The improvements are often dramatic and can happen super quickly. For example, Jackie was diagnosed 8 years ago with type 2 diabetes.
When I went to the doctor that day, my blood sugar was so off the charts, they thought they would have to rush me to the hospital, and they were surprised I wasn't in a coma. My blood sugar has not been normal since I've been on medication. No matter what I did, it never came back to normal.
3 days into our Plant Strong immersion, Jackie had a breakthrough.
Well, when I checked my blood sugar today, it actually went down to normal.
Jackie also normalized her blood pressure and was able to get off several meds that she thought that she would be on for the rest of her life. At the end of 7 days, we have a graduation where many participants are eager to share their success.
As far as I'm concerned, you saved my life, and I'm going to go and I'm going to save other people's lives too. Thank you so much.
When I went to go get my blood drawn and stuff this morning, I lost like 6 pounds since I've been here. That's like a pound a day. And my blood pressure went down and everything. And I stayed full and I still lost weight. So, I mean, I'm a believer, you know.
Managed to decrease my blood pressure. I dropped 5 pounds. Number 3, no insulin for 2 days.
The first day we were doing introductions, and I have a feeling for my 50s, I'm going to do better than my 20s.
I just want to say I truly believe in knowledge is power, and I'm eternally grateful to the E2 crew for empowering me with the knowledge to go into the kitchen and make the right decisions. And I wanted to get one big rip rip hooray if I could from you guys. Rip rip! Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
While I was helping companies bring their healthcare system into the future, I got an email from a woman that I didn't know, a country doctor in Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. Everyone called her Dr. Liz. And this Dr. Liz had read my book, The Engine 2 Diet, and this was back in 2010, and she was asking if I could come to this little town in the middle of nowhere to help her convince people to agree to go on the Engine 2 diet and to basically try it for 4 weeks.
Wouldn't it be cool if we could get this guy to come to Mercersburg and we could create a challenge and we could create a blueprint for other towns?
So I figured, what the heck? I'll go to Mercersburg. She was kind of insistent that I help kind of transform the town of Mercersburg from being kind of an overweight, sick town, small town America, to being a town that's really focused on wellness and health. We had set a date for the challenge. I went to Mercersburg and Dr. Liz had a plan to try and get a lot of people to join in. She took me to the local radio station. I'm trying to get people to eat more plant strong. We have in America right now that is incredibly plant weak.
Yes.
And you know, we get 90% of our calories from either processed and refined foods and animal-based products. And then 10% of our calories are coming from plants, but half that 10% is coming from French fries. So only 5% is coming from whole fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and beans. So my goal is to swing that pendulum around so that we become plant strong.
Now, Rip, it's a 28-day Engine 2 diet, right? Where if these people are on this for 28 days, eating healthy, plant-based, what's going to happen? What do you see happening?
Well, a myriad number of things are going to happen. Number one,
we sent out the radio call, and now it was time to start talking to people face to face. Our first stop was with Dan, the CEO of a local factory. Dan knew about the Engine 2 diet because he had tried it himself.
I do a yearly physical, and back in January when I went to my physical, my doctor looked at my numbers and said, Dan, I think we're going to start doing a Lipitor or something like that, and I am not a fan of pills at all. I did 2 months of Engine 2.
Dan had fantastic results. He brought all of his numbers down and no longer needed any drugs. He was sold on the program and told us that we could pitch our Plant Strong Diet Challenge to his employees.
You got to understand, this is South Central Pennsylvania. We hunt in South Central Pennsylvania, and a lot of us hunt not for sport, but to feed ourselves for the year. This is a good meat and potatoes part of the country. So, you know, this message to some, if you come on vegetarian, vegan, plant-based, oh yes, we're battling some of that. But, you know, you can't argue with the results.
My job wasn't just to educate, but to motivate. I went in there to get these guys fired up.
I would submit to anybody here that your health is your number one asset. Would you guys agree with that? Your health is your number one asset. If you don't have your health, you basically don't have shit. Agreed? All right, good. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not trying to convert anybody into being a vegetarian. I'm not trying to make you into a vegan. What I'm trying to do, get you to eat more Plant Strong, right?
Next stop for the Engine 2 Plant Strong tour, a local bank and its employees.
Halt and even reverse prostate cancer and breast cancer by eating plants. And why is that? It's because they contain phytochemicals, antioxidants, fiber, water, vitamins, minerals, all these things that help protect us from disease. If you're game, I'd love for you to sign up for the 28-day Mercersburg, 28-day challenge. And we're looking for participants.
The next stop was a little bar and restaurant called Flannery's, where we met with the next group.
You know, we have a population of American men that think it's really manly to eat meat. Whereas the reality is, you eat meat and a lot of processed refined foods, you're gonna be taking a little blue pill to get it up, right? And that's because one of the first arteries to basically clog up is the one going to the penis, right? So I like to say, real men eat plants, and then they can have a 4-hour erection and they don't have to call their physician. How many people in this room are going to do the Mercersburg 28-day Plant Strong Challenge?
This is how we spent 2 days in Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. Dr. Liz took us here and there and to and fro, and I spoke to groups, to individuals, basically to anyone who would listen. Then Dr. Liz said, okay, Rip, next stop, the high school. As the local family doctor, Dr. Liz says that she delivered many of the kids in this school. There was a great big dairy farm right next to the school. Children of dairy farmers, this might be a tough room for plant-based advocates. Anybody can tell me who this guy is? Thank you very much. Winston Churchill. He was a Prime Minister of England back in 1940s. He has a quote that I love. It's, healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. Anybody in this room believe that America is healthy right now? How many people in this room think that America is unhealthy right now? All right. Why are we unhealthy? Somebody tell me, why are we unhealthy? McDonald's, he's saying. Burger King. Oversized portions. All these things contribute. What right now is our greatest liability as a country, meaning our health, can once again become our greatest asset. And it starts with what we put in our mouths. I want to tell you right now, there's nothing really sexy and glamorous about my message today, all right? It is so simple that it's scary, but it's the most profound incredible thing that can happen in your life, and that is, what are you putting in your mouth? What is fueling you at a molecular and cellular level every day, every week, every month, and every year? After slamming these kids with some hard facts and statistics, I decided to give them a demonstration of the benefits of a plant-based diet. All right, I want some volunteers. I want some of the baddest ass smokers and athletes to come up front. Come on up. All right. Amen. So are you a smoker or an athlete?
Athlete.
You a smoker or athlete?
Both.
You a smoker or athlete?
Both.
Smoker or athlete?
Both.
Smoker or athlete?
Athlete.
Smoker or athlete?
Both.
All right, this is what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna do some Spider-Man push-ups. This is what it looks like. I want you to watch so you get the form down, all right? Watch. Let's get up on the stage, come on. How about a hand for our smokers? And our athletes. Let me see a show of hands. How many people are at least interested in eating more plants? All right, so I've reached about 25% of you guys. 25%. That was a pretty good start. Now, although I had never met Dr. Liz or any of the others from that trip, I had been to Mercersburg before, and that's because in the early 1980s, I had attended the Mercersburg Academy, a private boarding school.
The Mercersburg Academy is world-renowned. They've had 54 Olympians, and it's a great academic school, and it adds a lot to the community.
I wasn't going to miss a chance to drop by my alma mater and see if we could drum up some participants for the challenge. The school let me talk to a group of students while they ate lunch. That is what we in the fire department affectionately call a redneck smoke detector. Right, it's Jiffy Pop above a doorway. And the analogy I like to make is, if you're eating the standard American diet of processed and refined foods, of animal-based products, that is no more effective at protecting you from chronic Western disease than this Jiffy Pop smoke detector is at protecting you from smoke and fire. Mercersburg Academy even gave me a minute to interrupt a big lecture to make my pitch. So just as everybody here was talking about these immersion programs, basically we're talking about... As it turned out, we didn't get any kids from the school into the challenge, but several faculty members and their spouses signed up. I like to think that we planted a seed with the kids. Before starting the challenge, Dr. Liz and her husband, another doctor, took blood pressure, blood work, and various other tests on the participants. It would all be repeated in 4 weeks so people could see how fast and how much their health improved. Finally, it was kickoff night. Mercersburg Academy gave us a large room and we had a great turnout. Dr. Liz had already put half a dozen of her patients through the program, and these people became volunteer food coaches. They had made a huge feast of healthy plant-based Engine 2 food, and the participants were hungry.
It's recognizing that the United States is facing an obesity epidemic, particularly amongst our youth, whereas Rip Esselstyn will be in our town encouraging citizens to participate in our community adventure in healthy eating, whereas local restaurants, the Tuscarora School District and the Mercersburg Academy are offering healthy choices to their menus. Whereas
Mayor Ziegler made a powerful proclamation to kick off our evening.
I thought that was a really nice meal, nice variety, good textures, a lot of taste. Does anybody in this room feel like they were deprived eating that food? No. Good. Anybody in this room enjoy it? Okay. Yesterday I was talking to the mayor and he said that Mercersburg basically doesn't know the word can't. There's nothing that Mercersburg can't do. And I want to say that that is so applicable to what's going on right now. And Mercersburg can be the first small town in America that absolutely embraces health and wellness and become the leader in health and wellness for all small towns across the country. So I want to kind of set that as the tone for the evening and how proud everybody in this room should be about taking part in this fantastic movement.
After an evening of educating and trying to inspire the Mercersburg group, I left them in the capable hands of Dr. Liz and her food coaches and returned home to Austin, Texas. 28 days seemed to fly by, and then it was time to go back to Mercersburg and see what had happened. And what happened during the challenge? The group had weekly potlucks, each bringing in a favorite dish. Participants shared tips, recipes, and moral support as they all started feeling better.
This is, 28 days, and we're graduating tonight.
The results for the 28-day challenge were typical for what we get in our program. In other words, they were fantastic.
I went from 285 in my cholesterol, and I got my count back, and it's on 215, so we are going down. I've lost 20 pounds.
I've lost 38 pounds in the 4 weeks. My glucose dropped 56 points. Cholesterol dropped 40 points. My LDL dropped 40 points.
I did lose 27 pounds. So, thank you, Rick.
I tell you what. My belt. Look at this. Watch.
We listened to participant after participant describe how 28 days of Plant Strong eating had given them energy and dramatically improved their health and well-being. Most people are shocked by how much they improve. If you take the 28-day Plant Strong challenge, on average, you will lose 15 pounds, drop total cholesterol 39 points, drop LDL cholesterol 32 points, drop triglycerides 25 points, normalize fasting blood sugars, and normalize high blood pressure. Half of the participants in the program who were either pre-diabetic or type 2 diabetic at the end of the program, they have normal fasting blood sugar numbers. And in many cases, people got off blood pressure and their cholesterol meds. It looked like Dr. Liz had the right idea to bring the Plant Strong message to her town. The Mercersburg Challenge took place in 2010, over a dozen years ago. So what in the world has happened in Mercersburg since then? Some really cool things. Many participants changed their diets permanently and still remain Plant Strong. We used Zoom to catch up with Dr. Liz and some of the participants and found out they built on their success. They've spread the Engine 2 Challenge far and wide, and although they call it a healthy eating adventure.
So after Rip left, it was amazing. The group of persons that had coached came up to me and said, Liz, we have got to keep this going.
When I saw how this worked, I approached Dr. George and said, Liz, this information is too valuable for us to just keep here in Mercersburg. I agreed to join with her to help expand this all over Franklin County.
And they volunteered to then start do another adventure. And 3 months later, we created another adventure. And people kept volunteering to do more adventures.
Since 2012, we have done more than 24 healthy eating adventures within our community. We've been doing this and have impacted thousands of people's lives.
The immersion happened at a time that was kind of pivotal in my life. So it gave me an opportunity to sort out information in a way that I felt was reliable. And having the dinner really was important. We not only were talking about the food, we were eating the food. That kind of social interaction and taking part really had an impact.
The benefits that I experienced when we did the first initial challenge, it has continued.
If I hadn't learned about a whole food, plant-based approach to eating, I wouldn't be as healthy and as strong and as fit as I am.
12 years after being part of the program, it's still having an impact on me. I have a tower garden that I can eat right off of in the kitchen. I found that having that in my home makes it kind of easy and to stay more plant-based oriented.
I have had at least one doctor. He asked me if everything was okay because in the year between when he saw me for one physical and the next, there was a 22-pound weight loss, and that has stayed off.
The plant-based diet definitely helped me lose some weight that I may not have lost before, simply through exercise or watching what I ate, and I kept it off. My weight has pretty much stayed the same.
I had some onset of arthritis, but right now I don't have any arthritis. It stopped, and I'm no longer treating for arthritis. So I think that's a pretty big impact.
We had a fair number of people whose collagen vascular disease reversed, ankylosing spondylitis that reversed, joint pains from different kinds of arthritis reversed, skin from psoriasis or acne got better. So there's this inflammatory component that we don't always think about. Oh, our food is causing this inflammation. And that's very powerful when you see those changes also.
Your taste will change. You'll begin to understand what sweet really tastes like. I regularly make dumpster fires, which is the blueberry dish that is probably the easiest dish on the planet to make and is my go-to sort of dessert and or breakfast when I just can't think of anything else to do on a Sunday.
Give it a try. You know, don't knock it until you've tried it. It's easier than you think, and you may be surprised at how you feel, and it may change your way of thinking.
It makes me feel grateful to see what happened in Mercersburg when a seed was planted, and to see that seed grow into a beautiful, plant-strong community of beautiful people. As for me, in these past 12 years, well, I'm Plant Stronger. In addition to the educational retreat programs that we offer through my company, we launched a Plant Strong food line, and today have dozens of delicious products to help people become plant strong and stay healthier. But where my heart really is in helping people like the ones in Mercersburg back in 2010.